Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 151, 129. Don't worry, I'm coming for you too. Chapter 151. Chapter 129. Don't worry, I'm coming for you too. Reality, Chongyang City. Hong Tianbao hobbled along the long street, heading toward his small house. He had grown increasingly thin. In the past, it was still bearable, constantly being corroded by the flesh plague, constantly descending, but at least there was still hope, still some support in his heart. But now, the hope had almost entirely vanished. His essence, qi, and spirit collapsed all at once. A light chuckle rang out, and Hong Tianbao glanced faintly. It was one of Chun Xiuxing's disciples again, Li Xinzang. It seemed to be that name, probably the second or third disciple. Li Chengzhang stood with hands clasped behind, quietly gazing at this dispirited old man, keeping a certain distance. Though the other party had withered, no longer as before, he was still an old wolf. It was said he had fallen to the level of a martial arts master, but with his master not around, Li Chengzhang didn't dare provoke or taunt him too much. Though he himself was also a top-notch martial arts master, not weaker than senior brother Wang Tianlong, it was better to be cautious. Li Chengzhang called out from afar. He smiled cheerfully. Junior brother went to the waiting area, but didn't find my sister who I've never met. What's her name? Hong Tianbao paused, feeling a sense of relief. Not paying attention to this young fellow, he kept walking slowly. Li Chengzhang continued talking to himself. However, junior brother Lu has found some clues in the waiting area. Hong Tianbao closed his eyes and remained silent for a moment. The next second, the fat old man vanished from the spot. Li Chengzhang's expression changed dramatically. He retreated quickly but crashed heavily into a figure, like hitting an iron tower. Li Chengzhang changed direction again, fleeing madly. His 5 organs vibrated and glowed. Bright white lights swirled in his mouth. He shouted. Once again he lost sight of Hong Tianbao, colliding headlong into the chubby figure. When did this happen? Li Chengzhang's heart raced. His complexion changed. He quickly turned around. The white light in his mouth and the divine brilliance in his eyes were about to burst forth. He heard the calm voice of the wasted fat old man. The next second, Li Chengzhang saw the fat old man disappear again. His head throbbed painfully. A thought flashed through his mind, and his vision turned pitch black. The fat old man brushed off the shards and brain matter from his hands, watching the headless body fall to the ground. The surrounding onlookers exclaiming in shock. He seemed oblivious, continuing to walk slowly back to his home, as if he had just casually slaughtered a wild chicken, rather than a top-notch martial arts master with all 5 organs activated. An old, disabled wolf is still a wolf. Opening the door, entering the house. The fat old man picked up the phone, about to call Lin Dongxi, but the phone rang first. It was Lin Dongxi. Hong Tianbao answered the call, asking sternly. Hong Tianbao's head buzzed. He couldn't help but scold. Why did you come back? On the other end, Lin Dongxi shrank her neck. Stop scolding. She touched the densely packed bumps on her head that hadn't subsided in half a month, feeling extremely bitter. Following the directions of that bastard junior brother, Lin Dongxi provided the address and time, hanging up swiftly before the old man could scold her. Hong Tianbao held the phone, speechless for a long time. A hint of bitterness and loneliness flashed across his face. How could the fat old man not discern the chill, annoyance, and sorrow in Lin Dongxi's voice? If circumstances were normal, how could she be like this? Hong Tianbao had never heard such grief from Lin Dongxi, as if she had suffered great injustice. Could it be that Dongxi has been caught? A trap. The meeting tonight is a trap. Hong Tianbao closed his eyes, letting out a gentle sigh. A trap is a trap. It must be attended to anyway. He opened his eyes again, his expression extremely cold. In the 8th Scenery's palace, the flesh and blood body slowly peeled away from the contract and merged into Zhang Fuxing's body. He was undergoing a violent transformation. His bones shattered, tendons broke, muscles and skin were riddled with tiny fissures. The body was being destroyed and quickly healed, as if it was reforming, reconstructing. A profound change was occurring at the root level. Zhang Fuxing sat cross-legged on the meditation mat, enduring the excruciating pain of the transformation. Breathing heavily, he used the lofty status of the meditation mat to meticulously observe the body's changes to prevent any unexpected incidents. In fact, the flesh and blood divine body was indeed clean and pure. The god of plague didn't leave any hidden tricks or traps. To be precise, the hidden tricks and traps were that fundamental, true spirit will. Time ticked by. Zhang Fuxing could feel that his self-forged physical foundation was being overthrown and rebuilt, the foundation becoming more solid and profound. Indescribable things were being born inside him. One by one, insurmountable limitations were being smashed. Power was surging explosively. Chapter 152, 129. Don't worry, I'm coming for you too. Chapter 152. Chapter 129. Don't worry, I'm coming for you too. A long time passed. The muscles and bones buzzed, akin to the vibration of a real thunderbolt. Zhang Fuxing carefully perceived the changes within himself. The flesh and blood divine body, not a divine body, but possessing some deity-like traits such as limitation release. 1,260,000 gene is no longer the upper limit. In other words, he could completely rely on the talent of devouring all things, like Neo Dali, crazily consuming meat, frantically increasing his strength. This limit is boundless. The only problem is that devouring does not equate to digesting capacity. Just as Neo Dali said before, eating a few hundred gene of meat a day is the limit, at most 1,000 gene of meat in a day. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, continuing to observe his own changes. Zhang Fuxing's body slowly expanded, liberating the true form, golden light flowing between his skin. If I were to use the support of the giant's observation, he did not take pride in it. Just as Neo Dali said, strength and such are nothing for a martial arts master or even a grandmaster. What matters is the 5 viscera divine power, the higher mysteries of the master realm. With the support of the high position of the meditation mat, he could clearly perceive that there were some indescribable qualities added to himself, presumably what the Buddhist son called touching the void. He could borrow the illusory scenes of anchoring to truly touch corresponding things in a different dimension. In other words, it's about touching a different dimension within the divine realm. This was something that originally could only be barely achieved at the innate realm or even the celestial human realm, and the implications behind it are extremely terrifying. It signifies that he could explore the divine realm and excavate the different dimensions ahead of time. Zhang Fuxing's mind raced. He did not dare to use the meditation mat as an attempt. This thing is frighteningly high grade. If anything unexpected happens, it would be problematic for him. With difficulty, he stood up. Zhang Fuxing first checked the contract's cooldown, finding that the flesh and blood divine body's consumption was far less than imagined. The cooldown was only 130 days. Took a big bite of over 1 gene of one-horned giant rhinoceros meat, clearing the cooldown. He then sealed the fundamental, true spirit will of the god of plague within the contract, ensuring absolute safety before leaving the 8 sceneries palace. Arriving swiftly at the 5 mansions temple. The heaven and earth tablet? No way. Although this thing is far inferior to the meditation mat in the 8 sceneries palace, its position is also terrifyingly high, which can be seen that even though immortal Jinyuan associates with the 3 pristine ones, that's a matter of seniority. If it comes down to real strength, or, in case of combat, there's likely a vast disparity. If the master of the 8 sceneries palace, the supreme, actually takes action, it might be possible to eliminate immortal Jinyuan. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged in front of the incense burner, amidst the curling blue smoke. His gaze fell upon that Tao scripture. At this moment, the Tao scripture still stayed on the last page. Those 2 lines of words were still prominent and glaring. Yuan Chongyang, my believers have gone to find you. Zhang Fuxing snorted coldly, reaching out, gently pressing on the Tao scripture, which couldn't be turned before no matter what. He silently wished to trigger that divine spirit features within his flesh and blood divine body, pressing the pages. He lightly flipped. The Tao scripture, indeed, turned. And at this moment, the divine realm boomed violently, as if something earth-shattering was happening. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the Tao scripture, the words of which were still unintelligible, the truths still ungraspable, and with a leap, he returned to the 8 sceneries. Palace, sitting upon the meditation mat, his position elevated indescribably high. He silently sensed the dramatic changes in the divine realm, his expression growing solemn. The scene the divine realm anchors to in the different dimension is repetitive, but not synchronized in real time. Every time he entered the divine realm would re-anchor a scene from the different dimensions, which is why the placement of objects in the 5 Mansions temple would change. But now, things are different. He possessed the flesh and blood divine body, the divine features. The physical body and spirit were inherently interconnected, intrinsically unified. Now, the divine realm also began to upgrade, interfacing with the different dimensions in a certain sense. In short, the divine realm and different dimensions thoroughly synchronized in real time. No need to enter and exit repeatedly to refresh. Zhang Fuxing's gaze passed through the Taoist palace gate, falling into the divine realm, seeing the static objects in the heaven and earth 5 Mansions temple starting to move. In the 81 rooms, brooms sweep the floor on their own. In the front courtyard, buckets draw water. In the main hall, teapots float up to pour water, and even in some corridors and hallways, suits of clothes and shoes, as if worn by invisible people, are walking around. In the different dimensions, everything truly happening within the real 5 Mansions temple, except for living beings or spirits, all other inanimate changes, were reflected in real time. In addition to astonishment, Zhang Fuxing felt somewhat bewildered. He licked his lips, seeing under his gaze a teacup in the main hall of the 5 Mansions temple floating, and suddenly halted. As if a deity drinking tea in a different dimension noticed the flipped Tao scripture. The teacup slowly descended. The Tao scripture floated into the air spontaneously, or rather, it was held by a divine spirit in a different dimension, and turned to the final blank page again. The old handwriting was erased, a new stroke was written. Zhang Fuxing grinned. He sat upright upon the meditation mat, upright within the divine realm. His mind delved into the divine realm, activating the divine spirit features in the flesh and blood divine body. He, in an indescribably high position, using the spirit as a pen, thoughts as ink, on that final blank page of the Tao scripture, below the line left by the ancestor of Landam. Chapter 153, 130, Master, now that you're old, just enjoy your twilight years. Chapter 153. Chapter 130. Master, now that you're old, just enjoy your twilight years, Dragon Boat City. As the chant echoed, Shi Jingyuan slowly turned around to face the 18 people before him. These were almost all the remaining people from Ling Mountain who stood out within the entire Golden Province. Weak ones were grandmasters, and the strong ones were great grandmasters. He looked at Shi Jingyuan. Shi Jingyuan nodded slightly. He had been in hiding for many years, and the only one who knew of his whereabouts was a former monk, Hong Tianbao. Choosing to stand up again now, and even choosing to raise the banner, was all because of high heaven. Suddenly, he felt confident again. Shi Jian's gaze swept over the 18 individuals, speaking heavily. The 18 grandmasters and great grandmasters exchanged glances, and the leading elder spoke in a grave tone. Jingyuan, what you described is indeed too incredible. Heaven interchangeable Tao. After a pause, the elderly man named Shi Rulong continued. The 9-ring scepter appeared in Shi Jingyuan's hand at some point, pressing against Shi Rulong's head. Shi Jingyuan watched him closely, enunciating each word. His voice was calm without a shred of murderous intent, yet outside the window, the skies suddenly crackled with thunder and lightning. The densely stacked, pitch-black clouds rolled, and the black clouds pressed down as if a city would crumble. This was his Buddha country. Shi Jingyuan put away the nine-ring scepter and spoke calmly. He looked around. The 18 grandmasters and great grandmasters for various cities fell silent for a moment before clasping their hands and slightly bowing to Shi Jingyuan. Inside the 8 Sceneries Palace, Zhang Fuxing cursed, a confused look appearing on his face. Since at this moment, the divine realm and different dimension were overlapping, would time equally lapse if he again engaged in decades of spiritual cultivation? He did not know. Looking down, he placed his hands on a meditation mat. Zhang Fuxing attempted to use his divine spirit characteristic, touching the void. There was no change in the tactile sensation of his hands. But in an instant, it seemed like a muffled explosion erupted in his mind and heart. Zhang Fuxing suddenly felt cold sweat trickling down. He bit his lip, hugging the meditation mat tightly, manifesting the 18-foot true body. With 2 million kilograms of strength unleashed, yet the meditation mat remained immovable, utterly unshakable. He murmured to himself, contemplated for a moment, then sat upright on the meditation mat, once again activating the power of touching void, as if sitting on the true 8 Sceneries meditation mat. But for some reason, he still didn't perceive any change. Touching the void seemed ineffective inside the 8 Sceneries Palace. Was he still not truly touching the 8 Sceneries Palace? Zhang Fuxing pondered for a while, walked to the back of the Taoist palace, and stood before the 3 doors. He first went to the gate of the past, using his divine spirit characteristic, and attempted to push it, yet there was still no response. Peering through the door gap, the scene behind the door changed with his mind. Zhang Fuxing muttered puzzledly and walked to the now gate. As he got closer, behind the door was still himself. It was now. He placed his hands on the door, unable to move it, tried inserting his fingers into the gap, and that sticky, impenetrable, transparent barrier still existed, but perhaps it was an illusion. The barrier seemed no longer insurmountable. Mental interference with reality. Zhang Fuxing's figure gradually became transparent. Accordingly, his silhouette beyond the door also turned transparent. This time, he saw a different scene behind the door. It was different, truly different. Zhang Fuxing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Behind the now gate wasn't the scene behind him, or rather, something extra appeared, like a mirror, standing in an empty living room. Clearly, there's nothing in the living room, yet the mirror reflects a room full of furniture. An eerie sense of horror. But inside the room beyond the door, right in the middle, an extra small table appeared. Peeking through the crack, on 3 sides of the table, rested a meditation mat, and atop the table were 3 small objects and 3 cups of tea. Each small object and cup of tea corresponded to a meditation mat. A small tower, a jade rui, and a small sword the size of an index finger. Zhang Fuxing adjusted the angle, gazing at the empty walls on both sides of the quiet room. Why? He stared intensely at the table, at the 3 meditation mats, just in the right number, watching those 3 steaming cups of tea, and couldn't help but swallow. There once were 3 people seated around that small table. Presumably, they were the owners of the tower, jade rui, and sword. Zhang Fuxing suddenly had an idea. Chapter 154, 130, Master, now that you're old, just enjoy your twilight years. Chapter 154, Chapter 130, Master, now that you're old, just enjoy your twilight years. Zhang Fuxing was startled, but he felt it was as it should be. The 8 Sceneries Palace is not inhabited by any deity occupying a divine position, nor can it be reached through touching the void, and along with the scene behind the now gate. It all indicates that the real 8 Sceneries Palace is just behind this door. As for why the desk, meditation mat, and the items on the desk aren't reflected here, Zhang Fuxing mumbled to himself, roughly guessing what those 3 items were. Let me through. He fiddled with the door gap for a long time, feeling frustrated, and returned without success. Returning to the front palace, Zhang Fuxing plopped down on the meditation mat, glanced at it once, then again, and suddenly disdainfully said, "Meditation mat." Evening. It was raining outside the window. Hong Tianbao donned a raincoat. His figure became indistinct and transparent, quietly stepping out of the house. 1, 2, 3. The martial artists monitoring this place had their necks twisted one by one. Even those several kilometers away in high-rise buildings using thermal imaging devices aimed at the old man's residence met the same fate. Quiet ensued. Hong Tianbao glanced up, noticing that those Sky Eye satellites showed no reaction. This isn't Jiangzhou. The Sky Eye satellites aren't easy to access. His figure solidified. Hong Tianbao quietly walked in the rain, but the falling rain passed right through him as if he was a ghost not belonging to this world. Seventh form and spirit bone powder. From life light, newly dead, giant, to blood painting, decaying beast devouring, and finally bone powder and ancient tomb. Having mastered all 8 forms, the chubby old man fully understood and practiced them. Silently reaching District 2, arriving at the hotel mentioned by Lin Dongxi. The hotel, constructed with special materials, it couldn't be scrutinized with divine thought, as it would make noise, alerting the enemy. The rain fell harder. Hong Tianbao quietly removed his raincoat, his already plump body seemingly more bloated. Carrying a resolute and tragic aura, he entered the hotel, taking the elevator. Finally standing before a guest room. Knock, 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 3 raps on the door, bending slightly, gathering strength, spiritual thoughts swirling, the chi blood smoke behind him roiling. Creak, the door opened. A familiar face appeared before him. The disciple stepped forward, gently embracing the tense, battle-ready chubby old man. The old man felt at a loss. His muscles as hard as iron slowly softened. He reached out, lightly patting his disciple's back. No excessive words, no extended greetings, and no tearful crying. The master and disciple silently walked into the room, quietly closing the door. Inside the room, Hong Tianbao saw Lin Dongxi with a head full of bumps, saw the complicated expression on Chen Yuk's face, but there was no sign of Niodali. The old man softly asked, glancing at the gentle young man, who shook his head, "After the Jiangzhou catastrophe, we got separated." Zhang Fuxing said sorrowfully. Hong Tianbao gently patted his shoulder. The 4 sat down. Silence prevailed for a while. "As long as we're alive." The chubby old man suddenly spoke, his voice slightly trembling, yet a radiant smile on his face, tremblingly taking out a white bone lotus seed from his bosom. He offered the lotus seed to his young disciple. "This is a celestial medicine, prepared for you." The old man, with a solemn expression, Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. He recognized the white bone lotus seed, having eaten one that old sure gave. A century of spiritual accumulation may not mean much to him, but to others? Zhang Fuxing glanced at his master, his gaze becoming somewhat complex. He shook his head. "Master, we don't plan to leave. I heard from the junior sister about some competition." The chubby old man got angry. "How long have you been on the path of cultivation? Is this something you can get involved in? Your grandmaster's disciples are all martial arts masters. Your second grandmaster students are sinister people who plot to kill their masters." He scolded. As he chided, the old man suddenly felt dejected. The sound echoed in the room. Zhang Fuxing looked at the chubby old man, gently sighing. He calmly said, Chen Yuk and Lin Dongxi's expressions turned somewhat weird. Hong Tianbao still seemed frustrated, scolding. Cultivation, the biggest taboo is arrogance. Did you really think your 2 grandmaster's disciples are so easy to deal with? The chubby old man's voice abruptly stopped. He saw a tangible chi blood smoke rising from his young disciple, condensing into a phantom great sun behind him. Zhang Fuxing quietly spoke. Hong Tianbao stared blankly at that chi blood great sun, his words of rebuke caught in his throat. Silent for a long while, he spoke stiffly. Zhang Fuxing smiled, not explaining much. He clasped his hands together, looking at the stubborn chubby old man. The old man paused silently, not answering. He suddenly struck. His fist, aimed at Zhang Fuxing's face, with force precisely calibrated to the level of the second viscera. Zhang Fuxing blocked it with one hand. The muffled sound resonated in the room. Hong Tianbao punched a second time, this time using the strength of the three viscera, even accompanied by a flash of divine light in his eyes. The more intense roar shook the room into a frenzy. The furniture, except the wooden chairs under the two, suddenly tore apart. Even the specially constructed walls trembled slightly. Chen Yuk and Lin Dongxi retreated step by step. Hong Tianbao's eyes widened, breathing heavily, about to throw a third punch. A massive hand pressed on his shoulder. The old man, inch by inch, was pressed down into a sitting position. The giant, standing at 1 zhang 6, his skin glowing with Buddha's golden light, had to stoop to barely stand in the 3-meter-high room. His huge hand resting on the old man's shoulder, the old man sat there dumbfounded. The giant at 1 zhang 6 smiled. Chapter 155, 131. Assistant Commissioner, Source Point Research Institute. Chapter 155. Chapter 131. Assistant Commissioner, Source Point Research Institute. Hong Tianbao coughed violently and took a sip of the medicinal soup handed by his young apprentice. He originally had 3 apprentices. I killed one, so 2 are left. He looked at the frail young man with a complex expression, neither shocked nor startled. When one faces things far beyond imagination, shock and astonishment seem so powerless, not even leaving room for amazement. Numbness. Drink slowly, Zhang Fuxing advised, kicking a piece of broken wood on the floor. He said calmly. The fat old man sighed again. He briefly described the relationships between him and the 2 other senior uncles, down to the master Yuan Fei Dao. Raising insects, competing, fighting. He narrated the matters one by one. Zhang Fuxing, Chen Yuk, and Lin Dongxi listened silently, gaining some vague understanding. Zhang Fuxing muttered thoughtfully, "The competition day is February 9th next year." He squinted slightly, suspecting that the inheritance might include the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron. But the problem now is, it's unknown who is spreading the news about the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron. It can be foreseen that Chongyang City will gradually become chaotic. Who could be the one stirring the pot? Clearly, it's a method of baiting. Could it be that master? Hong Tianbao nodded slightly. He sighed lightly. After all, speaking solely about cultivation, you are far behind those few. Zhang Fuxing pondered silently. Hong Tianbao nodded affirmatively. Zhang Fuxing asked curiously. Zhang Fuxing frowned. "Half a year, huh? That's not really the problem. The problem is not being able to continue to hide oneself. This inevitably means trouble will come knocking. Those 2 senior uncles and their disciples won't leave him in peace. He doesn't like trouble. Then, take the initiative." Hong Tianbao seemed to see the flicker of resolve in his young disciple's eyes. Unsure whether to be gratified or sigh, he paused and said. Zhang Fuxing came back to his senses, looked at his master, and asked curiously. Hong Tianbao spoke softly. The fat old man exhaled a turbid breath. "I have many old friends, and although most of them have lost contact, considering past friendships, if I send out invitations, they or their disciples, descendants." Zhang Fuxing understood, pondering. If it can't be avoided, then face it openly. Hong Tianbao stood up and placed the white bone lotus seed into Zhang Fuxing's hand. He changed his tone and spoke softly. "Since you've made your decision, I won't say more." Zhang Fuxing nodded silently. Golden City. Golden University. The old scholar adjusted his glasses, showing some interest. He pondered for a moment and recalled the recent rumor circulating among various sections. The sea-stabilizing divine needle iron in Chongyang City. This news is hardly believable. But what if? The old scholar took off his glasses and placed them on the table and made a phone call. "Ah, Dongyan," the old scholar said calmly. "Take your junior brother with you and head to Chongyang City." The refined youth on the other end of the line paused. "Chongyang City?" The old scholar nodded slightly. "Yes, master," Kong Dongyan replied respectfully. A similar scene played out in city after city. The fat old man lowered his face, toned down his demeanor, and contacted one old acquaintance after another. Chapter 156, 131. Assistant Commissioner, Source Point Research Institute. Chapter 156, Chapter 131. Assistant Commissioner, Source Point Research Institute, Ancient Saints Sect, Celestial Principles Sect, Eastern Sect, Pantheon. Perhaps it's due to old affinities. Or maybe it's because of that elusive rumor. They all agreed to it. The next day, after having breakfast with his parents, Zhang Fuxing headed to the public security headquarters. When he reached the deputy director's office on the top floor, hot tea was already prepared. Lu Yuan opened with a smile. I've gathered some information. They're here for a 1-month visit. I plan to launch an operation against Wang Tianlong in 7 or 8 days at the latest, with you leading it. Zhang Fuxing lightly tapped the tea table, pondered for a moment, and said. Lu Yuan responded, at the very least, we need to clear some of Wang Tianlong's influence. As for him, we can't touch him directly. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyelids, scrutinizing the smiling middle-aged man. He asked. Zhang Fuxing was clear about his thoughts. Behind Wang Tianlong was Master Qin Xiuxing, along with a complacent vice director He Gaozhua. Given this, how could old Lu possibly be fighting alone? As expected, Lu Yuan remained silent for a moment and then said, Mister, he spoke frankly. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Legislatorly? The golden legislator from Chongyang City? Interesting. Lu Yuan continued. He changed Mr. Zhang to Fuxing, an intimate gesture, power struggle. More power struggle. Zhang Fuxing wasn't foolish, but he found these matters quite headache-inducing. Even though he planned to spread the High Heaven Association's influence throughout the expansive power network, facing it all personally, he preferred to crush his political enemies with a single punch. Immediately, Zhang Fuxing waved his hand, reluctant to delve deeper into thought, and said. Lu Yuan's smile slightly faltered. Then he elaborated. Old Lu began to paint grand visions again. Zhang Fuxing gave a smile with an indistinct meaning. The day after tomorrow, on the 8th, is my apprenticeship banquet. He stood up, shook hands with Lu Yuan with a smile. Exiting the deputy director's office, he came face to face with a stern man built like a tower. The man turned, scrutinized Zhang Fuxing from head to toe, and said blandly. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the insignia on his shoulder. Level 3 Inspector. Presumably one of the 3 deputy directors, He Gaozhua. Seeing the lack of response, the man's expression turned cold. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of patrolling security personnel and officers on the floor. Yet, behind him, the door to Lu Yuan's office remained silent. Zhang Fuxing paused briefly, then extended his hand. The man raised an eyebrow, sensing the gaze of numerous eyes. Ultimately, he didn't make too big a scene, grunted, and extended his hand as well. The 2 hands clasped together. He Gaozhua's originally livid face instantly turned the color of liver. With a quickening heart, he could feel the seemingly gentle and weak young man gripping his hand, exerting an unimaginably immense force, along with viciously cruel power. The Yin snake force burrowed into his palm, shattering the bones, then up his forearm, his upper arm. He Gaozhua abruptly withdrew his hand, his entire right arm going limp, rapidly losing color. He twitched his cheek, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. This tower-like man fled into his office, as if escaping. Zhang Fuxing shrugged and headed straight for the building's training area to meet the enforcement teams assigned to him. Officially, as a senior inspector, he was now in charge of 3 enforcement teams. It was a young girl named Lin Changle. Lin Changle looked curiously at this remarkably young senior inspector, then added, The young girl chirped. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brows. What's that? Why does it sound a bit familiar? He pondered for a moment and suddenly realized. Isn't that the place where that failure Zhang Xiaoxi joined? He glanced at the office of Igaozhua, sneering. This fair-faced young girl shrank her neck slightly and whispered, However, this time Deputy Director, he specifically asked for you to go. Lin Changle awkwardly scratched her head, whispering. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the clearly inexperienced young girl, likely chosen by Higaozhua as his assistant to potentially cause some trouble. Unable to do much, Zhang Fuxing waved his hand. "All right, I got it." Lin Changel nodded vigorously, trotting away. Zhang Fuxing exhaled slowly, his gaze deepening. Chongyang City was different from Jiangzhou. The power holders at the top were not easy to approach, and the high heaven order was challenging to present before them. Additionally, many places were filled with special materials, making it extremely difficult for divine thought to travel through. Having Zhong Mao to meet those people was indeed troublesome. He could only meet them himself first, quietly leaving an imprint. He indeed had to secure the public security headquarters. The position of the public security headquarters in Chongyang City wasn't exceedingly high, but it was significant. The Director General was among the upper echelons of the city. Before descending the stairs, Zhang Fuxing glanced back at the vacant Director General's office. He mouthed the name, wondering what this institute actually did. Since they were coming from the provincial government in Golden City, perhaps he could incorporate their head into the High Heaven Association. This could also serve as planting a seed in Golden City ahead of time. He decided to check it out in the afternoon. He also wondered if that failure Zhang Xiaoxi had actually joined. He would need to call to confirm later. Chapter 157, 132, The Taste of Power. Chapter 157, Chapter 132, The Taste of Power Aerospace Ship. Inside the ship, Zhang Xiaoxi was touching this and that, clicking her tongue in wonder. The Source Point Research Institute was even more impressive than she imagined. They were traveling in an aerospace ship. Simply outrageous. Zhang Xiaoxi took the coffee and sipped it, scratching her head awkwardly. Though she was new to the institute, she hit it off with Chun Qingxue immediately. They quickly became close, like lifelong friends. Chun Qingxue smiled and she said enviously, "With your talent and skills, it won't be long before you become a senior researcher." It took me several years to get to this position. Zhang Xiaoxi's expression darkened. She sighed. "But my uncle, and they must be fine." Zhang Xiaoxi's eyes widened. Chun Qingxue rolled her eyes. Zhang Xiaoxi's eyes widened. "The governor?" Her eyes glazed over slightly. "I have to boast my little cousin." The girl's voice suddenly lowered. "That little brat, still not knowing if he's dead or alive." Chun Qingxue patted Zhang Xiaoxi on the shoulder, lightly sighed. Zhang Xiaoxi responded gloomily, her lashes trembling slightly. Waiting area. An expanse of barren land. Chun Wanyu dragged her weary body under the scorching sun. At last, signs of human habitation. "Is it a black market?" Chun Wanyu perked up slightly. Though her newly acquired flesh and blood divine body had been separated, after half a month of infusion with a large amount of divinity material, her body's strength was no longer the same as before. 12 refinements. She had long achieved it. The power far exceeded the scope of the 12 refinements, reaching 6 or 700,000 pounds in strength. Now all she needed was a dose of 5-element medicine to unlock the great secrets within her organs. She entered the black market and sat down. Old Joe took a drag of dry tobacco, his pupils slightly shrinking. Running such a black market for so long, his insight was natural, immediately noticing something extraordinary about this girl. Though she appeared frail, she gave him a sense of danger. Old Joe approached casually, smiling as he handed over a product catalog. Chun Wanyu flipped through casually, her eyes lighting up. Old Joe's smile grew even brighter. Business was coming. He saw the girl's expression stiffen. She seemed to be contemplating something as she looked at him. Damn, another one, trying to steal the goods. Old Joe's teeth ached with rage, but the dangerous feeling emanating from her, perceived through his sharp spiritual sense, was scarlet bloody, even with a hint of deity. He shuddered inwardly. Old Joe maintained his smile, though his heart was bleeding. Chun Wanyu also smiled, holding the old man's hand. Old Joe chuckled. Damn! His heart was bleeding, yet he still handed over a wooden box with difficulty. Chun Wanyu accepted it, opened it, and her smile grew even brighter. This black market owner, what a good person. Truly a good person. They chatted for a long time, like old friends with nothing left unsaid. By the time she left the black market, the wooden box in Chen Wanyu's arms had increased from 1 to 2. Old Zhou waved from afar. "Young lady, take care." Chen Wanyu's figure vanished into the wilderness. The old man clutched his tobacco pouch with one hand, silently holding his chest with the other. A vendor approached. "Brother Zhou, in half a month's time, you've given away 4 great medicines." The old man's hand trembled. His eyes brimmed with tears. Center of the waiting area, Zhou Muniu received guest after guest, maintaining his position as a legislator with Hu Zhongli's steadfast support even after half a month. Once all the guests had left, only he and Hu Zhongli remained inside. The three-eyed boy scrutinized the old man. Zhou Muniu chuckled. "Young one." He lowered his eyes, a fervent and reverent gleam in his gaze. "That is God, the central pole sect leader, the emperor of the underworld, the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate." Zhou Muniu took a couple of breaths, looking at Hu Zhongli. Hu Zhongli paused. Chapter 158, 132, The Taste of Power. Chapter 158, Chapter 132, The Taste of Power. His expression turned solemn. 20 years old, a martial arts master, true divine realm, and gaining the favor of the lordly patrons. The elderly man sighed softly, somewhat distracted. Afternoon. 3 enforcement teams, totaling over 400 people, surrounded the training ground's edge, silently watching the frail-looking youth. The youth sat upright, with a large wooden table in front of him, filled with plate after plate of meat. Beef, pork, lamb, hundreds of pounds. He was indulging in the feast. One team member swallowed hard. His eyes were a bit dazed, just watching as plate after plate of meat was consumed, while the belly of the frail youth only slightly protruded. "What the hell?" Beside him, another team member whispered, "It's not a big deal if he eats a lot. It might just be some special physique. What I'm curious about is how his strength measures up." Many people were whispering among themselves. No other way around it. This Vice Director Zhang looked too young, and the record showed he was only 25. No matter how formidable such a person is, just how formidable could he be? Amidst the low hum of chatter, Zhang Fuxing chewed and swallowed the last piece of beef. 600 pounds. A full 600 pounds. Although the strength within his body increased by 600 pounds as well. But couldn't eat any more, really couldn't eat any more. He burped, releasing some power, and the grease on his hands instantly shook off. He stood up. Lin Changel rushed forward, personally wiping Vice Director Zhang's mouth. Vice Director Zhang glanced around, speaking calmly. The total of 480 people across the 3 teams remained silent, their eyes shifting over the frail-looking youth. Zhang Fuxing ignored the skeptical gazes, speaking calmly. The clear voice echoed in the vast training ground. Pausing briefly, he continued, "So, I don't need to engage emotionally or build relations with you. In enforcement team members, if it's a subordinate city, generally the martial artist is at either the first refinement or second refinement. But here is Chongyang City. It's one of the 7 major superior cities of the Golden Province. As a team specifically targeting martial artists, every one of these members is at least of the 3rd refinement level, and the 3 captains are even martial artists of the 11th refinement." Zhang Fuxing stretched, yawning. No one responded. They quietly watched him. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows, stepping forward 1 step at a time, the sound of his footsteps echoing heavily. He stood in front of a leading team captain, asking. The latter raised an eyebrow. The sound was soft and feeble, a form of silent resistance. "I listen to your words, and act as you say, but will I exert effort? What will the result be? That's none of your business." Zhang Fuxing paused for a moment, extended his hand, and placed it on the team captain's face, addressing the people around. The crowd exchanged glances, slowly stepping back a few steps. Until the closest enforcement team members were already over 10 meters away, Zhang Fuxing lightly patted the team captain's cheek, brought his ear close. The near-humiliating gesture caused the crowd to stir, many throwing straightly disdainful glances. The team captain's mouth twitched, staring coldly at the young man. Yes. The shout wasn't finished. Zhang Fuxing pressed down on his face, suddenly thrusting downward. The team captain was slammed hard into the ground, the alloy floor instantly torn apart, accompanied by a tremendous blast, waves of force rolling and bursting forth. The entire training ground trembled, and the enforcement team members over 10 meters away were all overturned by the shockwave, causing a chaotic scene. As the fragmented metallic debris settled down, and the fallen enforcement team members scrambled to their feet awkwardly, they saw Vice Director Zhang standing upright. As for the captain, was embedded in a pit over a meter wide and half a meter deep. This was special alloy. Cough. Under a series of horrified gazes, the captain with half a shattered face struggled to rise, coughed blood, and lowered his head. Even special alloy was broken like this. If Vice Director Zhang hadn't dispersed the power just now, the crowd saw the still-standing Vice Director Zhang snort through his nose, turning back to the center of the vast training ground. Zhang Fuxing glanced at these team members with mixed reactions and knew that among them were people arranged by He Gaozhua, and that one show of dominance wouldn't make them behave properly. But it didn't matter. As Zhang Fuxing said before, he wouldn't be staying in the assistant commissioner position for long and didn't need to build a relationship with these subordinates. He just needed them to listen. Zhang Fuxing scanned the circle, suddenly asking. No one answered, and all team members who met his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads. Zhang Fuxing smiled, took the towel handed by his little assistant, wiped his hands, and casually threw the towel on the ground. This time, the response was noticeably more vigorous. A few minutes later, as he got off the car, the 160 enforcement team members quickly dispersed, taking positions. Zhang Fuxing stood on the open ground, quietly watching the sky, took a sip of the cola handed over by Lin Changle. In the sky, thick clouds rolled away as a gigantic aerospace ship slowly descended. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, moving around in an aerospace ship? The status of this Source Point Research Institute might be higher than he imagined. Unfortunately, there wasn't much information about the Source Point Research Institute found on the Divine Net. However, that's good too. This way the High Heaven Association could grow faster. Amidst the swirling thoughts, the hatch of the aerospace ship slowly opened, and a dozen or so men and women in white clothes, led by an elderly woman, came down together. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Did he just see that unlucky kid Zhang Xiaoxi? Chapter 159, 133. The Person Who Shouldn't Be Here. Chapter 159, Chapter 133. The Person Who Shouldn't Be Here. Chen Qingxue held the trembling old woman by the arm and gave Zhang Xiaoxi a look. Xiaoxi understood and also supported the old woman from the other side. The other researchers quietly exchanged glances but said nothing. Only the young man following Elder Yu frowned slightly. He was clearly displeased. The old woman took a deep breath and smiled. I haven't been here in many years. It's a good city. Voices of agreement echoed around, and the young man said with a smile, Teacher, honestly, the researchers shouldn't have asked you to come. This old woman was one of the few chief experts in the institute. Though she didn't possess martial arts cultivation, her status was impressively high. Whenever she visited a city, that city had to treat her with great respect, like now. Zhang Xiaoxi curiously observed the law enforcement officers stationed around for security and the 4 armed hovercars in the sky. She clicked her tongue and said, Chen Qingxue laughed on the other side. The old woman waved her hand. She shook her head and said, Zhang Xiaoxi laughed and said, The old woman laughed. Safety? I'm a person halfway to the grave. Who would want to kill me? She turned her head to look at the young girl and nodded slightly. I've seen your assessment report. You have a good talent and sensitivity. As the 3 joked, the young man's expression worsened, staring at Zhang Xiaoxi and Chen Qingxue, but saying nothing. Meanwhile, the aerospace ship slowly ascended and departed, the airwaves rolling, smoke and dust rising, and a figure emerged from the dust. A gentle and somewhat familiar voice sounded. Zhang Xiaoxi instinctively looked up, nearly blurting out an exclamation. Elder Yu nodded slightly. Zhang Fuxing glanced at his wide-eyed little cousin and extended his hand with a smile. Chun Qingxue reached out and helped Elder Yu shake hands with Zhang Fuxing, curiously inspecting the young man who appeared so young and frail. Usually, the local law enforcement captain would be in charge of security. How could the captain be so young? Intending to make a brief appearance and disappear, Zhang Fuxing changed his mind at the moment and gestured, leading the group of 10 onto a large hover car. The rest of the law enforcement officers drove hover cars, surrounding them. The convoy headed towards the city center. Inside the hover car, Zhang Xiaoxi was clearly still somewhat dazed, staring at her straight-sitting younger cousin, staring and staring. What's this brat doing here? How did he become a law enforcement officer? The old woman glanced at the gawking Zhang Xiaoxi and smiled. Several pairs of eyes turned to her. Zhang Xiaoxi snapped back to reality, stammering. Zhang Fuxing smiled and explained for her, Elder Yu, I've known Xiaoxi for many years. He didn't reveal that Zhang Xiaoxi was his cousin. The identity documents have been altered so that his documented age was older than hers. The researchers were slightly puzzled. The old woman was a bit surprised and nodded. That indeed is a coincidence. Zhang Fuxing smiled, but didn't explain further, casually agreeing and refraining from asking about the Institute's purpose for this trip. Soon, the hover cars arrived at a luxury hotel in the city center, and law enforcement officers flooded inside. Many guests silently moved aside, giving respectful looks, and the group didn't need to perform any check-in procedures, heading directly to the top floor, entirely cleared out. Over 40 rooms, all for this group of 10 or so people. After a tiring day, Elder Yu announced a meeting would be held in half an hour, and, like the other researchers, returned to her room to rest. Zhang Xiaoxi seized the opportunity. She whispered a few words to Chun Qingxue, swayed her hips over, and stared with wide eyes. Zhang Fuxing glanced sideways. They leaned against the corridor wall, and Zhang Xiaoxi couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her little cousin's cheek. Zhang Fuxing slapped away her pesky hand. You just joined that institute, right? Zhang Xiaoxi twisted her hips and then suspiciously eyed Zhang Fuxing. And you? How did you become a law enforcement captain? Chapter 160-133. The person who shouldn't have appeared, too. Chapter 160. Chapter 133. The person who shouldn't have appeared, too. Zhang Fuxing chuckled and said. He became a little more serious, actually, revealing it wouldn't be a big deal. Over half a month had passed, and the investigation bureau hadn't taken any action. It was understandable. The operation in Jiangzhou, probably only a handful of people in the investigation bureau knew about it. They wouldn't even pay attention to an ordinary citizen. But to be safe, Zhang Xiaoxi was somewhat confused, but still nodded. They're doing well, living in Chongyang City. Zhang Fuxing asked curiously. Lin Changel had already sent him the relevant information. That old lady was no ordinary person. In a way, she could be described as having great divine abilities. She's the honorary vice-chancellor of Golden University, one of the Golden Province's People of the Year, with protégés and subordinates spread across various cities. Though she had no martial arts cultivation, she had to be met by the governor several times a year, and occasionally people from the capital came, all wanting to meet her personally. If you wanted to compare her, that old lady was like an academician in a past life, and not just any ordinary academician. What exactly does the Research Institute study? Zhang Xiaoxi shrugged. I'm not really sure either. Seems like a routine survey of something. Different dimension? Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Although there was a confidentiality obligation, Zhang Xiaoxi didn't hide it. There's divine realm research, different dimension measurements. Pausing for a moment, she smacked her lips and said, Zhang Fuxing's eyes widened a bit. No wonder the Research Institute was filled with ordinary mortals, but with such high status. He couldn't help but ask. Zhang Xiaoxi grinned and said. Zhang Fuxing's expression became solemn. Celestial human, the sixth major realm, and also the peak of the human path. Advancing further, wouldn't it be the domain of deities? Dimensional overlap. He didn't understand the specifics, but just hearing the term, he could guess some things. Celestial human, to become a deity, needed to enter a different dimension? Or was it something else? While his thoughts were running wild, Zhang Fuxing saw another girl who had previously supported Elder Yu walking over. The girl smiled happily and nodded politely to the law enforcement captain. Zhang Fuxing also nodded slightly at her, while his mind was already contemplating how to pull that Elder Yu into the High Heaven Association. These research types of people, themselves without great power, might not have formal authority, but must have a complex network of connections. Plus, with those special research projects from the Institute. In Zhang Fuxing's mind, Elder Yu's importance was almost on par with a golden legislator. Chen Qingxue was chatting casually with Zhang Xiaoxi when a young man walked over. The young man took a good look at Zhang Fuxing and said blandly. He specifically emphasized the word student, glancing intentionally or unintentionally at Zhang Xiaoxi and Chen Qingxue. The fewer the students of a teacher, the better. After a pause, Lu Chunrui scrutinized Zhang Fuxing again and continued. Elder Yu will be staying in Chongyang City for at least half a month. Zhang Fuxing came to his senses and waved his hand. I'll arrange for someone else to connect with you later. Lu Chunrui was taken aback. What does this mean? Temporarily changing the person and occasionally dropping by? His brows furrowed. What do you mean, changing the security selection temporarily? Occasionally dropping by. Zhang Fuxing gave this young man an odd look. Lu Chunrui repeated. Originally, it was not a big deal, but since this Captain Zhang was a friend of Zhang Xiaoxi, he didn't mind making things a little difficult. The teachers seemed to be getting a little close to this new researcher. He gave a cold laugh. Before coming here, I specifically phoned your headquarters director, he said things would be arranged properly. The young man pronounced the words director he heavily. Zhang Xiaoxi's expression changed. A director. Isn't that going to get her little brother in trouble? She quickly spoke. Lu Chunrui looked at Zhang Xiaoxi without a hint of politeness. Zhang Xiaoxi's face froze, as if looking at a fool while observing this young man. Lu Chunrui's expression became a bit awkward. Well, addressing by title did sound a bit bad. He snorted, casting a sidelong glance at the perplexed Zhang Fuxing. He was already anticipating the guy's panic-stricken look. A law enforcement captain, high-refined martial artist. So what? Wouldn't he still be under his control? Lu Chunrui enjoyed this lower defeating higher pleasure, so he made sure to tag along whenever the research institute went out. Zhang Fuxing also looked at Lu Chunrui like he was a fool. This guy was pretty lucky. When I left home this morning, I chewed 2 pieces of calming tea. Not that. But why does this guy with no cultivation act as if his brain is filled with tribulation chi and his soul is suffused with harshness? Zhang Fuxing yawned. Suit yourself. Go ahead and make your call. Lu Chunrui was taken aback, both shocked and angry, just about to reprimand when he met the young man's calm eyes. He involuntarily shivered. Lu Chunrui took 2 steps back, his face turning pale, and lowered his voice. He turned and left, filled with rage. Just at this time, with a ding, the elevator door opened and an elderly janitor slowly pushed a cart over. As he passed the 3 of them, the old janitor instinctively turned his head for a glance, meeting Zhang Fuxing's eyes. They both paused in surprise. Old Ghost Chai? Zhang Fuxing? Zhang Fuxing said to the worried Zhang Xiaoxi, waiting for the 2 girls to return to their room. He then looked at Old Ghost Chai, who had a bewildered expression. Old Ghost Chai adjusted the janitor's cap on his head. Old Ghost Chai said, as if it were a matter of course. Zhang Fuxing's expression tensed. Chapter 161, 134. Great Sect Invades. Chapter 161. Chapter 134. Great Sect Invades. The bounty issued by my Grandmaster. Zhang Fuxing followed Old Ghost Chai, looking like he was supervising the cleaning staff as they worked. Neither of them looked at each other. They walked and talked to themselves. Old Ghost Chai whispered. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. The evil cult version of the divine net? Old Ghost Chai stopped at the corner of the corridor and started sweeping the floor. Pausing, Old Ghost Chai shrugged. The reward is really generous. 1 white bone lotus seed. 1 dose of purifying marvelous medicine, and the mission is so simple. Zhang Fuxing's expression changed. Why would the Grandmaster kill people from the Research Institute? He furrowed his brow and spoke. His voice paused slightly as he remembered the instructions from Lord Mingyue before setting off. Then he said indignantly. Zhang Fuxing's expression became even more unpleasant. He pressed the intercom. Releasing the button, Zhang Fuxing was deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Old Ghost Chai said inexplicably. Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched, thoughts running wild, suddenly thought of what Zhang Xiaoxi had said before. Is there a connection between the two events? If not, that's fine. If there is, then it's a very serious problem. Without the interference of hostility, Zhang Fuxing's thoughts sped up, his expression increasingly grave. That old lady is an important chess piece inserted among the researchers. She cannot be allowed to die easily. Moreover, that unlucky child Zhang Xiaoxi is also on the bounty list. No, is she really such an unlucky child? Zhang Fuxing squinted. Old Ghost Chai shrugged. But certainly quite a few. The number of sect followers in Chongyang City has been increasing recently. Old Ghost Chai nodded. Speaking of which, have you joined the Public Security Bureau? Seems like you're not in a low position. Zhang Fuxing did not answer him, pondered for a moment, and then called Lu Yuan. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised but didn't delve into it, responding decisively. As soon as the call ended, Zhang Fuxing saw doors to the rooms open. Half an hour had passed. The old lady was about to conduct a short meeting. Frowning, Zhang Fuxing instructed old Ghost Chai to leave first, his mind churning. If there really is a cultist attack, it might cause a big commotion. A big commotion? It seemed like he thought of something. Maybe. Zhang Fuxing's expression relaxed slightly. A white bone lotus seed, a marvelous medicine. These are things that could attract a Grandmaster to attack. Would there be cultists of Grandmaster level in Chongyang City? Yes, there surely would be. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Fuxing had an idea in mind, his thoughts immersed into the divine realm, circulating within the heaven and earth tablet, then withdrew his heart that was tainted with immortal Tao rhyme and silently left an imprint on the original spot. Without any substance to carry the immortal thoughts, this imprint wouldn't last long. But it's enough. The numerous researchers soon arrived at the administrative meeting room on the lower floor. Many large hotels would have a meeting room. It was just that when entering, Lu Chunrui kept supporting Elder Yu, mumbling something, occasionally pointing at the distant Zhang Fuxing. Lu Chunrui deliberately raised his voice. Elder Yu glared at him. What are you doing? Lu Chunrui's expression hardened. He gave an awkward chuckle and said nothing. As they entered the meeting room, Zhang Fuxing pulled Zhang Xiaoxi aside and softly said, Zhang Xiaoxi, and Chun Qingshue's eyes widened. Zhang Fuxing nodded slightly, but didn't explain further. This thing is hard to explain. After all, according to old Ghost Chai, the Black Net is a dark network for communication among those evil sects. Zhang Xiaoxi and Chun Qingxue took their seats in the meeting room. Zhang Fuxing placed the law enforcement officers on guard outside, then followed them into the meeting room, making sure to close the door. He was responsible for the security. He had every reason to enter. As expected, Elder Yu glanced at the young man without saying anything. Sitting at the head of the long table, she tapped the table. The researchers all looked at the old lady. The old lady spoke in a deep voice. Chapter 162, 134, Great Sect Invades. Chapter 162, Chapter 134, Great Sect Invades. Just now, I activated the instrument and did a preliminary test. She looked around the room and continued. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brows even deeper. January 9th to February 9th? At this time, Lu Chunrui raised his hand. Are all within normal ranges? The old lady waved her hand, unceremoniously scolding. You've been with me for so long and still so careless. She slapped the table. Zhang Fuxing couldn't fully understand but could grasp the meaning of an artificial overlap point. This mysterious ancestor, could it really be an immortal intending to ascend to godhood? It seems not entirely impossible. As his thoughts whirled around, Zhang Fuxing saw a girl named Chun Qingxue raise her hand. Elder Yu nodded. Indeed, it is theoretically impossible, but there are always exceptions. She adjusted her glasses. It's confirmed. It really is old Yuan. The reason behind issuing the bounty also became instantly clear, silencing, to prevent the Research Institute from calculating this result. But besides allowing an immortal to ascend to divinity, what else would happen with the emergence of the dimensional overlap point? As this thought arose, Zhang Fuxing heard the old lady speak. She looked around the room. Most of the researchers were bewildered. Become a god? The term seemed distant to Zhang Fuxing, let alone these ordinary people without cultivation. Elder Yu seemed to understand this point too and didn't explain much more, just tapped the table again and assigned tasks and divisions to the group. The brief meeting quickly ended. Zhang Fuxing casually opened the door of the meeting room, but suddenly paused. He stopped the researchers who were about to leave, glanced at Zhang Xiaoxi, and the latter instantly became tense, moving closer to this younger cousin as previously instructed. Lu Chuanrui frowned and said. Zhang Fuxing glanced at him, remained silent for a moment, and stepped aside. Lu Chuanrui peeked at the corridor outside the meeting room, which was spotlessly clean and still seemingly normal, especially since this floor had been vacated. He muttered, but was grabbed by the old lady. The old lady frowned. Though just an ordinary person, she had an extraordinarily sharp sense of smell. She spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Fuxing's voice was also somewhat grave. The researchers retreated in a clamor. Zhang Fuxing stared at the empty corridor, took out his phone, and called Lu Yuan. Zhang Fuxing abruptly hung up the call. Damn it, Captain Zhang. The person on the other end wasn't Lu Yuan. In fact, the call might not have even connected. He surveyed the meeting room, which was bright and clean, then extended his hand, touching the ground. Not even a speck of dust. This isn't a meeting room. This isn't even a hotel. This is a divine realm. A true divine realm. Of some grandmaster, no, some great grandmaster. Zhang Fuxing's expression grew heavier. If it was a great grandmaster, why haven't they made a move? He silently activated the second form, New Death Appearance, viewing himself as the white bone, plain and unassuming, to avoid being detected by the unknown great grandmaster. Zhang Fuxing did not employ spiritual thoughts. Acting just like an ordinary high-refined martial artist, he continued to scan with his gaze. Even without using divine thoughts and divine realm, he still held millennial position, superiority over great grandmasters. Perceived it. It's not just one divine realm. It's four. Four great grandmasters' divine realms simultaneously encapsulate here. Beneath the tranquility, for great grandmasters are vying for something? Zhang Fuxing thought incessantly. Are they vying to kill these researchers to claim the bounty issued by the ancestor? Zhang Fuxing thought silently, grabbing Zhang Xiaoxi's hand, moving to the old lady's side, and placing his hand on the back of her neck. Lu Chuanrui was about to scold, but was shot a fierce glare by the old lady, silencing him immediately. Zhang Fuxing spoke humbly but silently, sensed the tumultuous, clashing spiritual thoughts beneath the shadows, invisible to the naked eye. The millennial position allowed him to sense without using divine thoughts. Just like previously, without using divine thoughts, simply tapping the air caused 3 martial arts masters to die inexplicably. With the millennial position's blessing, his very existence was already a part of his own divine realm. Zhang Fuxing's eyes were profound, pondering quietly. But that won't do. It must make a big splash. He wanted the attention of half of Chongyang City to focus on this hotel. Zhang Fuxing, with one hand on the old lady's cervical spine and the other holding the nervous younger cousin, said in a low voice. The researchers looked dumbfounded, charged the full-length window. They instinctively glanced outside. Here on the 32nd floor, 100 meters high, the old lady barked softly. The researchers nodded nervously. Zhang Fuxing led Elder Yu and Zhang Xiaoxi in a sudden charge towards the full-length window, followed by the researchers gritting their teeth. Even Lu Chuanrui at this moment was no exception. The full-length window shattered. More than 10 people plummeted rapidly towards the ground. The dead silence abruptly vanished, and the world became noisy again. The four clashing spiritual wills erupted suddenly. The entire 32nd floor, under the terrifying pull of spiritual thoughts, crumbled with a crash. At this moment, on the 33rd floor, the immortal impression left by Zhang Fuxing slightly twisted. An elderly person appeared out of thin air. Chapter 163, 135. In the name of the celestial venerate. Chapter 163. Chapter 135. In the name of the celestial venerate, downstairs at the hotel. Higaozhua sneered and spoke. Lu Yuan looked at him inexplicably. Higaozhua was stunned for a moment. Unexpected? What unexpected event? His thoughts turned, and he immediately understood. Unexpected event? What Vice Director Zhang said is probably about me coming to hold you accountable, right? This is the 3rd district. What unexpected could occur? He hadn't finished speaking. The glass upstairs was shattered. More than 10 figures rapidly fell down, and at the moment those figures fell, the entire floor twisted violently, presenting a bizarre shape. The 32-floor building was in shambles. Lu Yuan and Higaozhua's expressions changed. Internal conflict was one thing, but if Elder Yu really got hurt, they'd be in big trouble. Both of them emitted qi blood smoke, transforming into massive qi blood palm seals to catch and gently place the falling figures on the ground. Zhang Fuxing released his hold on the old lady and the young cousin, exhaling a breath. He had gambled right. He hurriedly spoke. The expressions of the 2 deputy directors and the recently arrived law enforcement teams all changed, while Zhang Fuxing looked solemnly at the twisting, breaking 32nd floor. This high-end hotel naturally had a lot of special materials filled in, which would immediately make a strange noise if scanned by divine thought. Since that's the case, how did at least 4 great grandmasters' divine realms quietly cover the meeting room? It was naturally because the divine realm was twisted and transformed like water, penetrating through the open meeting room door, without touching a trace of the special walls. In this situation, as long as they broke through the floor-to-ceiling windows and jumped out, they would naturally escape the divine realm. After all, those great grandmasters were quietly fighting and colliding, and the divine realm enveloping the meeting room didn't belong to a single individual. So naturally, it couldn't fully control and conceal the senses. However, Zhang Fuxing softly spoke. Lu Yuan and Higaozhua instinctively looked around, their expressions changing simultaneously. The once bustling street was, at some point, emptied. In fact, the street, buildings, everything was collapsing, shrinking into a desolate plain. Divine realm. True divine realm. The pedestrians originally on this street were still present in the wasteland, looking around in confusion, and a few great grandmasters had simultaneously enveloped the entire long street with divine realms. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the old lady, who was a bit pale, and then at the thousands of panicking pedestrians. It's enough. So many people, enough. He raised his head, looking towards the celestial vault. Sure enough, 4 figures rested on the 4 sides of the celestial vault, and the sky around each figure was different. One was in the east, surrounded by a sea of clouds, one in the west, accompanied by lightning flashes. One was in the south, with a clear sky beside them. The last one was in the north, where the celestial vault was filled with continuous rain. Each distinct celestial vault represented a distinct divine realm. The 4 great sects, still in confrontation. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, his expression extremely grim, while Higaozhua, beside him, wasn't any better, in shock. How could be great grandmasters? Where did these great grandmasters come from? The old lady suddenly spoke, her face a bit pale, but not terrified, even acting quite calmly. She spoke softly. Lu Yuan and Higaozhua simultaneously looked at this dignified old lady, not really understanding, while Zhang Fuxing took a deep look at Elder Yu. This old person, although an ordinary person, had indeed a sharp mind, instantly guessing why the 4 great grandmasters in the celestial vault had come. In the celestial vault, the figure in the west spoke lightly. After a pause, that great sect spoke lightly. The woman sitting in the southern celestial vault's divine realm spoke softly. It's better to leave it to me. What? Do you mean the Eastern sect doesn't value rules? 3 gazes simultaneously fell on the figure in the east. The latter was surrounded by a rolling sea of clouds, in which, faintly visible, was a gigantic blood-colored serpent-like dragon. Below, Lu Yuan's voice was dry, his complexion increasingly pale, and there's also Buddhism. Gaojua's legs were trembling, clenching his teeth. He suddenly fell silent. The governor of a subordinate city is usually a martial arts master, whereas the governor of a metropolis is a great grandmaster. But in the celestial vault, there are 4 great grandmasters. Lu Yuan looked at the old lady with a pale face. The old lady remained silent, letting out a gentle sigh. What exactly she was referring to was unknown. Chapter 164, 135. In the name of the celestial venerate. Part 2. Chapter 164. Chapter 135. In the name of the celestial venerate. Part 2. In the sky, 4 figures stood majestically still. The apparitions of their divine realms suddenly collided fiercely, causing the entire wilderness to tremble. Zhang Fuxing watched with great interest. He did not manipulate Zhong Mountain to act. He was waiting for the outside world to notice the changes here, while also learning the methods and techniques of fighting within the divine realm. He possessed a millennium of spiritual accumulation, but lacked corresponding offensive techniques. Now was the perfect time to learn. Under Zhang Fuxing's gaze, above the celestial vault, the 4 divine realms clashed with one another, their strong spiritual wills battling fiercely, with a grandmaster from the pantheon who used the technique of refining illusion into truth, a giant blood python coiled in the sky, and a grandmaster from the Eastern sect whose fingers summoned heavenly thunder, causing the blood python to writhe and struggle. Then there was that female grandmaster from the ancient saint sect of Confucianism, who at this moment was shrouded in golden light, her divine realm steaming, transforming entirely into a huge ancient book that hung high in the air. She spit out words one by one: thunder, wind, fire, electricity. Then the ancient book manifested by the divine realm flipped pages, turning into real thunder, wind, fire, and electricity. None of them were using their full power. None resorted to physical and fleshly divine techniques. All feared causing too much commotion, engaging instead in a purely spiritual battle. But it was precisely because of this that Zhang Fuxing, or rather, Zhong Mountain, had an opportunity to take the stage. Zhang Fuxing lacked sufficient cultivation, even at a very low level, having only uncovered the grand secret of one internal organ. But when it came to spirit, beneath innate, above all great sects, Zhang Fuxing observed the scene of collision in the sky, marveling, learning, truly learning. It's a pity he could only learn the superficial. Speaking of which, could the offensive techniques that his grandmaster plans to teach in a few days involve the slaying methods of divine realms? As his thoughts turned, the 4 grandmasters in the sky vaguely showed signs of victory and defeat. The grandmaster from the ancient saint sect held the advantage, already rising from the clouds, gazed downward, and in Zhang Fuxing's perception, outside the divine realm enveloping this place, someone had already noticed the anomaly. Then, the true man should appear. The world should hear the name of high heaven. Zhang Fuxing briefly closed his eyes. At the same moment, an ancient voice instantly spread through the divine realm woven by the 4 grandmasters, covering the entire long street. The 4 grandmasters turned sideways in alarm. They saw at the edge of the wilderness an old figure had appeared at some unknown time, standing there quietly. That figure slowly stepped forward, foot pressing into the mud of the divine realm with a thud. The divine realm, constructed by the 4 grandmasters, suddenly fell silent. Then, torn asunder, collapsed with a roar, crushed under that single step. Outside world, in the governance building, the governor suddenly turned a curious eye towards the direction of the 3rd district. There, on a certain long street, the top floor of a hotel had shattered into pieces, and on the street, two deputy directors from the public security headquarters, a researcher from Golden City, and various passers-by on the entire street had all fallen into an eerie state of stillness. The governor raised an eyebrow, then withdrew his gaze. No, I saw nothing. There were blatantly multiple divine realm presences there. At least 3 or 4 grandmasters are there. Anyone who interferes would be a fool. Just as this thought arose, the gaze retracted. An old grand voice rose from that long street, spreading and covering 100 kilometers instantly. At this very moment, within the 100-kilometer range, all buildings filled with special materials emitted intense, abnormal sounds and shrieks. Along with the surge of the old grand voice, all buildings filled with special materials from the 1st to the 5th district were emitting these abnormal sounds. These sounds rolled like a tide. These buildings swayed slightly, as if swaying in big waves, creating a magnificent spectacle. This signified that the old grand voice was not a purely real sound. It was divine thought. It was the sound resonating from the vibration of divine thought. The governor's expression changed drastically. This represented at least a millennium of spiritual accumulation. Millennia of accumulation, the great limit threshold, which only the innate people can breach. The governor looked towards that long street in shock, along with many gazes from all around the city, turned towards that street. The stagnated long street twisted with a roar, as if the divine realm shrouding there shattered and vanished. 5 figures appeared in the sky from thin air, for figures sat facing each other, all staring at another phantom-like old silhouette. The old man had shattered the divine realm of the 4 grandmasters with a single step. He was quite ethereal, clearly just a spiritual projection, yet stood quietly in the void, with no one daring to underestimate him. But who is he? Many minds conjured this thought. At this moment, the elderly man lifted his gaze, staring at the 4 grandmasters from different sects with a solemn look. He descended a step in the void. A golden lotus flower blossomed beneath his foot. The old man sighed lightly, and on the entire long street, withered trees suddenly seemed to meet spring, old leaves falling, new ones growing. Then in an instant, the new leaves turned yellow, as if autumn had arrived. No, it's not just this street. 1 street, 2 streets, 10 streets. With the old man's sigh over the human world, 100 streets within 100 miles saw autumn winds rise, leaves falling to the golden sky. Zhang Fuxing's face turned slightly pale, but he forced the blood to surge, and the pallid face turned rosy again, looking no different from an ordinary person. Chapter 165, 135. In the name of the celestial venerate. Chapter 165. Chapter 135. In the name of the celestial venerate. The name of high heaven has finally surfaced openly. Paying some price to create a grand spectacle seems inevitable. With just spiritual thoughts alone, I am far from being a match for a grandmaster. Truly engaging in combat would immediately expose me. Yet, dare they make a move? Zhang Fuxing's face revealed an imperceptible smile, which vanished instantly as he quietly sank his thoughts into the 8 sceneries palace, then sat solemnly upon the meditation mat. Thereafter, he resumed control over the shadow formed by that imprint, assuming an infinitely high position. Yet why? The meditation mat felt somewhat uncomfortable today. The thought passed, and at this moment on the street, the elderly one raised his eyelids. Immortal Tao rhyme flowed between his skin textures, and the 4 grandmasters looking toward him unconsciously felt a sense of insignificance. Not that they had become insignificant, but the elder was simply too high. Above the celestial vault, the elder took his second step forward. Underfoot still blossomed a golden lotus, and the autumn landscape for 100 miles turned to winter. The elder smiled as he spoke to the 4 grandmasters, and snow began to fall from the sky. Indeed, snow began to fall. August snow fell. Half the city died white with frost. The grandmaster from the Pantheon, surrounded by twisted light and shadow, cried out loudly, Trembling, the elder gazed at him indifferently and sighed. What sins were committed by this Grand Master? Zhang Fuxing didn't know, but he would imagine, and so would others imagine. A spiritual sea rose behind the elder, pointing at the Grand Master. Gentle exclamation. Within the ancestral acupoint of Zhang Fuxing's brow, the divine realm churned as he painstakingly communicated with the external world, at the cost of exhausting his heart power, yet achieved true success, causing a purple thunderbolt to strike from the snowy sky. He quietly maneuvered the 5 thunders technique, urging the divine thunder of heaven and earth Ghost God Society's 5 thunders, specifically tasked with annihilation and execution of unrighteous deities. The descending purple thunderbolt carried a majestic aura. Although the Grand Master could easily evade, he dare not. Struck by the thunder's light, he let out a mournful cry. Though his body wasn't severely harmed, the blood-red giant serpent that was refined from illusion into truth by the divine realm behind him roiled and twisted violently, falling apart. The Grand Master coughed up boiling golden blood, dared not move, and prostrated himself before the heavens, amidst the falling snowflakes. The elder clasped his hands behind his back, calmly gazed at him, and lightly sighed. He lifted his head, staring at the celestial vault, suddenly questioning. Initially, heaven and earth were silent. Then thunder rumbled with lightning crashing, resounding endlessly in this city, across 1,000 cities in 10,000 cities, as if the heavens were roaring at the ethereal elder. Furious, menacing, the elder merely sighed. The enraged heavens suddenly silenced. Like a kitten deflated after a hiss, amidst gentle winds and light clouds, carrying a hint of grievance. Within the Taoist palace, Zhang Fuxing expressionlessly cast aside a person newly refined from illusion into reality. This technique used to tease the heaven and earth. Indeed, it worked every time. He couldn't help but scratch his aching rear. What's wrong with the meditation mat today? Why does it feel like it sprouted spikes? Chapter 166, 136. He doesn't care. Chapter 166, Chapter 136. He doesn't care. The thunder tides rolled away, the echoes still reverberating above Chongyang. Yuan Feidao stood atop a tall building, gazing at the illusory figure in the distance, sipping a mouthful of tea. He squinted slightly, his expression somewhat grave. Since when did such a figure appear in the Golden Province? The old man was certain. Such a one who can ask the heavens above. No, such a one who can ask the heavens. How could he merely be in the innate realm? To ask the heavens, even an ordinary deity finds it difficult. The teacup in Yuan Feidao's hand twisted, turning into a wisp of thin mist flowing between his fingers. The snow falling from the sky turned to rain before it could approach, then evaporated into mist. The mist was hazy. At this moment, in the sky, the illusory figure stepped on the wind. The heavy snow fell, passing through his body, not staining it white. The illusory figure seemed to look up at the sky, but under the gaze of many sights, it seemed as if he was looking down on them. This is very contradictory, very clashing, but so real. This old man seemed so extraordinarily high. Higher than the vast earth, higher than the boundless heavens. A legislator gripped the tiger head staff tightly. Innate and great sects were shaken and fell into a daze. The illusory figure sighed softly, as if in lament, as if uninterested, as if like this sudden snowfall. He did not continue to reprimand those offending great sects, just like an adult would not concern themselves with tiny ants on the ground. The illusory figure only walked toward the heavens above, each step ascending and becoming more ethereal, thus taking 3 steps. Each step treaded upon a roiling, steaming sea of spirit. He vanished. Only the snow kept falling. Grandmasters bowed their heads and fled. The vast Chongyang city fell silent again and again. The lingering, echoing sigh scattered away. This city, that city, above the high heaven, celestial venerate. These 2 words, like a blizzard, spread to 6 other major cities, reached the ears of various sects, blew over to Golden City. Waiting area. Hu Zhongli's eyes gleamed as he viewed the video footage spreading from Chongyang City. 100 miles with each step through spring, summer, autumn, winter, asking the heavens above, the heavens weeping. It is the celestial venerate's attendant. Hu Zhongli murmured, repeatedly watching multiple classified archive videos. He was somewhat puzzled. Why did the celestial venerate's attendant suddenly become so ostentatious? Hu Zhongli soon got his answer. He pointed to a specific video showing a long street. On the street, a young boy looked up at the sky, his expression blank. A barely perceptible reverence flashed in Zhong Yuniyu's eyes, and he nodded slightly. Hu Zhongli became even more excited. Although he was no longer a golden legislator, it essentially made no difference. His power and influence remained. Naturally, he was more aware of the upheaval in Chongyang, knowing that the 4 great sects were quietly stirring trouble. Which is to say, if the celestial venerate's attendant had not appeared, that boy would likely have died at the hands of the 4 grandmasters. Hu Zhongli stated confidently. He suddenly bowed his head. On another distant end, within another bubble world, the Silent Fury Buddha's son also saw the images of the Chongyang upheaval. He bowed his head and whispered, asking the heavens above, this was just a wisp of will of that true man high heaven. O high heaven. The Buddha's son turned to an elderly man. What I told you, the great power of heaven interchangeable Tao, comes from the mouth of this one who asked the celestial vault. The elderly man struggled to open his eyes, shock appearing on his face. The Silent Fury Buddha's son nodded, pressing his palms together in a salute to the old man. The old man, honored as the walking under God, was silent for a long time. The Buddha's son tried many times to persuade him, but no argument was more powerful than the facts before him. Above the high heaven, infinite celestial venerate, the old man finally believed. He took a deep breath. Indeed, but not a seat above the great high heaven. It's a provisional seat granting you access to heaven interchangeable Tao, the Buddha's son said lightly. The walking under God remained silent for a moment before suddenly becoming melancholy. The Buddha's son shook his head and sighed softly. The old man was puzzled. The Buddha's son replied slowly, the celestial venerate follows his own path. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 167, 136. He doesn't care. Chapter 167, Chapter 136. He doesn't care. He stared at him. One of the rulers of the Mandala lineage in the Golden Province, this walking under God, this elderly man, couldn't speak for a long, long time. He muttered softly. The Buddha's son corrected with a solemn expression. Similar scenes played out across the Golden Province. Suddenly, everyone knew the name of the celestial venerate from high heaven, and everyone wanted to explore, what exactly is that? Who exactly is he? How can he inquire of the heavens? No one knows. At this moment, it is Chongyang, a snow of Chongyang, falling from the setting sun to the rising moon. Public Security Headquarters. Due to today's attack, Elder Yu and the researchers temporarily moved to reside in the governance building, even though it still couldn't stop the assaults of several great sects. But only because of today's incident, the great sects are probably all anxious. No one came. Interrogation room. Zhang Fuxing sat alone on a chair, his eyelids slightly lowered. A wave of fatigue surged over him like a tide. A word called 100 miles bloom and fade. This is still all right. Achieving this through a millennial position is not too difficult. But then, calling for 100 miles of snow to fall? In essence, this is Zhang Fuxing imagining a snowfall in the divine realm, then using that snowfall to refine illusion into truth. Such consumption is not ordinary. For this brief performance, he was almost exhausted. It's a pity. I should have let Zhong Mountain linger a bit longer to display more. Zhang Fuxing mused to himself, coming and going quickly, leaving only a few sparse words, which might not be a bad thing. The more mysterious, the stronger, the more fearful, and the more to be revered. Of course, It wasn't that he planned from the beginning to have Zhong Mountain appear, ask the heavens, and then leave. It was just that a trace of heaviness flashed in Zhang Fuxing's eyes. It was just that, at that moment, his innate spiritual sense had already begun frantically warning him. There was not just one presence of the innate realm in the city. There were not just one innate people eager to move. Moreover, before Zhong Mountain faded into the heavens, Zhang Fuxing finally sensed that there was a terrifying will and gaze, coming from afar, piercing through layer upon layer of bubbles. An unbelievable being, an unbelievable existence, even giving him a sense of danger higher than the earthly vessel of the god of plague. Who was it? The governor? He didn't know. But luckily, it was just a strand of will, which could dissipate at any time. Lost in thought, squeak, the interrogation room door opened, and 2 law enforcement officers came in. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, just about to stand up. Thud! The law enforcement officers cuffed him with a specially designed handcuff, connecting it to a ring on the table. Zhang Fuxing's expression did not change. He said indifferently. One of the law enforcement officers looked at Zhang Fuxing and lowered his head. The two exchanged a glance and continued. In the attack incident this afternoon, based on the report from the Research Institute's assistant, Mr. Zhang Fuxing did not get angry, just shook his wrist, shaking the handcuffs, and said with a half-smile. Zhang Fuxing's smile faded. He gaujua. This old guy never ends, does he? Zhang Fuxing remained expressionless. Aftermath? Having fought with He Gaojua to unknown heights, old Liu would certainly be well aware of all the movements within the public security headquarters. He must also know about what he was facing. Why didn't he show up and resolve it? Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes, quickly understanding. Nothing more. He wanted the conflict between himself and He Gaojua to escalate, and then come out as the good guy and release him. But when would that be? Tomorrow? The day after? Or even the day before the apprenticeship banquet, releasing him at the last minute, making him feel grateful? Old Liu, you really should die too. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes, quietly calculating his odds against Liu Yuan. In direct combat, without using the millennial position and accumulated spiritual strength, it might be 10-0. But in an assassination scenario, it's 3-7. A 30% chance of winning. Too low. Zhang Fuxing frowned slightly. As a martial arts master, each open viscera not only provides another physical divine technique, but also multiplies overall strength. For example, the spleen only breaks 1 shackle, a 10-meter chi blood smoke person. If they've opened 3 viscera in total, the chi blood smoke can still transform into 30 meters. If all 5 viscera are opened, it's 50 meters of chi blood smoke. With all 5 viscera opened, the ability of 1 viscera's secret storage is 5 times that of someone who opened only 1, especially after opening the kidney. Zhang Fuxing murmured in his heart. According to information obtained from the Divine Net, under these circumstances, the excess strength converts to physical strength, namely defense. In other words, a typical martial arts master is a high-attack, low-defense glass cannon, but when all 5 viscera are opened with the kidney secret, the low-defense shortcoming is eliminated. Zhang Fuxing's mind turned over. If he engaged He Gaojua in direct combat, there would be at least a 20% chance of winning. But in an assassination, he had over a 90% chance of success. That guy, too fragile. Pure glass cannon. As thoughts raced by, the interrogation room door was opened again, and his assistant Lin Changle was brought in, handcuffed beside him. The young girl looked lost. The 2 law enforcement officers sat opposite. The lead law enforcement captain took a careful look at Vice Director Zhang and pondered. A clear voice echoed in the interrogation room. Zhang Fuxing slowly opened his eyes and stared at the silver handcuffs. He suddenly spoke. Zhang Fuxing looked towards the black one-way glass. Even without using spiritual thoughts, he could sense that 3 people stood behind the glass. The law enforcement captain raised an eyebrow. Before he finished speaking, he saw Vice Director Zhang turn his head and stare at him. A chill exploded in his heart. Zhang Fuxing said, without expression. He exerted a slight force, breaking the handcuffs that could restrain a common 1 viscera master. Under the astonished gaze of the law enforcement captain, the youth walked to the one-way glass. Chapter 168, 137, Killing. The legislator arrives. Chapter 168, Chapter 137, Killing. The legislator arrives on the long street where the incident occurred. Lu Yuan stepped on a thick layer of snow and glanced at the moon in the sky. Lu Yuan kicked a pile of snow on the ground, watching the large, tumbling snowflakes swirl turbulently before settling back down. He spoke slowly. His confidant pondered. Old Lu smiled and said, while speaking, Lu Yuan squatted down, picked up a handful of snow. You can't rush the process of raising a dog. He deftly produced a piece of sausage, and a stray dog trotted over. Lu Yuan did not feed it. His confidant approached and kicked the stray dog, which whimpered and struggled in the snow with its tail between its legs. Lu Yuan stepped forward again, squatted, and gently stroked the stray dog's head, soothing it, and fed it half of the sausage. The dog wagged its tail at him happily, then pressed its body tightly against this middle-aged man, timidly baring its fangs at the confidant. Lu Yuan laughed. The confidant nodded heavily, looked at the snow piled up on the streets, and gently exhaled steam. In the cold interrogation room, Zhang Fuxing stared at the dark glass, exhaled steam onto it, forming a faint mist. He extended a finger and drew a big smiley face in the mist, facing He Gaozhua behind the glass, looking directly at the young man's handsome face. He had no expression. Zhang Fuxing calmly said. He gazed at the smiley face he drew, seeming to see Director He behind the one-way glass. Who's standing next to you? The Deputy Director Wang, in charge of security? And who else? Zhang Fuxing stretched his body, talking to himself to the one-way glass. Old Lu has handled some things improperly. The voice echoed in the interrogation room. The law enforcement officers and the law enforcement captain kept quiet, staring at the broken handcuffs on the young man's hand and swallowing hard. The implicated Lin Changel looked puzzled, not understanding what happened. However, Vice Director Zhang seemed so composed. Clearly the one being interrogated. Why does it feel like he is the master here? It's like extremely confident and assured of victory. Behind the one-way glass, He Gaozhua's face remained expressionless as he stared at the boy through the glass, even though the boy couldn't see him. Beside him, Lu Qianrui raised an eyebrow. He looked displeased, unable to stand someone so brazen, a friend of Zhang Xiaoxi, no less. Even more annoying, He Gaozhua ignored him, simply observing quietly to see what this guy was going to do. He and Lu Qianrui saw the frail-looking boy extend his hand, 2 fingers together, and lightly tap the smiling face still clinging to the evaporating mist. The specially made one-way glass quivered slightly, trembling before the boy tapped again, then a third, a fourth. There's no difference in power or divine techniques between a grandmaster and a great grandmaster. What differentiates them is the spirit realm. Both can destroy a street with one strike, but a great grandmaster, with spiritual perfection, moves as the celestial horse, exerting dominance far over the grandmaster. As for Zhang Fuxing, he is merely a martial arts master, one who has opened a hidden chamber twice. Yet his spirit realm, though not innate, though not having broken the limit, surpasses even a great grandmaster by a notch. At this moment, under the finely controlled power, with each gentle tap, each layer of true intent force soaked into the glass, not only vibrating the one-way glass. Under the waves of power accumulation, the entire interrogation room started to resonate. Not just the interrogation room. Lu Qianrui swallowed hard, lowered his head, and stared at the faintly trembling ground. Inside the interrogation room, that frail boy kept tapping once again and again. Inside the interrogation room, outside the interrogation room, the floor, the walls, the ceiling, even the light bulbs were vibrating at the same frequency. He, Gaozhua's face, gave nothing away, yet his slightly contracting pupils betrayed him. This fellow, on the other side of the one-way glass, the boy suddenly withdrew his hand. He gazed at the faded, smiley face, opened his mouth, and exhaled a breath again, The vapor struck the quivering glass, but didn't adhere to form mist. Chapter 169, 137, Killing. The legislator arrives. Chapter 169. Chapter 137. Killing. The legislator arrives, it scattered into the air. Zhang Fuxing smiled with satisfaction. Under the gaze of 5 pairs of eyes, both inside and outside, he clicked his thumb against the nail of his middle finger, aimed at the trembling glass, and flicked his finger. The monitoring equipment in the interrogation room suddenly exploded, and every piece of equipment outside the room shattered without exception under the high-frequency vibrations, and the entire one-way glass collapsed with a bang. Face to face, He Gaozhua glared coldly at the frail-looking youth, a bead of sweat quietly seeping from his forehead, while Lu Qun, Lin Changel, along with 2 law enforcement officers and the law enforcement captain, didn't dare to breathe heavily. Zhang Fuxing looked at He Gaozhua and said calmly, "Old Lu's handling of this matter was somewhat underhanded." He shook his head slightly. To be honest, Zhang Fuxing didn't really have any ill feelings toward He Gaozhua, because they were on opposing sides to begin with, but toward Lu Yuan, since he even resorted to such ridiculous and childish means. Zhang Fuxing stared into He Gaozhua's eyes. "I plan to be vice director." He Gaozhua squinted his eyes, instantly understanding the meaning behind Zhang Fuxing's words. This person was by no means simple. Not just the devious power from earlier, but also the supernatural control of power now. Just that. He Gaozhua was still a bit hesitant. Zhang Fuxing smiled, cheerily saying the youth slightly raised his eyes, and the glass shards on the ground trembled slightly. Then, under the terrified gaze of everyone, these glass shards actually floated up out of thin air, hovering behind the youth. The glass shards collided into powder behind him. The powder then reassembled, forming a thin glass ring, the ring reflecting the light to cast a faint arc of light over the youth. As the words fell, the hovering glass ring slowly descended, silently collapsing into dust, scattering all around. He Gaozhua's throat gulped once. He reached out his hand. Zhang Fuxing also reached out. The two exchanged a light handshake. As the words fell, the dust on the ground condensed once again into a transparent glass spike, aiming directly at Lu Qianrui. Lu Qianrui, frozen where he stood, suddenly snapped awake, his legs trembling as he stumbled towards the door. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The door was just in front of him, his hand already on the handle. Just a twist, just a push, and he could leave this absolutely soundproof room, and the eyes outside would see him. Then he could. The glass spike pierced into his heart, then disintegrated once more into clouds of dust, flowing throughout his body along the blood vessels. Lu Qianrui collapsed to the ground, leaning against the door, blood gushing from his mouth uncontrollably, as he looked in despair at the youth standing there calmly. "How dare he? How dare he? I am an assistant expert at the Research Institute." Lu Qianrui suddenly understood. In the end, this is a world where power resides within oneself. With status, but lacking corresponding power, one is merely a plaything. Lu Qianrui's vision blurred, became fuzzy, and then completely darkened, his head slumping over. This was a contract handed over by Zhang Fuxing. He Gaozhua sighed, reached out his hand directed at the 2 dumbfounded law enforcement officers and the law enforcement captain. Their heads exploded with a bang under the tangible pressure of qi and blood. Blood splattered onto Lin Changel's face, who wanted to scream but was rendered mute by immense terror. Only 3 heartbeats remained at the scene. He Gaozhua also presented his contract, or rather his pledge. "Changel is your person," Zhang Fuxing said placidly. He Gaozhua nodded slightly, looking at the muted young girl. Lin Changel nodded shakily, pale as a ghost, looking at the commander and the assistant commissioner as if they were devils. He Gaozhua nodded. A chi blood palm seal appeared, blasting through the other side of the wall with a roar. "Attack! Attack!" The vice director and the assistant commissioner exchanged a glance. The whole public security headquarters was in chaos. The next morning, Lu Yuan still returned to handle the mess. The public security headquarters had been attacked. An assistant expert at the Source Point Research Institute was brutally killed. He, as the deputy chief responsible for criminal cases, couldn't shirk responsibility. After exchanging curses with He Gaozhua, he rescued Zhang Fuxing from the interrogation room. Zhang Fuxing responded with a smile. After old Lu left, in the empty room, Zhang Fuxing slowly sat down. Chen Xiuxing, the eldest disciple of Yuan Feidao, his senior master, also one of the authorities in the Chongyang military department, was already in a high position. With a single order, he could mobilize at least a dozen aerospace ships. Zhang Fuxing's face showed an amused expression. Pausing, he shrugged. He Gaozhua pondered only for a few seconds, then nodded readily in agreement. This youth with divine realm perfection, with limitless future potential, choosing to work with him, meant Lu Yuan was nothing. In this context, weakening the other ally, Wang Tianlong, even slightly, is a good thing. He Gaozhua frankly asked. Zhang Fuxing didn't hide it either. He Gaozhua nodded calmly, without a shred of displeasure. He saw it clearly. In his 20s, a martial arts master, with divine realm perfection. Once a realm-breaking grandmaster, he could instantly achieve the great sect status. With such talent, becoming a realm-breaking grandmaster, with enough resources, would take at most 10 years. By then, he would be a grandmaster in his 30s. Besides, for such a person, not to mention the public security headquarters, even all of Chongyang City wouldn't contain him for long. He is almost destined to reach the innate realm. Such a person, how could he ever be an obstacle? He would move far and fast. I'll help you get there, He Gaozhua replied decisively. Only then did a smile spread across Zhang Fuxing's face. He turned his head, gazing out at the infinite celestial vault, smiling. He got up and left. In the next 2 days, nothing particularly notable happened, and Chongyang City, under martial law, gradually relaxed. August 7th afternoon, on the eve of the apprenticeship banquet, Zhang Fuxing, invited by Elder Yu, received an invitation for a small gathering that evening at the governance building. He did not rush over. As dusk fell, a phantom figure known as True Man quietly moved within the night. At the same moment, an aerospace ship landed outside Chongyang City. Hu Zhongli sat within. Chapter 170-138 Layered Deals, Rapid Advancement, Savage Wilderness. Chapter 170. Chapter 138 Layered Deals, Rapid Advancement, Savage Wilderness. Hong Tianbao coughed slightly. It seemed that ever since the Jiangzhou incident, the flesh plague within his body was becoming more active, as if about to consume him completely. Suffering, torment, pain beyond endurance. But he did not want to die, at least not now. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Hong Tianbao dragged his weary body to the door, and suddenly his pupils contracted. In his divine thought perception, outside the door was empty. In that knocking sound, it wasn't a real physical collision. The sound resonated within the mind. Hong Tianbao's body suddenly tensed up. Chen Xiuxian? Or Chen Daoling? He reached out and lightly tapped different parts of his body, silently releasing some hidden confinements. Turning the door handle, he opened the door. Outside the door, there was an old man. Hong Tianbao stood tense, staring at the old man, certain he looked familiar, but unable to recall where they had met. The old man said calmly, "True man, above high heaven, on Tianbao es brisé d'une lealtad." It was him, the one who, on that day, with one step flowers bloomed and fell, with a sigh snow drifted for miles, and asked the mysterious heavens above. Hong Tianbao's body suddenly relaxed. Such a person, regardless of their purpose, was beyond his ability to resist. He stepped aside and gestured with a hand. Zhong Mountain walked into the room, step by step. Substantial spiritual ripples spread from under his feet, swiftly covering the entire room. The room transformed into ethereal clouds. Hong Tianbao swallowed, looking around the sea of clouds. Above was a Taoist palace that could be seen, but was impossible to see, as if existing outside of thought and perception. At first glance, the Taoist palace was clearly right before his eyes, yet he couldn't retain even a hint of its image in his mind. Remembering this moment, moving his gaze away, he immediately forgot it. Thoughts, ideas, notions couldn't encompass it within. Hong Tianbao felt horror, then looked down, seeing a flowing liquid aurora that covered everything on the ground. All that could be seen was aurora, nothing else. Is this? He spoke uncertainly. Zhong Mountain, or rather, the spiritual imprint coiled in the clouds, quietly watched Hong Tianbao. Speaking softly, he pointed above his head. Hong Tianbao looked up, saw the Taoist palace, and once again the memory of the Taoist palace emerged. Chilling to the bone, he heard the mysterious true man continue. Zhong Mountain fixed his gaze on the older man. A blessing for every price. This was a rule set early on, unchanged for anyone. Not even parents, a blessing for every price must hold true. Of course, the magnitude of the price is determined by one's heart. Hong Tianbao struggled to move his gaze away from the Taoist palace beyond the limits of thought, once again forgetting the Taoist palace, or one might say it never existed in his mind at all. Gazing at the old man before him, Hong Tianbao felt both amazed and delighted. He lowered his head and asked. The true man calmly said. Hong Tianbao's expression changed. These things can be the price? These things can be given? He was shocked but not skeptical. To be above the heavens, no ability is surprising. Cultivation? Lifespan? No, not those. Hong Tianbao closed his eyes. His lifespan was already limited. As for cultivation, if he lost it, what difference would curing or not curing this flesh plague make? He asked seriously. Hong Tianbao was startled. Even the 8 forms of form and spirit were known? He quickly pondered, took a deep breath. Zhong Mountain nodded, outlining light and shadow, emitting a solemn yet grand voice. The old man nodded, smiling. Hong Tianbao felt dazed, sensing the stubborn flesh plague within disappear quietly, vanish without a trace. But at the same time, his memory of the 8 forms of form and spirit was rapidly fading, until completely gone. I truly no longer know the 8 forms of form and spirit. Life, light, phase, new death appearance, giant form, blood painting form, up to ancient tomb form. All forgotten. Yet the dead man's bone formed from the life-light phase remained. Hong Tianbao felt his decaying body fill with vitality bit by bit, sensing his lost strength returning from the ethereal bit by bit. He became a grandmaster once again. Every moment, every second, his body grew stronger and recovered. Raising his eyelids again, the mysterious true man's figure was gone, back in his own room. A faint phrase lingered in the air. The voice dissipated too. Hong Tianbao stood dumbfounded, feeling his gradually thriving body, pondering the words heavenly path, human path, and legacy. He muttered to himself, legacy? Hong Tianbao thought of his young disciple, a smile appearing on his face, murmuring. Chapter 171, 138, Layered Deals, Explosive Progress, Savage Calamity. Chapter 171. Chapter 138. Layered Deals, Explosive Progress, Savage Calamity. He gazed at his gradually reddening palm, comprehending the power that had been lost and regained. As your teacher, I'm not old yet. The chubby elderly man beamed even more brightly. Not only here. The phantom of the true man wandered under the night sky like a ghost. He wandered aimlessly, every act of his being a blessing. Whomever received the blessing was entirely a matter of fate. A gravely ill, dying little beggar traded 30 years of life to be completely cured of his ailment. There was an elder with white hair and a life filled with hardships who traded 60 years of spiritual cultivation that amounted to nothing for another 30 years of life. Then there was one with astonishing enlightenment who had been stagnant for years, who did not hesitate to exchange the 9 gates limit-breaking technique for 60 years of spiritual cultivation, ultimately breaking through the barrier of life and death, achieving the illusory divine realm in one day, and entering the rank of Grandmaster, until all the Star Beast meat was exhausted. The true man ceased to walk the night. At this moment, in the 7th district, at home, Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes, actively dispelled the distant illusionary thoughts, and then exhaled a breath of turbid air. To be honest, for someone like him now, trades with these ordinary people yielded some gains, but not significant ones. He was already a martial arts master, unless he could directly purchase the cultivation realm of a grandmaster. But how could they so readily sell it? Even a grandmaster nearing the end of their life. A grandmaster possessed their own indomitable spirit. Of course, the main reason is that anyone who reached the rank of grandmaster had made countless enemies. Gaining life at the cost of losing cultivation could only lead to a more disastrous end. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. He was not trading for these small gains. He desired to make the name of High Heaven even more renowned. So in none of tonight's trades did he take away the memories of those he traded with. Zhang Fuxing smiled, his gaze bright and piercing, looking at a wooden box before him. This was quietly sent by Zhou Muniu's people, containing the qi and blood marvelous medicine. He and Hu Zhongli could not come personally because many eyes were on them. More importantly, they had no reason to recognize him yet. Zhang Fuxing spoke to himself, having arranged everything. By tomorrow, both the current Golden Legislator and the former Golden Legislator would attend a master-acknowledging feast. Naturally, they would then recognize him as a brilliant and promising young man. Afterward, many affairs could then proceed smoothly. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the invitation card, not rushing to the governance building to attend Elder Yu's invitation, as he silently tallied the gains from several trades tonight. The other 4 aspects of the 8 forms of form and spirit, blood painting, decaying, beast devouring, and ancient tomb, gained from 2 people a total of 9 limit-breaking level fist and foot techniques, a total of 120 years of life, 160 years of cultivation time, 50 years of spiritual cultivation. Of course, there are also some strange and peculiar diseases, the flesh plague, terminal cancer, congenital failure syndrome. These, in some sense, could also be considered gains, but of what use? It is hard to say at the moment. Zhang Fuxing couldn't help but laugh, taking a deep breath and solemnly swallowing that qi and blood marvelous medicine. Instantly, a vast amount of mysterious matter erupted, his innate ability to devour all things activated, perfectly storing all mysterious matter in his body. Accompanied by an abundant vitality, his own power was surging explosively. 10,000 pounds, 30,000 pounds, 50,000 pounds. Normally, this immense vitality could only strengthen the source of life, yet it was perfectly absorbed by Zhang Fuxing, converting into strength through his ability to devour all things. 120,000 pounds. His own strength surged by 120,000 pounds, which would require him to eat 1,000 pounds of meat per day for 120 days. And this was just the beginning. The vast mysterious matter pierced into the spleen. The 3rd secret was instantly unearthed. His own qi blood smoke transformed from 30 meters to 50 meters, meaning that, in pure qi blood smoke, Zhang Fuxing could even rival a top master who had only broken 1 shackle but opened 5 viscera. And it was still just the beginning. The qi and blood marvelous medicine unearthed the spleen's secret almost as an aside. Its true use was to elevate the qi and blood. Zhang Fuxing could feel that under a single viscus, where at most it could surge to 50 meters, it became denser. The substantive qi and blood hovered around him, transforming into the sun, thunderclouds, and other phenomena along with his thoughts. Finally, the qi and blood expanded once again to double. Zhang Fuxing was thrilled, taking out 2 more portions of wood attribute medicine and swallowing them in one gulp. The wood attribute medicine entered his constitution. The vitality was immediately absorbed. Strength surged again. On the liver, the first lock was finally broken. His liver trembled. A secret was unearthed. His body emitted a pure, flawless glow, and gazing up, he could see scenery and objects over 100 kilometers away. Moreover, he could emit divine radiance that could instantly destroy a towering building at sight. With the support of the two viscera, the chi blood smoke doubled once more. Chapter 172, 138. Complex Deals, Soaring Breakthroughs, Savage Behemoth. Chapter 172, Chapter 138. Complex Deals, Soaring Breakthroughs, Savage Behemoth. Zhang Fuxing felt his whole body was unobstructed, with his liver undergoing a major secret transformation, and his body began to evolve toward a state of pure glaze, vermilion gene. This means, even without using the giant form, even without releasing the 18-foot true body, Zhang Fuxing's strength alone still exceeded the martial arts master's limit. 1,400,000 gene, 700 tons of force. Zhang Fuxing's face showed a sinister smile. Zhang Fuxing licked his lips. That Gai Wang Tianlong surely broke open the 5-viscera gate with 3 shackles. He is too strong to be my opponent. But Lu Yuan should be enough. He did not use those lifespans and cultivation times, which currently offer little improvement to him, and the 8 forms of form and spirit were not yet touched. That thing, once you start integrating, is not something that can be completed in a few breaths. Silently incorporating the 9 gates, limit-breaking level fist and foot techniques, martial techniques into his body. Although they are lower and middle-grade martial techniques, at best, they can only produce true intent at the level of intention and chi integration. But the quantitative change is enough to trigger qualitative change. Iron Sandpalm, True Iron Body, Illusionary Steps, Black Tiger Fist, Blazing Fire Finger. Also, Golden Lion Roar. 9 limit-breaking martial techniques represent 9 different true intents. Simply the amount of true intent force within him has startlingly reached 12 kinds. Various true intents collide and merge within. In the case of 9 gates, limit-breaking martial techniques uniting with his body, seeming as if countless years have been spent honing these techniques. The palms are slightly blackened. Iron-hued brilliance flows between the skin. When walking, it seems to have the power to confuse the spirit. Between his fists and palms, there vaguely reflect shadowy scenes of black tiger charging, mountains being torn apart, and giant steels shaking the earth. The 12-door true intents faintly show a trend of merging. Upon his body also manifests what was gained from arduous cultivation of these martial techniques. Currently, Zhang Fuxing resembles a genuine beast of the wilderness. How? He did not know. Zhang Fuxing slowly stood up, suppressing the surging power within his body like a volcano about to erupt, and quietly opened the door. His mother glared. Dressed all neatly, Zhang Fuxing smiled and said. Zhang Fuxing walked out the house. In the darkness, Black Eye, who had arrived in Chongyang City long ago, walked over, speaking softly. His expression was slightly serious. In the Western sect, there are 2 factions supporting Chun Xiuxing and Chun Daoling. They have also arrived in Chongyang. Zhang Fuxing chuckled lowly. Vermilion gene of strength lay quietly dormant. He was waiting. They were also waiting. Black Eye looked at the smiling youth in front of him. For no particular reason, his hair stood on end. He felt what he faced was not just a young lad, but more like a humanoid wilderness fierce beast. A brutish great beast. Black Eye unconsciously avoided the youth's gaze, lowering his eyelids, bowing his head. He stepped aside, bowed, and respectfully invited. The young man quietly walked past him. Chapter 173, 139. Ancestor of Land Immortals, greetings to you. Chapter 173. Chapter 139. Ancestor of Land Immortals, greetings to you. The young man walked through the city night, his hands hanging down, brow furrowed, taking steady steps, his coat fluttering gently in the flowing breeze. He suddenly asked. Black Eye was momentarily stunned and shook his head, saying, Black Eye replied as such. Zhang Fuxing continued walking calmly, the street lamp's light stretching his shadow long and far. Black Eye nodded slightly. Zhang Fuxing smiled slightly, his eyelids lowered, concealing his expression. In any case, Black Eye must die. The High Heaven Association and those above will rapidly expand. The only possibility for my true identity to be exposed is through Black Eye. What if one day, Black Eye converses with the top 4 officials? What if they just happen to discuss those above high heaven and mention the infinite celestial venerate? Though the possibility is very small, it certainly isn't zero. Zhang Fuxing turned his head, exchanging a glance with the young man with only one eye, who lowered his head respectfully, but the dense blackness in those eyes flowed silently. Very familiar. Still very familiar. What exactly is Black Eye's characteristic? How can he perceive the Taoist palace beyond thought and imagination, even if it's just a projection of the true 8 Sceneries Palace? Zhang Fuxing turned back and continued walking toward the governance building. Governance building. The lights were bright. Black Eye stayed outside, while Zhang Fuxing entered alone. The governance building had a dedicated banquet hall, and it was bustling with excitement. Elder Yu came over, a smile on his face. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the elderly woman, who then politely excused herself, Zhang Xiaoxi suddenly appeared, dragging Zhang Fuxing to a corner. After instructing him, the troublemaker disappeared into the crowd. Zhang Fuxing hadn't been puzzled for long before he saw Zhang Xiaoxi squeezing back with several large trays. They were filled with exquisite food. "Go ahead and eat," Zhang Xiaoxi sneakily said. Zhang Fuxing couldn't help but laugh. He picked up an octopus he had never seen before, so called because it seemed to have 20 or 30 thin tentacles. Yet, the taste was indeed exceptional. While eating, Zhang Fuxing mumbled. Zhang Xiaoxi's cheeks were bulging like a hamster's. She said Zhang Fuxing was still somewhat puzzled. Through Zhou Muniu's spiritual perception, he had already learned about the Golden Legislator, which was also why he accepted the invitation to attend. Tonight, and with tomorrow's mentorship banquet, 2 meetings would provide reasons for both parties to engage. Zhang Xiaoxi swallowed the food in her mouth, exhaled contentedly, and then said. Zhang Fuxing nodded thoughtfully. The dining hall was still lively with glasses clinking, while the siblings ate heartily in a corner. As they ate and chatted, a young, handsome man approached with a glass of wine, beaming. Zhang Xiaoxi looked at him in confusion. Zhang Fuxing almost spat out the impromptu 3-dozen-limbed octopus in his mouth. The young man was visibly taken aback, but maintained his beaming smile, polite and elegant. He glanced at the girl resembling a hamster and paused for a moment. Zhang Xiaoxi suspiciously. Zhang Tianming still wore a beaming smile, maintaining basic politeness. He pointed to a young man with remarkable grace on the other side of the crowd. Zhang Fuxing took a glance. Gong Dongxiao, what's he doing here? Was he also invited by the master's invitations? Zhang Fuxing was surprised, his pupils suddenly contracting. Beside Kong Dongyan, he noticed a woman who didn't seem very old, perhaps 27 or 28, also exuding a cultured aura. His ears twitched, catching Kong Dongyan addressing her as senior sister. Zhang Fuxing recognized her, the woman whose divine realm transformed into an ancient book among the grandmasters. Back then even, though the 4 grandmasters' appearances were distorted by light and shadow, they couldn't escape the divine thought of Zhong Mountain, naturally making their faces clearly seen. Chapter 174, 139, Ancestor of Land Immortals, Greetings to You. Chapter 174, Chapter 139, Ancestor of Land Immortals, Greetings to You. Amidst his swirling thoughts, he heard Zhang Tianming continue. That one is the junior chief of Golden University for the 3rd years. The lady beside him is a dean at Golden University. As he spoke, Zhang Tianming put down his wine glass and made a gentleman's salute. Zhang Xiaoxi looked confused. Zhang Fuxing, standing nearby, was thoughtful. The son of the Chongyang military commander, the direct descendant of a grandmaster. Why is he so eager to befriend Zhang Xiaoxi? Is it because of the Source Point Research Institute? He rubbed his chin. Zhang Tianming suddenly looked towards him, took out 2 invitations from his pocket, handing one to Zhang Xiaoxi and the other to Zhang Fuxing. He spoke with a sense of pride. Since you're a friend of Miss Zhang, you're also a friend of mine. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the invitation. It had a lot of scribbles, signed with the words Celestial Treasure. Brilliant. It's truly from a master, truly my apprenticeship banquet. He looked at Zhang Tianming, then at the distant grandmaster from the ancient saint sect, suddenly feeling suspicious. Master, who exactly did you invite? How many of Master's old acquaintances are there? Zhang Fuxing began to wonder. It's just an apprenticeship feast, but what has Master turned it into? Thoughts swirling, a smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Tianming smiled and nodded to the still-dazed Zhang Xiaoxi, then gracefully retreated with his wine glass. Zhang Fuxing glanced around the banquet hall and noticed that there were many similar scenes. Each researcher had a nobleman or lady by their side, also offering invitations. Ah, the invitations to my apprenticeship banquet. That feeling was a bit strange. Zhang Xiaoxi looked through the invitation and clicked her tongue in wonder. I actually heard Schwim mention it this afternoon. She shook her head, playfully poked Zhang Fuxing's arm with a cheerful grin. Zhang Fuxing glanced sideways at her. Zhang Xiaoxi glared and rolled up her sleeves, looking like she was about to pounce up, but was easily pushed down by a single finger on her forehead from Zhang Fuxing. He chuckled. Remember, things aren't the same now. Want to lay a finger on me? Zhang Xiaoxi struggled desperately, but couldn't overcome that single finger and immediately lost her energy. She murmured with a grumble. As the banquet neared its end, it was odd that guests kept arriving. Zhang Fuxing leaned against a corner, eating lots with Zhang Xiaoxi, while observing the scenes at the banquet. In the center of the crowd, Hu Zhongli and Zhou Muniu were surrounded by people. Elder Yu and the governor were among them. A little farther out, he could see the other two grandmasters who participated in the attack 2 days ago, one from the Eastern sect and the other from the Mandala lineage. The Pantheon one wasn't seen. So, where's the master's ancestor? Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, feeling that things were a bit strange. This banquet came out of nowhere. It was said to welcome Hu Zhongli and Golden Legislator Zhou Muniu. But do you really need to invite so many people? Just from what he could see, Zhang Fuxing was sure that the cultists in this banquet hall weren't few. As he scanned around, an old figure appeared next to him out of nowhere. Zhang Fuxing turned his eyes sharply to see a radiant old man with a faint smiling face, looking kindly. Asked Zhang Xiaoxi as she munched on food, muffled. The old man casually said, pulling a chair to sit beside Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, obviously directed at him. This old man knows him, is it? The master's ancestor? The master's ancestor Yuan Fei Dao. His information is not public on the Divine Net. Almost nothing is in the records of the public security headquarters, nor are there any photos. The other party didn't give him any creepy, dangerous vibe, but it's probably the master's ancestor. With thoughts racing through, the old man extended his wine glass, and Zhang Fuxing clinked glasses with him instinctively. The old man smiled slightly and gently asked. Zhang Fuxing pondered, not knowing what exactly this master's ancestor intended. But no matter what, that's not something until the trial on February 9th next year. Before then, showing talent might be a good choice. He quietly replied. Beside him, Zhang Xiaoxi looked up confused. Two viscera? What is two viscera? We're chains. She continued to bury her head in food. The old man showed a look of surprise. Is that so? He spoke lightly. Zhang Fuxing nodded. He had confidence in his current root bone. The old man's hand was placed on his wrist. Zhang Fuxing quietly observed himself as skeleton, concealing things he didn't want to reveal, combining with his current millennial position, and with the contract suppressed within his brow's ancestral acupoint. His body hid the great power of true intent and concealed abnormalities within very well. He was confident that even if this was the master's ancestor who was trying to ascend to God, he wouldn't perceive his true foundation. The old man whispered in amazement. Zhang Fuxing modestly responded. The old man smiled, but strangely, after checking Zhang Fuxing's root bone, his fingers remained on his wrist. Zhang Fuxing found it odd. What was this master's ancestor doing? Just as the thought emerged. As this grand banquet was reaching its end, the last guest arrived fashionably late. Looking up to see, it was another very elderly man who carried a unique aura of majesty. Someone laughed heartily. Old Mr. It was the governor, smiling as he approached. The governor escorted old Mr. Yuan back to the center of the banquet, where they chatted with the golden legislator, Zhang Fuxing. He instinctively looked at the old man next to him. The latter suddenly let go of the grip on Zhang Fuxing's wrist. With a slight, excited smile, softly said, he leaned in, whispered next to Zhang Fuxing's ear. Chapter 175, 140. Borrowing Power and Influence, Trapped in a Bind. Chapter 175, Chapter 140. Borrowing Power and Influence, Trapped in a Bind. A subtle, thread-like voice drilled into Zhang Fuxing's ears. A chill exploded from his tailbone, surging through his entire body in an instant. He suddenly looked at the elder, who was also smiling at him. They exchanged glances. The elder raised his wine glass, gazing at Zhang Fuxing as if looking at a lamb about to be slaughtered. He spoke elegantly. The elder drained the crimson wine in his glass, set the glass down, and faced Zhang Fuxing, backing out of the banquet hall step by step. Not only him. Zhang Fuxing saw, among the crowd, one person after another, those either exchanging toasts or placing a hand on someone's wrist like the elder, suddenly stopped their actions, as if receiving some news, as if getting some order. They all looked at him in unison, giving him a slight smile, and then exited the banquet hall one by one. The chill enveloped Zhang Fuxing, ancestor of land immortals, the one clandestinely holding the celestial position in the Five Mansions Temple, is their follower, it seems. Ever since he provoked and startled them that day, they started madly searching for him. Zhang Xiaoxi's curious voice came. Zhang Fuxing snapped back to reality, and the sweat seeping from his forehead evaporated as he exhaled. That's what he said. But Zhang Fuxing's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He quickly calmed down, his thoughts silently descending into Zhou Muniu's body to communicate on a spiritual level, making arrangements. If any change occurs, he would have them bring old Hu immediately. Before it was done, Zhang Fuxing watched Zhang Xiaoxi return to eating and drinking, silently making a phone call. On the other end, Lin Changle tensed up. After hanging up, Zhang Fuxing sat back down, absent-mindedly accompanying Zhang Xiaoxi in eating and drinking, while sinking his thoughts into the divine realm. In the divine realm, 54 souls continued to worship for hundreds of years, numb, stiff, devout. The six-ding divine fire above, like a burst of radiant light, obscured everything. Not knowing whether it was an illusion, Zhang Fuxing felt that the divine image worshipped incessantly by the dozens of souls seemed to have gained some more spiritual light. He had no time or inclination to study it further. His thoughts moved into the Five Mansions Temple, passing by walking garments, passing by hanging buckets, entering the main hall. In the main hall, the incense smoke curled up. A Tao scripture was still there. The Tao scripture was on the last page, writing a slash and a dot. They say, Zhang Fuxing stared at the Tao scripture, his expression as dark as an abyss. The characters continued to emerge one by one. I will get the answer. The writing ceased there. Zhang Fuxing silently gazed. His thoughts silently retreated from the divine realm, returning to his true self. He raised his eyelids. The banquet was nearing its end. Guests were gradually leaving, and the governor was inviting the golden legislator upstairs. Zhang Taming walked over, smiled, nodded slightly at Zhang Fuxing, then departed. Zhang Xiaoxi patted his round belly. Seeing the guests almost all gone, Zhang Fuxing stood up with a solemn face. Zhang Xiaoxi responded, starting to clear up the leftover food and dishes. Zhang Fuxing shook his head helplessly, silently following two guests who were about to leave. He wasn't sure about the capabilities or strength of those followers of the ancestor of land immortals. Black Eye mentioned that there were martial arts masters among them. Could there also be grandmasters, great-grandmasters? The elder earlier, although not terrifying, exerted certain pressure. The key is he was just one person. Kong Dongyan and the woman beside him turned around, the former's face showing a look of astonishment. Brother Zhang? He was surprised, quickly introduced. Brother Zhang, this is my senior sister, also a dean at our Golden University. The woman showed a hint of surprise, scanned the young man up and down, nodded slightly, and said with a smile. Zhang Fuxing nodded politely. After all, she was a great grandmaster, and that day, she almost single-handedly overpowered 3 other grandmasters. Though it was a battle on a spiritual level, it was already telling. The woman nodded lightly, hesitated, seemingly reluctant to mention her name, but eventually added, "What a name? Shen Baobao." Zhang Fuxing's expression showed no change, but his heart felt peculiar, recalling the scene of her transforming an ancient book in the divine realm with nearly words and laws following. But this name, Chapter 176, 140, Borrowing Power and Influence Trapped in a Bind. Chapter 176, Chapter 140, Borrowing Power and Influence Trapped in a Bind. He nodded as usual. Kong Dongyin spoke with a smile. Meeting by chance is fate. Our place isn't far from here. Zhang Fuxing appeared thoughtful, quickly nodding. That was indeed his intention to start the conversation. The words of the elder upon leaving seemed to hint at some action tonight. Being by the side of a grandmaster naturally ensured much more safety. If anything were to happen, with Shun Baobao as backup, it could hold out until Hu Zhongli arrives. Shun Baobao didn't object either. Feeling a bit curious about this young man, Kong Dongyin praised without end. The others seemed to have a deep connection with the Western sect. The 3 of them smiled knowingly at one another and walked out of the governance building side by side. At this time, it was late at night. Distinguished guests had already left by hovercar, leaving the streets not dark. Temporary dispatched enforcement teams were spread around various locations. He looked up and glanced at the moon curving again and again. Not far now, Kong Dongyin spoke timely, pointing at a large hotel nearby. It's just 2 streets ahead. Very close. Zhang Fuxing felt slightly relieved, following Kong Dongyin and Shun Baobao casually. Kong Dongyin answered offhandedly. "Oh, this?" He paused and then lowered his voice to add. Zhang Fuxing pondered. There's over an 80% chance his ancestor aims for ascension to God. The so-called dimensional overlap point might have been manufactured by them using the C-stabilizing divine needle iron. Moreover, Zhang Fuxing suspected this rumor circulating among various sects might have been released by his ancestor. The Western sect couldn't have done such a stupid thing. Wouldn't it only be his ancestor? Of course, it could also be an enemy of his ancestor. But if that were the case, they could have simply stated the C-stabilizing divine needle iron is with Yuan Fei Dao. While considering, Zhang Fuxing outright said. Shen Baobao looked at him, raising her eyebrows. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment, accompanying them along the long street. Currently, I am the assistant commissioner at the Chongyang Public Security Headquarters. She paused, observing Shun Baobao's solemn expression. From what I know, creating artificial dimensional overlap points requires some special supreme treasures like. Kong Dongyin was shocked. Shun Baobao nodded seriously. Quite possible. The possibility isn't small. She squinted. Zhang Fuxing listened fascinated. Is there such an explanation? Grand ritual, plainly put, can be understood as a grand ceremony. To ascend to God requires a ritual. He silently noted this. Shun Baobao continued. Perhaps this individual disseminated the news to attract sex attention. She paused, looking seriously at Zhang Fuxing. This information to me, and to the ancient saints sect, is tremendously important. Zhang Fuxing smiled and waved it off. Shen Baobao shook her head. Why? We, the ancient saints sect, have no enmity with the Ling Mountain lineage. She smiled gently, without hiding intentions from the young man before her, as the information came from him. She intended to foster goodwill. The ancient saints sect, prioritizing benevolence, righteousness, ritual, and law, follows the path of favor and relationships. Zhang Fuxing understood, continuing to chat with them idly. The hotel almost visible now, the moon still curved above. After crossing this alley, they'd arrive at the hotel rear entrance. Walking into the alley, Shen Baobao and Kong Dongyin suddenly halted. They looked around. Where's the person? A large Zhang Fuxing had vanished just like that? Shen Baobao's pupils contracted sharply. She grabbed Kong Dongyin and leaped, flashing outside the hotel, then turned back to look at the alley. Nothing unusual, but no sight of little friend Zhang. Kong Dongyin's expression was grave, somewhat horrified. A living person vanished into thin air, especially under his sister's watch. Shen Baobao squinted, hesitating. She sighed. Shen Baobao pondered briefly, finally shaking her head. Kong Dongyin parted his lips, ultimately saying nothing, only sighing softly, a residual pulse of shock still in his expression. Supreme treasure indeed. How many supreme treasures exist in this world? They gazed at that empty alley, showing no abnormalities. Zhang Fuxing called, sweat trickling down his forehead. Gone. Two living beings had just vanished into thin air. He stood in the middle of the alley, cautiously looking around. Nothing, quietly calm, even eerily calm, the hotel ahead and governance building behind brightly lit. Zhang Fuxing used spiritual thoughts to notify Zhou Muniu, while he quickly turned and retraced his path back to the governance building. Arriving at the alley's entrance. Standing in the alley, Zhang Fuxing used spiritual thoughts to notify Zhou Muniu while his scalp tingled. This scenario felt incredibly familiar. No, not familiar, just experienced once. Unwilling to yield, Zhang Fuxing turned, sped, and reached the alley's entrance, yet returned again to the alley. Heading towards the alley's end, the result mirrored. Trapped? Divine realm? No, not divine realm. Zhang Fuxing instinctively raised his head, looking at the sky. The moon above, round and bright. Rubbed his eyes. He muttered, a chill gradually crawling over his entire being. Chapter 177, 141. Why did you scare me? Chapter 177. Chapter 141. Why did you scare me? Governance building. Zhou Muniu suddenly looked up and said sideways. The governor accompanying them was a bit surprised, and Hu Zhongli was also puzzled but still nodded. They left the governance building, following the young legislator to an alley, and eventually reached a hotel. Shen Baobao and Kong Dongyin were startled and saluted the group. Zhou Muniu paused, looking around, but saw nothing. Hu Zhongli was somewhat surprised. Zhou Muniu was silent for a moment, didn't speak, just looked up at the crescent moon. In the alley, Zhang Fuxing observed the full moon overhead. This scene was too eerie. He was simultaneously viewing the celestial vault through his own perspective and that of Zhou Muniu. The position of the drifting clouds was identical. The only difference was the moon. One was a crescent, the other a full moon. This was too bizarre, for he was still not in the divine realm. Zhang Fuxing's hair stood on end. His once soft fists now bore thick calluses, exuding a bluish-black hue. He looked around, again and again, sweat streaming down his forehead. He was still in reality, yet also not in reality. Where is this place? Silent, silent. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts entered the divine realm, instantly appearing in the Eight Sceneries Palace, and he walked to the gate of the past, peering at himself a minute earlier. He saw it. He truly saw it. The scene revealed inside the gate of the past. He was not in the alley, but rather on a wooden bridge. Just a wooden bridge, with a unique high-dimensional perspective observing it. Zhang Fuxing could see everything about the bridge clearly, neither stone nor metal nor iron nor wood. The bridge surface was mottled and narrow, and it seemed enveloped in eternal gray mist, decay, dilapidation, obliteration. All kinds of silence wafted on the bridge, an air of emptiness and forgetfulness on the bridge, everywhere. At the head of the bridge, a stele stood upright. On the stele were the characters, helplessness. Bridge of helplessness. Bridge of helplessness. Zhang Fuxing's scalp tingled, damn. He observed himself earlier, before entering the alley, attempting to knock on the door, wanting to prevent his earlier self from entering the alley, but suddenly stopped. It's useless. He was already drawn onto the bridge of helplessness. Whether or not he entered the alley made no difference. The followers of the ancestor of land immortals had already set their sights on him. This tribulation was inevitable sooner or later. There was no escape. Changing the past in this situation would only make him lose control over a certain period. If he died then, he'd truly be beyond salvation. Zhang Fuxing breathed rapidly, and with a thought, the scene inside the gate collapsed into darkness, was stained with variegated colors, and once again presented the scene from moments earlier. Back then, he was running back and forth between the alley entrance and exit, trying to escape. But within this gate, under this high-dimensional perspective, Zhang Fuxing saw that he hadn't moved at all, hadn't even turned around. You can't look back on the bridge of helplessness. It's solemn, terrifying, and desperate. It is the final destination, the end point of all things, the path all the dead must tread. His thoughts returned to himself, and when he opened his eyes, he was still in the alley, with a full moon overhead and a chilling silence all around. He spoke deep and low, breathing heavily, silently communicating with the stored 8 forms in the contract. If all were to merge, it would take an indeterminate amount of time. But if it was just one of the forms? The 4th form, blood painting. The 5th form, decaying. The 6th form, beast devouring. Or the 8th form, ancient tomb? It seemed there was no need to think. The form and spirit of the ancient tomb had already merged with him. At this instant, a long passage of cultivation history entered Zhang Fuxing's mind, the past. Cultivation journey of his master Hong Tianbao regarding the ancient tomb form, vast in intention and realm, washing over his spiritual will. Barren, autumn wind cold. Various unfathomable meanings surged in Zhang Fuxing's heart. He saw everything turning to dust, saw an ancient tomb, saw a stele with his true name on it. Zhang Fuxing whispered. Each of the 8 forms had its great mystery, but this 8th form seemed to be the pinnacle of mystery within mystery. He seemed to, in an instant, see his own life from birth to death, view the various aspects after his own death. The moment of his death, his face pale, yet like a flower blooming in spring, with a distinctly enchanting sense. Long after death, the body rots and swells, becoming the giant's observation. Later, the skin decays, pus and blood flow out. The stench of the corpse overwhelms. The physical body's impurity fully blooms in a time of blood painting. At this moment, time seemed to halt. Only the self was observing that posthumous scene. It was an instant, yet also ages upon ages. The blood painting form began to decay, no longer discernible as human, clearly becoming a mass of decaying flesh swarmed by flies. White larvae bore in and out. After decay comes beast devouring. With a unique perspective, Zhang Fuxing watched crows, hunting dogs, and hungry wolves competing to eat the decay, saw his own corpse being gnawed clean. On the wasteland, leftover flesh lay half on the grassy ground, tattered skin suspended in the late breeze, only scattered, withered bones remained. And later, the bones eroded in the wind year after year. This was bone scattering form. All of this. He found that in the human world, he was left with only a symbolic grave. That was the tomb. A new grave became an old grave. Weeds gradually overgrew. The old grave became an ancient tomb. Incense also ceased. Chapter 178. 141. Why did you have to scare me? 2. Chapter 178. Chapter 141. Why did you have to scare me? 2. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. I'm just a solitary grave in the desolate wilderness. He saw year after year, age after age. The name on the ancient tombstone gradually blurred, beaten away by the passing years of wind. Thus it is. The 8th form and spirit, the ancient tomb form, is complete. Zhang Fuxing sighed softly, a sigh filled with untold vicissitudes. The alley remained silent. He raised his eyes. The ancient tomb form did not manifest on the body like the previous 7 forms. Zhang Fuxing looked again at the alley. The alley was no longer an alley. He unexpectedly saw the essence of the alley in reality. Or perhaps, after comprehending the ancient tomb form, he truly could see the bridge of helplessness with a direct glance. Everything in the alley began to lose color, fading. The road beneath his feet turned into a dilapidated bridge surface. Ahead was a deep, dark expanse with no visible way out. And as for behind, Zhang Fuxing instinctively wanted to turn around, but found he could not. feeling a huge, invisible pressure, as if the entire weight of the netherworld underworld rested on his shoulders. Past events uncontrollably surged in his thoughts. The air was exceedingly thick, unable to turn back, unable to turn back. The youth seemed to cry and laugh, cried and laughed, not knowing whether he feared the bridge of helplessness or the handful of yellow earth, the solitary grave after 1,000 years. The great world and all its things scatter with the wind. The last traces wear away. Emptiness void. The power of the ancient tomb seeped into his mind and spirit. Never had he so intensely desired everlasting existence, immortality, and imperishability. Zhang Fuxing suddenly found himself on the bridge of helplessness. Yet the bridge was not in that alley. The bridge of helplessness seemed to travel toward somewhere. It was the outskirts of the city. He suddenly understood that the followers of the ancestor of land immortals had somehow guided him onto the bridge of helplessness, then by the bridge led him to them. He raised his head. Above was still the full moon. It seemed that in the underworld, the full moon was perpetually suspended, uncertain of how much time had passed. Through the eerie, gray mist shrouding the bridge, he saw indistinct images no longer shifting. The bridge of helplessness seemed to have reached somewhere. The mist was dissipating. The bridge of helplessness appeared on the yellow land. Outside Chongyang City, the distant city lights brightly shining, shadows surrounded it. They were watching him. Even though he had used the unclear, ancient tomb form, Zhang Fuxing perceived the illusion on the bridge, saw this bridge truly, yet could neither turn back nor dare to proceed. This was the bridge of helplessness. A step forward, life or death, who could tell? He stood there, not daring to move, sweat dripped down. Though trembling from the majesty of the bridge of helplessness, his mind was clear and empty. Like that ancient tomb in the autumn wind. All matters had passed. The bridge suddenly transformed into a streak of light, entering an old man's sleeve. Zhang Fuxing fell to the ground, gasping, sweat pouring from his pores, quickly soaking the muddy ground. No longer on the bridge. The intangible pressure, like the entire solemn underworld, dispersed completely. But he looked around at the shadows, and at the old man who had spoken with him before, now withdrawing the bridge of helplessness. He was still so afraid. The old man calmly gazed at the trembling youth and spoke steadily. Zhang Fuxing's face was pale, his heart heavy. The bridge of helplessness was gone, but here were dozens of others, and a mysterious old man. Each of those dozens exuded the aura of a martial arts master. Though it was unclear how many viscera they had opened, they were all martial arts masters. And the old man, who knew what realm he was in, Grandmaster, or even innate? Zhang Fuxing did not know. The old man stared at the trembling youth, leisurely speaking. After a pause, he spoke indifferently. The young man stood up shakily. Follow them, establish the blood shrine, forge the magic altar, beat the divine drum and gong, then let himself be possessed by the ancestor of land immortals? No, not allowed. Absolutely not allowed. Even if he couldn't defeat these people, even if he couldn't defeat this old man, as long as he delayed for some time, let Zhou Muniu and Hu Zhongli arrive. Zhang Fuxing's expression grew more and more ferocious as he turned around, staring intently at the mysterious old man. The old man smiled. Then we'll just break your limbs and take you away. With every word he spoke, with every sentence, Zhang Fuxing's breathing became more rapid. He had seen the ancient tomb form. He pursued immortality. The young man's expression seemed pale, yet calm, more calm than ever. One figure after another surrounded him. The old man who had put away the bridge of helplessness stepped forward, his expression calm. He spoke calmly. Zhang Fuxing said nothing, his body tense, storing up power. The old man smiled. Zhang Fuxing trembled slightly, watching the old man come closer. Was it fear, or was it excitement? The old man spoke leisurely. The space around the old man warped slightly, a manifestation of divine thought interfering with reality. He too had opened a true divine realm. A grandmaster? Zhang Fuxing's brow twitched violently. He heard the old man say, I too, as a martial arts master, have opened a true divine realm. The old man said with a smile. He licked his lips excitedly, staring intently at the bewildered face of the young man. Yes, it should have been to wait for the Great One to come in person. But this young man was just a two viscera. When the Great One arrives, the credit would be lost. Such enormous credit. How can it not be held firmly in one's own hands? To not take what the heavens bestow is a crime. The old man laughed heartily. The young man, trembling from extreme fear, showed an even more bewildered expression on his face. He asked blankly, You are? The old man's gaze fell on the young man, nodding slightly. The young man gasped for breath, silently informing Zhong Yunyu not to bring Hu Zhongli here. The bridge of helplessness. It's mine. He closed his eyes, trembling. Zhang Fuxing said softly, You have? Word by word, sentence by sentence. Under the watchful eyes from all around, iron-colored aura started flowing on the young man's body, his fists surrounded by the rise and fall of qi and blood, reflecting magnificent layers of true intent. Whether it was the roar of a black tiger, or the surge of ocean tides, or the coiling of a Yin snake, the rumble of spring thunder, the abrupt opening of towering mountains, the ground shaking of a great steel. The young man's clothes were torn. He expanded. 12 layers of true intent clashed against one another. A giant, 6 meters tall, stood under the moonlight above the earth, his heart beat like muffled drums, shaking the ground, causing sand and gravel to roll. The old man was dumbfounded, watching the 12-layer scene behind the giant, watching the chi blood smoke surge, watching the giant shiver, trembling due to the destined death, the predestined sense of decay on that bridge of helplessness. The trembling giant spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Fuxing roared in the wilderness far from the city, the ground beneath his feet slightly trembling, 10 meters, 100 meters. The ground vibrated continuously, as if a subterranean dragon had flipped over, causing small stones within a 100-meter radius to be shaken into the air. The reverberation of destined death, destined decay, still crawled across his heart. Zhang Fuxing raised his palms, which were now like a mighty steel, and slammed them onto the ground. Celestial steel shakes the earth. 1,000 meters of land torn asunder. Huge force spread in all directions. Dust waves surged up, trenches tens of meters deep ripped 1,000 meters away. Chapter 179 a 142. Sin extinguishin celestial venerate da arma aspect. Chapter 179. Chapter 142. Sin extinguishin celestial venerate da arma aspect. Chun Xiuxing slowly spread his hands. A maid stepped forward and gently helped him put on his coat. In front of him, a disciple kowtowed. The old man adjusted his dark black collar, exuding unique dignity. Wang Tianlong and Lu Zheng simultaneously shook their heads. The old man calmly said, Wang Tianlong kowtowed, and did not raise his head, only speaking seriously. Master, is this undead, old thing trying to build momentum for his disciple? Specifically who? The old man turned around, facing away from the two disciples, slightly tilting his head. The half-open window allowed him to see the crescent moon overhead. He calmly said, Wang Tianlong, still kneeling, spoke in a low voice. Chun Xiuxing turned his head, staring at his eldest disciple, stepped forward, and lightly put his foot on his head. After the apprenticeship and reception banquet, he has gained momentum. Wang Tianlong trembled slightly. Chun Xiuxing sighed and pressed his eldest disciple into the brick floor with his foot. The latter groaned, blood flowing out from his 7 orifices. The old man said calmly, Throughout the world, the aspirations of all the talents are to press forward, but hence 8 or 9 out of 10 die prematurely on the way. Lu Zheng quietly glanced at the crushed elder brother, dared not speak. Chun Xiuxing continued. Wang Tianlong's voice emerged from the burial under bricks. The old man withdrew his foot, calmly saying. He paused, showing an interest. Wang Tianlong's head buried in the soil, blood-soaked red the shattered bricks, he mumbled. Outside Chongyang, within the great wilderness, 1,000 miles of land suddenly tore apart, dust shot skyward, veiling every corner. Nothing was clear. Over 30 martial arts masters were tense, guarding each other, watching the pervasive dust vigilantly. The old man's pupils shrank like needle points, feeling a very bad premonition. Such a level of force. Pure strength, already in the realm of a grandmaster. What on earth is up with this little fellow? The old man pressed his lips, looking around. The 5 viscera resonated. He opened his mouth and exhaled. Blazing white light tore a huge gap in the thick dust. The white light swept across the ground, evaporating swathes of land upon passage. A top-tier martial arts master with 3 major locks opened on all 5 viscera. The blazing white light spat from his mouth is from someone who once evaporated a building with a single spit, 10+ times the force, but did not hit. The lingering dust suddenly began to vibrate with a strange rhythm, coinciding with each breath. Dust trembled to produce special patterns, one after another. A heartbeat? The old man's scalp tingled, hearing a drumming sound, as if like a primordial beast, each heartbeat causing the dust to vibrate once, including the cracked and broken ground, which vibrated once with it. Amidst numerous shocked gazes, the dust suddenly began collapsing towards a certain direction. That 18-foot-tall giant revealed itself. Silence, emptiness, extinction. Zhang Fuxing sighed lightly, facing the bridge of helplessness, merging with the ancient tomb form. He faced his most pure, fundamental fear within. He was afraid. It was the void, decay. After dust returns to dust, no trace left in the human world. The giant murmured, its voice echoing across the shattered earth, tangible essence and blood rotating, colliding behind him. The essence and blood twisted into a blazing sun. The spiritual radiance pierced through the thick dust, rolling the dust to scatter in all directions. 4,200,000 pounds of force, 12 layers of true intent power. The blazing sun of essence and blood behind him, as thundering clouds above him, and the golden Buddha's radiance flowing on his skin. Second form, completely liberated. The old man roared, once again spewing blazing white light, like a galaxy pouring down towards the 18-foot person. Zhang Fuxing's figure flickered and disappeared. The place he stood, vaporizing a massive pit several tens of meters wide and deep. The giant's voice rang in the celestial vault. That fear, trembling, panic, excitement, all vanished without a trace. He knew what he feared. He knew what he arduously sought. He found his mind and body in harmonious integration, forming a fearless heart of the great path. The giant descended from the sky, steely breaking, both palms clasped, resembling a celestial steel, striking towards the elder standing on the cracked ground. The latter stomped down, his frail body erupted with unimaginable force. A smoke of essence and blood soared 200 meters high, intertwining to form his half-physical appearance. Ultimately still not pure. The 200-meter essence and blood appearance roared along with the old man. It was the product of his spiritual, integrated with essence and blood, already surpassing the power of martial arts masters. The half-physical appearance lifted its palms. The ground cracked as large and small stones ascended, accompanied by the essence and blood appearance propping the sky, jointly smashing towards the descending 18-foot giant. Zhang Fuxing, 18 feet high, seemed like a small ant before the 200 meters high essence and blood appearance. The large hand collided with the tiny giant. Visible shockwaves spread in all directions. Under terrifying high pressure, the air showed visible, shattered wrinkles. The golden-bodied giant coughed up brilliant blood, neither frightened nor fearful, instead cheerful, with sharp eyes. Zhang Fuxing leaned back, landing on the distant ground, staring intently at the shocking scene ahead. The frail old man stood upon the earth, Above him was a half-physical appearance the same as him, 200 meters high. It's just like the Tao Ye's appearance that Neo Dali unleashed back then, but the two are completely different. Neo Dali relied on his Tao Tai bloodline, while this elder— in the distance, the elder and his 100-meter apparition spoke simultaneously as a massive surge of sound rolled forth. He in it gazed at Zhang Fuxing. The apparition of over 200 meters began to move, suddenly becoming somewhat obscure and fading, but in its place, the opponent's fist became incredibly distinct, clearly formed from qi and blood, yet the delicate patterns on the fist were vividly clear, almost as if real. The brilliant fist mark struck fiercely. Zhang Fuxing smelled the scent of death, but he neither dodged nor avoided, as if he wanted to face the threat of death head-on, as if he wanted to confront the extreme emptiness and fear induced by the bridge of helplessness. 12 layers of true intent, great power. Momentary unity. Zhang Fuxing roared, smashing the steel. Great tide, black tiger, in snake, spring thunder, a fist punch towards the heavens, bringing with it layer upon layer of true intent visions, entangled and unified as one. The brilliant fist mark collided with the 12 layers of true intent fist. No dolor, no deafening explosión, no shattering of heaven and earth. Round ripples spread and oscillated from the point of fist contact towards the surroundings. The ground, upon touching the ripple, saw rocks and clumps of earth disintegrate into tiny particles invisible to the naked eye, then squeeze towards distant places, silently dispersing. This scene, when viewed, seemed like the earth silently annihilating. The elder's brilliant fist mark shattered into fragments, and the 12 layers of true intent briefly disintegrated. Zhang Fuxing fared no better, as his right hand raised for combat disappeared, leaving his body covered in cracks like a fragile porcelain. No, he was truly breaking apart. Chunks of brilliant golden skin and flesh peeled away, causing martial arts masters to exclaim. Zhang Fuxing glanced at them, then withdrew his gaze, staring at the elder and the 200-meter-tall qi and blood apparition. He exclaimed, "It's the momentum after the integration of intention and qi, but the difference is you mixed in the divine realm, creating thus." Zhang Fuxing did not answer, merely pondering the word Dharma aspect. As he fragmented, he muttered to himself, "They blend spiritual will into the flesh, qi, and blood, achieving the unity of essence, qi, and spirit, thus forming the—" In the midst of self-reflection, all the flesh and skin on Zhang Fuxing's body had fallen off. He had become a skeleton, a pure skeleton without flesh, without nerves, without internal organs, eyeballs, or brain. Yet this skeleton was alive. Could hear, could see, could move, could jump. The eerie white bones lifted their head, empty eye sockets staring at the terrified elder, as the bones in his throat collided and made a unique bone-grinding sound. The skeletal frame vibrated with creaking sounds, while more than 30 martial arts masters stared in shock. Skin and flesh organs, even the brain, had vanished. This can still live? Amid countless bewildered gazes, the fragments of flesh scattered at Zhang Fuxing's feet writhed and floated up, actually coalescing into a massive flesh tomb behind him. Ancient tomb form, 12 layers of true intent, realm of spirit divinity, along with white bone observation. For major contemplation techniques of the Ling mountain lineage, Tathagata, pure, great compassion, and hell. White bone observation, also known as hell observation, or perhaps Ksitigarbha observation. The skeleton finally spoke. 18-foot true body. No, 18-foot true bone emitted a hoarse laugh as the blood and flesh scenery trembled. The tombstone fell down, and the coffin opened. In eyes full of horror, it similarly revealed an illusory apparition. This was the form of the divine statue that Zhang Fuxing had, sculpted for himself in the divine realm. Is incense offered for 300 years. Is illuminated by the 6 Ding divine fire for 300 years. Is today this time. Is Ksitigarbha Dharma aspect. Moreover, Central Pole sect leader, emperor of the underworld, 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate Dharma aspect. The elder muttered in astonishment, mumbling to himself, "A single observation, a single encounter, and you've actually—" He felt incredulous, knowing how many years he spent, only through the martial arts master's body, to barely create the Dharma aspect by combining a perfected spirit realm. But this guy, he had only opened 2 viscera. Why? The elder closed his eyes, roaring in anger. The chi blood Dharma aspect opened its eyes, astonishingly separating from the body, and punched out, causing the ground beneath it to crack into a deep ravine. The skeleton remained standing. Behind, the flesh tomb trembled slightly, and above, the dignified Dharma aspect with the 12-streamer crown opened its eyes. The Dharma aspect sighed, causing the ancient tomb to vibrate. The elder's 100-meter Dharma aspect froze, as if compelled by an imperial decree, and suddenly scattered into a massive cover-the-sky chi and blood. The elder's complexion changed abruptly. The skeleton sat cross-legged on the ground, joining hands, asking. The Dharma aspect reached out and pressed down. The earth trembled. The elder transformed into a pool of primordial and pure blood and flesh sludge. The bridge of helplessness was then held in the hand by the netherworld Dharma aspect. Chapter 180, 143. Holding the bridge of helplessness, anchoring the other shore. Chapter 180. Chapter 143. Holding the bridge of helplessness, anchoring the other shore. Upon a desolate land, more than 30 martial arts masters, who hadn't had a chance to make a move, stood dumbfounded. The skeletal figure glowed with a faint golden light, sitting cross-legged in the yellow mud, while the blood tomb behind it exuded a strange sense of deathly silence, and above its head, the 200-meter-tall, netherworld Dharma aspect stood with majesty, solemnity, and gravity. It just stood there, as if holding the power over life and death, both compassionate and enraged. The martial arts masters scattered and fled chaotically. Zhang Fuxing's hollow eye sockets just quietly gazed. The netherworld Dharma aspect held the bridge of helplessness in one hand and reached out with the other, accompanied by a soft sigh. To flee? To disperse? The fractured earth rolled, and the mud and stones suddenly bound the legs of the fleeing ones tightly. The martial arts masters turned pale, exerting effort to break free, only to be horrified to find they could not. Lowering their heads, they glanced back. To their shock, they discovered the blood tomb behind the solemn skeleton had somehow dispersed. The flesh and blood had unknowingly merged into the earth, mixed with stones, transforming into numerous bloody hands, holding their legs firmly. This scene was too bizarre to the point of terror. Some martial arts masters widened their eyes and mouths, emitting divine radiance and white light towards the gigantic Dharma aspect and the solemn skeleton, while others, decisively frightened, used their hands as blades to sever their own feet, using leg bones as feet to continue fleeing. They were scared out of their wits. Angry? The clashing of the throat, bones, and teeth of the solemn skeleton produced no vocal cords, no flesh, yet the friction of the bones still emitted a piercing, solemn, and compassionate inquiry. The divine radiance, the blazing white light, struck the netherworld Dharma aspect, only to pass through, hitting the distant ground. Large tracts of land were torn and evaporated. The netherworld Dharma aspect lowered its hand. 1, 2, 3. Like playing whack-a-mole, it flattened each resisting martial arts master into a meat patty. The meat patty quickly dissipated into powder. They were drained of all vitality. 7 or 8 martial arts masters who severed their legs to escape didn't manage to flee in the end. They ran and ran, only to find themselves suddenly faced with a solemn skeleton, back turned to them, with a netherworld Dharma aspect, also back turned to them. Inexplicably, they had run back, even managing to reach the terrifying figure's back. How? Someone muttered in terror, while most others fell to their knees abruptly. the solemn skeleton, back facing them, with the rubbing of its bones emitting a peculiar sound. The inquiry was soft, yet carried an undeniable feeling, especially as the netherworld Dharma aspect raised the bridge of helplessness. Though unable to activate it, it exuded a sense of majesty, indeed adding an air of the emperor of the underworld wielding sovereignty over life and death, the arbiter of good and evil. For those with weak faith and frail minds, in fright, they spilled everything unreservedly. Zhang Fuxing listened quietly, gradually gaining understanding. The true follower of the ancestor of land immortals, it turned out, was just one, an enigmatic, innate resident of Golden City. Only an innate person had the tremendous power to directly communicate with deities from a different dimension. Likewise, the Bridge of Helplessness was also acquired by that innate person. Unable to leave Golden City for a short time, they had their subordinate bring the Bridge of Helplessness to Chongyang City to find themselves. As per the original plan, upon finding them, the old man who was killed would immediately use the Bridge of Helplessness to send themselves to that innate individual's presence. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, seeing great absurdity in entrusting the Bridge of Helplessness so carelessly to a pseudo-master. Unlikely, unless there was a hidden safeguard within the Bridge of Helplessness. Zhang Fuxing's divine thought penetrated into the Bridge of Helplessness, examining it meticulously, discovering indeed a spiritual imprint like a blazing sun, directly connected to the Bridge of Helplessness. Though not genuinely controlling this supreme treasure, and unable to rely on the imprint to directly perceive the distant conditions here, which was not something everyone could do like Zhang Fuxing with an immortal thought of infinite position. But with a single thought, the Bridge of Helplessness could be taken from a distance. Zhang Fuxing chuckled and shook his head, thinking could that imprint make it foolproof? Normally, it would indeed. Unfortunately, he encountered himself. The spiritual realm of a pseudo-innate level trembled. The netherworld Dharma aspect turned and stared at the trembling martial arts masters. The solemn Dharma aspect spoke. The 4 words landed. Spiritual will communicate it with the ancient tomb form, utilizing the capabilities of the Dharma aspect to interfere with reality, to interfere with truth. Such a scene appeared as if words and laws follow. The 8 martial arts masters, kneeling on the ground, suddenly trembled and then stopped moving, their vitality quietly confiscated, their lives quietly confiscated as well. Zhang Fuxing quietly sensed. With the ancient tomb form, he seemed to possess an extraordinary spiritual sense towards death and souls. At this moment, he could distinctly perceive the souls of the 8 martial arts masters silently split by an irresistible great power. Among the 3 souls and 7 spirits, 2 souls and 5 spirits quietly headed to the sky, vanished into the celestial vault, leaving the residual souls for him to truly be absorbed. The solemn skeleton raised his head to look at the sky, leisurely got up, the flesh and blood embedded in the earth peeled away, first entangled and coalesced behind him to form a blood tomb. The Dharma aspect shrunk, submerged into the tomb, and the big tomb collapsed, turning back into masses of flesh and blood, climbing onto Zhang Fuxing's bones. He once again became a human, the 3rd form withdrawn. The 18-foot true body slowly compressed, and Zhang Fuxing reduced to the size of an ordinary person. The 2nd form withdrawn, he returned to a normal state, lifting the Bridge of Helplessness, the size of only 2 hands, with both hands stomping his foot. The Een snake true intent pierced into the ground, spreading in all directions, the fractured rocks, spilled blood, battle remnants. All of it was eroded by the Een snake true intent, transformed into pure dust. A kilometer of land had turned into a kilometer of desert. In the field, only 8 dead martial arts masters remained kneeling. Zhang Fuxing sighed. Clutching the Bridge of Helplessness, his figure disappeared from the original location, heading back toward Chongyang City. Quietly returning home, Zhang Fuxing sent a message to Black Eye, informing them he had returned home, without saying much else. His parents were sound asleep. Entering the room, he sat cross-legged, incorporating the bridge of helplessness into his own divine realm, his thoughts also sinking into the divine realm. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the Eight Sceneries Palace on the meditation mat. With a thought, Zhang Fuxing imagined a thick cushion, placing it on the meditation mat under his buttocks, then sat down. Much more comfortable. Zhang Fuxing, satisfied, picked up the bridge of helplessness, gazed at it for a moment, and then lightly flicked it, surprisingly extracting the spiritual imprint infused in it. Even the grand thoughts of a deity he could extract, let alone an innate being. The bridge of helplessness. But evidently, there are differences among supreme treasures. This is, after all, the bridge of helplessness. Unreservedly speaking, the bridge of helplessness is almost like the ghost gate. In some sense, it is already a symbol of the underworld, the nine netherworld. The harvest this time is incredibly huge. Zhang Fuxing's eyes were bright and full of spirit, a smile spreading across his face. Though I'm not a grandmaster, yet I possess a Dharma aspect. The form and spirit of the ancient tomb, it actually works on the spirit and Dharma aspect. Zhang Fuxing talked to himself. The four major contemplation techniques of the Ling Mountain system all seem to have incredible mysteries. Zhang Fuxing squinted. Then it would be the Ksitigarbha Dharma aspect. He could sense that his own Dharma aspect was not the white bone, hell, or Ksitigarbha Dharma aspect, or could have these three forms, but the form of the nine netherworlds, sin-extinguishing, celestial venerate surpasses even the Ksitigarbha Dharma aspect. Zhang Fuxing slightly frowned, unable to understand the fundamental reason behind the Dharma aspect's transformation into the sin-extinguishing, celestial venerate. Could it be? He thought of the incense, and suddenly had an idea. Assuming a celestial position, Zhang Fuxing swallowed. Could it be that he, by accident, was on the right path, making the act of his soul, receiving offerings, the path to assuming a celestial position? Could it be that I am currently assuming the position of the Emperor of the Underworld? Or in other words, Emperor Fengdu. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his chin. Though it was incredibly distant from him, he had also imagined the future, considered whether to assume a celestial position. The celestial position he actually favored more is... Zhang Fuxing glanced at the Eight Sceneries Palace and touched the meditation mat beneath him. Spread out his hand. Felt uneasy. Zhang Fuxing shivered, feeling a slight toothache. After speaking to the meditation mat, he waited silently for a moment, then cautiously reached out his hand to touch it. Hey! It no longer pricked his hand. Zhang Fuxing was not pleased. Instead, a chill ran through his heart. He withdrew the thick cushion and again seated himself directly on the meditation mat. It no longer scratched his buttocks. What the heck? He nearly jumped up, spoke a lot of nice words to the peculiar meditation mat again, and only when it quieted down did Zhang Fuxing breathe a sigh of relief. This time, he dared not even secretly criticize. He made an effort to clear his mind of some not-so-good and malicious thoughts about the meditation mat, then refocused on the bridge of helplessness. His spiritual will connected with it. In front of him, numerous grand scenes suddenly flashed, anchored. The bridge of helplessness, in a certain sense, inherently, is a major scene within the underworld. But at the same time, it is also a supreme treasure that can be used to anchor. 365 grand scenes swirled around Zhang Fuxing's eyes. Eerily, these scenes were almost indistinguishable from one another. Zhang Fuxing carefully observed the 365 almost indistinguishable images, directly selecting one from them. It was the great river flowing under the bridge. Yellow Springs. The 365 images slightly swayed. Yet the Yellow Springs did not directly reflect out. The Yellow Springs had already been chosen by someone. Zhang Fuxing was initially startled, then suddenly realized that innate being in the Golden City, he naturally had already used the bridge of helplessness to anchor a major scene. Choosing the Yellow Springs River, Zhang Fuxing cursed, re-anchoring another image. This time, it was beside the bridge of helplessness, on the banks of the Yellow Springs River. It was the other shore, flourishing with red spider lilies. Success. Chapter 181, 144. Descending into Reality, a Letter to the God of Plague. Chapter 181. Chapter 144. Descending into Reality, a Letter to the God of Plague in the Golden City. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, his expression ashen. He could no longer sense his supreme treasure, vanished into thin air. The middle-aged man's lips trembled, and he immediately thought of the person pursued by the deity. He stood up, pacing back and forth, feeling a chill run down his spine. The deity said that person's cultivation level was definitely not high. Huh. The middle-aged man's face was gloomily serious, thinking about the ability to quietly erase one's spiritual imprint. What kind of cultivation does this person have? And what kind of methods? Fortunately, he did not personally go to Chongyang. He was silent for a long time before picking up the phone and dialing out. A few seconds later, a respectful voice came from the other side of the phone. The middle-aged man spoke coldly. "I'm giving you a coordinate. Immediately send someone to investigate. Check it out." Chen Daoling replied respectfully. After casually hanging up the phone, Lin Yuxing rubbed his temples, pacing back and forth, both shocked and uneasy. He could barely establish a natal connection with the bridge of helplessness through the blessing of the deity. But now, what was the result? Silently, that natal connection was severed, and the spiritual imprint planted within, with the help of the ancestor of land immortals, was also removed. This kind of great power, at least, is a celestial human. Lin Yuxing coldly looked towards the small divine statue of the ancestor of land immortals on his desk. He sighed, heavy-heartedly sitting back down, continuing to read the report on the Jiangzhou incident. After a long time of reading, the middle-aged man made an annotation on the document. Silence them. He muttered to himself, sighing softly. After this annotation was issued, those 10 action captains involved in the Jiangzhou incident, 10 grandmasters, naturally made no sound again. This was a matter of necessity. The governor said it was a necessary sacrifice. Necessary sacrifice. The deputy director of the investigation bureau suddenly mocked with a laugh. In Chongyang City, Chen Daoling put on his coat and walked out of the investigation branch. An action team was already on standby, and the grandmaster leading the team lowered his head towards him. The elderly man, with an otherworldly demeanor, instructed, a bit troubled, why did the order from above come at this time? And it was personally issued by Vice Director Lin. What exactly happened in that great wilderness? Upon boarding the aerospace ship, the massive ship quickly arrived at the designated coordinates. Jumping off the aerospace ship, without bothering about the teams searching in all directions, Chen Daoling arrived at the location specified by that esteemed person. Captain Wu beside him exclaimed in surprise. Chen Daoling said nothing, crouching down to pick up a pinch of fine sand, feeling it rolling in his palm, then tilted his hand, letting the sand fall between his fingers. Its stone sand eroded and decomposed from rocks, just recently formed. Chen Daoling stood up, glancing at the 8 figures kneeling in the distance. Exchanging a look with Captain Wu, a grandmaster and a great master stepped on the stone sand towards those 8 corpses. Chen Daoling crouched down, quietly observing, his brows furrowing. The flesh is intact, the body unharmed. Except for the broken feet, there's no other injury. Frowning, a bit unbelievable, his gaze fell on the faces of several corpses, his heart slightly trembling. The expressions on these corpses conveyed despair, shock, humility, and a bizarre feeling of redemption, as if, in the last moment before death, they saw something remarkable and received something extraordinary. Imperial decree. This term emerged in Chen Daoling's mind. In his youth, before the decline of the Ling Mountain sect, he had seen his master kneel to the divine spirit. Back then, the expression on his master's face was almost identical to this. The only thing missing was fear and despair. Captain Wu beside him suddenly spoke. Looking at their expressions and physical state, Chen Daoling's throat moved, nodding slightly. Indeed, it's similar to a previous evil cult incident we investigated, where a grandmaster died kneeling. Saying so, this elderly man with an ethereal demeanor once again placed his hand on one of the corpse's chests, silently sensing. His pupils contracted, exchanging a look with Captain Wu. After a long silence, Chun Dowling stood up, his expression more serious than ever. Speaking, the old man couldn't help but lick his lips. First, there was the mysterious old man invoking high heaven and celestial venerate 2 days ago. Now, there's another suspected divine descent incident. Chun Dowling felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. In the divine realm, under the dazed gazes of numerous souls, a flawless soul, having knelt day and night for centuries, pointed to the bank of the torrential river, insurmountable and unreachable. More precisely, the opposite bank. On the opposite bank, from the muddy soil, sprouted indescribable mysterious flowers. Just looking at them made all the souls shiver and feel a sense of relief. Chapter 182, 144. Descending into Reality, a Letter to the God of Plague. Chapter 182, Chapter 144. Descending into Reality, a Letter to the God of Plague, that's right. Longing, liberation. It's as if there is the other shore, the end of the sea of suffering, the place of liberation. The soul shivered. Yet at that very moment, all the consciousnesses of the flawless souls were frozen. In that instant, the heaven and earth golden bridge descended from above, and Zhang Fuxing walked upon it, extending his hand. The bridge of helplessness fell, spanning the 2 banks of the great river. Rising from this place, straight to the other shore, he first quietly observed the irretraceable, weathered and mottled bridge of helplessness, and with a thought, appeared in the anchored scene of the other shore. This was not the transcendental other shore at the end of the sea of suffering described by the Buddhist family, but in a certain sense, it bore some similarity. It's like a severely weakened other shore of the sea of suffering. Gazing at the land of the other shore by the banks of the Yellow Springs River, beside the bridge of helplessness in the underworld, Zhang Fuxing squatted down, quietly observing these other shore flowers in myth and legend. On the banks of the Yellow Springs River, they're the true life and death boundary, the symbol of the yin-yang boundary. In legend, Ghost Gate is the passage, the intersection between the underworld and the mortal world. But passing through Ghost Gate, it does not mean transforming from life to death, nor from death to life. But the other shore does. Those who cross the other shore, the living go to death, the dead come to life. The other shore flower, both a guiding flower and a flower of life and death. The Buddha says the other shore is at the end of the sea of suffering, reaching it is transcendence. Heaven and earth say the other shore is between life and death. Crossing it is another life and death. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself, "Within the 8 Sceneries Palace, I can attain an indescribably high position, able to glimpse the various scenes of past experiences." Zhang Fuxing reached out and touched these other shore flowers, preparing once ready to return swiftly to the meditation mat in the 8 Sceneries Palace. He unleashed the power of touching void through the anchored scene, touching the true other shore flower in the different dimension. The soul began to wither. It started to die uncontrollably. Zhang Fuxing appeared on the meditation mat. That destined, decaying feeling suddenly dissipated. He left the mat, returning to the other shore. This time, Zhang Fuxing, with a thought, controlled a flawless soul, allowing this soul with frozen consciousness to reach this place, walking across the other shore. The soul did not transform from death to life. Is it because the rumor is wrong? Or is it, after all, just a mirrored scene? Zhang Fuxing did not give up, continuing to direct another residual soul to pass from here. Still no change occurred. He then switched to a grim skeleton transformed from a residual soul, commanding it to come, crossing the other shore. The grim skeleton began to tremble as it crossed the other shore, beginning to collapse. In Zhang Fuxing's astonished gaze, the grim skeleton shattered, becoming once again a residual soul. He had the residual soul cross the other shore again. The residual soul remained as a residual soul. No other miraculous change occurred. Zhang Fuxing passed his spiritual thoughts through the other shore flower cluster. Crossing the other shore, he keenly realized this very wisp of thought of his seemed to become a death thought, exuding a breath of a departed soul, like a spiritual thought emitted by a fierce ghost of the underworld. The death thought passed through the other shore once more and returned to normal. Zhang Fuxing suddenly thought of his dead man's bone. A bold idea sprang to his mind. Using the power of touching void, he plucked a true other shore flower and swiftly returned to the Eight Sceneries Palace. Seating on the meditation mat, the other shore flower rapidly withered. Zhang Fuxing extended the power of touching void to his entire body, no longer confined to his palm. In other words, even the dead man's bone in his chest could truly touch the other shore flower. Without hesitation, he placed the other shore flower into his chest, laying it on the dead man's bone. In that instant, the other shore flower completely withered, and within the dead man's bone emerged an inexplicable phantom. A sense of the other shore, life and death, reincarnation. Although very faint and thin, it is very real. A smile appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face. The dead man's bone seemed to be beginning its transformation, but the progress was very slow. He went back and forth several times, repeating the same trick, continuously fusing more than a dozen other shore flowers into the dead man's bone, and a peculiar light, similar to that of the other shore in this underworld, began to bloom on the dead man's bone. Until the next time he left the meditation mat, Zhang Fuxing found himself somewhat unable to bear the weight of the dead man's bone, so he stopped his actions and no longer picked the other shore flowers. The dead man's bone. He returned to the other shore flower cluster, picked more than a dozen flowers, and the flower cluster had more than a dozen fewer blooms. In the underworld, in the different dimension, perhaps there were more than a dozen fewer flowers as well. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face, but it allows me to directly absorb absorbable things in the different dimension, like these other shore flowers. Does that mean that after 5 mansions temple, if the ginseng fruit tree struck by lightning grows ginseng fruits again, I could eat them through this method? Zhang Fuxing became a little excited and somewhat confused at the same time. Zhang Fuxing had reason to believe that the divine realm is indeed his spiritual world, but perhaps it's not just his spiritual world. Walking into the 5 mansions temple, seeing the ancestor of land immortals not causing more trouble, Zhang Fuxing let out a cold snort and silently converted the more than 30 residual souls he had just harvested into grim skeletons through the dead man's bone. More than 30 grim skeletons at the level of martial arts masters, including an exceptional martial arts master. Even if they become grim skeletons, forget what they learned in life, and lose their spirit realm without true intent or other attributes. But even so, the grim skeleton formed from that pseudo-master is still the top martial arts master. Zhang Fuxing carefully sensed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He excitedly licked his lips. Previously, grim skeletons could only exist in the divine realm, and even if they descended to reality, they could only exist briefly and required me to consume a large amount of spiritual power. But now it's different. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts abruptly withdrew from the divine realm, returning to himself. At this moment, the morning sun was already breaking outside the window. His heart stirred. The air in front of him slowly twisted, and a grim skeleton appeared in the spacious room. A grim skeleton with 3 locks, causing the 5 organs to fully open. With another thought, under the technique of refining illusion into truth, Zhang Fuxing created a set of all-black clothing out of thin air, including a hood. The grim skeleton wore clothes, put on the hood, concealing its body and face. It looked like a normal living person, just emanating a sense of eerie dead silence. One set after another of the same all-black clothing was produced, and one martial arts master-level grim skeleton after another emerged. They all wore clothes, standing in front of Zhang Fuxing, their heads slightly lowered as the most devout and humble servants. They were the most devout and humble servants. 8, 9, 10, until the spacious room could no longer hold them all. Zhang Fuxing smiled brightly, looking out at the morning sun. Today, he personally wrote a letter and handed it to one of the grim skeletons, guiding it to leave quietly with his thoughts. Zhang Fuxing called Lin Changle. After hanging up the phone, he walked to the window, watching the grim skeleton heading toward the airport. The skeleton held the letter he had written in its arms. A letter to the god of plague. Behind him, those cloaked in black hoods, shrouded in shadow, people silently bowed their heads. Today is also a day to ask for votes. Chapter 183, 145, Seizing the Initiative at the Apprenticeship Banquet. Chapter 183. Chapter 145, Seizing the Initiative at the Apprenticeship Banquet approaching noon. The chubby old man adjusted the boy's collar, wearing a smile as he gently smoothed the creases and said with a smile. He led Zhang Fuxing to the mirror, where Zhang Fuxing quietly examined his reflection. Indeed, clothes make the man, just as a saddle makes the horse. In his basic appearance, the previously scholarly-looking self now appeared much more imposing dressed in the traditional black long robe. Zhang Fuxing mimicked the pose of placing his hands behind his back, exuding a slight aura of a grandmaster or master. His praise was followed by a suddenly solemn expression. For this occasion, your senior uncle will surely interfere. Zhang Fuxing nodded silently and asked. Hong Tianbao nodded to the side, and an elder with an immortal demeanor emerged, looked Zhang Fuxing up and down, and praised. Zhang Fuxing bowed to the elder. He felt a bit puzzled as to why the second senior uncle was here. Hong Tianbao smiled and said. Zhang Fuxing's eyelid twitched as he looked at the two old folks, fat and thin, chatting and laughing, falling into silence. Hong Tianbao continued. This time, if Chen Xiuxing personally comes, your second senior uncle can hold him off. He pursed his lips and smiled. Chen Dowling waved his hand. All right, don't tease me. Chen Xiuxing is not easy to deal with. After a pause, he continued. Hong Tianbao's expression tightened slightly. Zhang Fuxing curiously asked, Second senior uncle, isn't your disciple also participating in the competition? He was a bit confused, wondering if they intended to eliminate the senior uncle first and then battle each other. Chen Dowling seemed to see the thoughts in the young man's mind, waved his hand. The situation between your master and me with Chen Xiuxing is different. Zhang Fuxing pondered. Chen Dowling shrugged, casually replied, The great compassionate observation. Zhang Fuxing's eyelid twitched, thinking, was this the correct explanation of the great compassionate observation? Perhaps this second senior uncle and his disciple had gone astray in their practice. It seemed the senior uncle's Tathagata observation had also strayed. After a pause, Chen Dowling rubbed his brow wearily. Chongyang has been increasingly unrestful recently. Hong Tianbao curiously inquired. Chen Dowling casually replied. Hong Tianbao was shocked, and Zhang Fuxing also widened his eyes. Lin Yuxing? He silently memorized the name, immediately realizing this vice director of the Investigation Bureau was the original master of the Bridge of Helplessness that won at the innate realm. The Investigation Bureau. Zhang Fuxing's eyes flickered, realizing that he would inevitably be involved in that matter someday. Checking the time on his wristwatch, Hong Tianbao said, I'll go greet the guests. Zhang Fuxing watched his master leave, tidying up his attire and chatting casually with the second senior uncle. The discussion ranged from the Jiangzhou incident to the changes outside the city, and then about Vice Director Lin Yuxing. After the conversation, Zhang Fuxing gained some insight. This second senior uncle, a garrison of the Investigation Bureau, didn't know the truth of the Jiangzhou incident. Moreover, according to what the second senior uncle revealed, Lin Yuxing was directly responsible for the Jiangzhou incident. Zhang Fuxing's gaze grew profound, deciding not to dwell on these distant matters for now. He had to focus on Chongyang City, the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron, and the ancestor master. Zhang Fuxing asked in conclusion. Chen Dowling contemplated for a while, then slightly shook his head. Unfathomable. He sighed gently. I've long wanted to renounce the great compassionate observation and do a good job at the investigation bureau. Zhang Fuxing pondered. Was the second senior uncle seeking to be a good person? Outside, the sound of commotion arose, marking the stroke of noon. After a slight bow to the second senior uncle, Zhang Fuxing finally straightened his collar and stepped out of the back room. The banquet hall was bustling with crowds. Outside, it was raining. Zhang Xiaoxi, as usual, shrank into a corner, stuffing food in her mouth while glancing around. Where was that little brother? As she daydreamed, she saw the young man from yesterday approaching again. Her face fell. Chapter 184, 145, Seizing the Initiative at the Apprenticeship Banquet. Chapter 184, Chapter 145, Seizing the Initiative at the Apprenticeship Banquet. Zhang Tianming smiled and began to speak. Miss Zhang, we meet again. Zhang Tianming shook his head with a laugh. Assistant. Zhang Xiaoxi looked at the young man suspiciously. Zhang Tianming still maintained a polite smile. Zhang Xiaoxi chuckled slightly, too lazy to pay attention to this inexplicable young man, feeling that he bore ill intentions. When someone is suddenly nice, they're either a traitor or a thief. Zhang Tianming didn't mind Miss Zhang's distance, sitting beside her with a warm demeanor. A voice interrupted as Chen Qingxue approached, glaring unceremoniously at the young man. Zhang Tianming, right? I've checked on you, the son of Zhang Er. The smile on Zhang Tianming's face stiffened, his eyelids drooping. This must be Miss Chun from the Institute, right? Chen Qingxue spoke disdainfully. Are you trying to deceive me like that Xiaoxi kid? Do you think I'm unaware of your local tricks? She lifted her head, with a slender neck, seemingly not caring at all about the other party's father's status, saying with a pout, You want to gather information on the dimensional overlap point and use it to ingratiate yourself with the innate realm? Zhang Tianming's expression stiffened. He chuckled awkwardly twice and quietly retreated. Zhang Xiaoxi was still a bit confused, just as she was about to ask. A soft voice came, and Zhang Xiaoxi and Chen Qingxue glanced to the side to see a man and a woman walking towards them, both exuding a very scholarly aura. Chen Qingxue's expression became serious, quickly making a respectful gesture. After a pause, she nudged Zhang Xiaoxi with a kick and quickly introduced. The relationship between Golden University and the Source Point Research Institute is intricate, as the institute is located within Golden University. Zhang Xiaoxi hurriedly jumped off the stool. The two women made their salutations again. The institute could disregard the local great sex grandmasters, but couldn't remain aloof when dealing with the upper echelons within the affiliated system. To put it bluntly, all the expenses of the institute are funded by Golden University. In some sense, Golden University is the institute's bread and butter. Chen Qingxue curiously asked at this point, Dean Shun, I saw you yesterday. Didn't expect you to attend this banquet. Chen Qingxue's expression changed again. Dean Shun's teacher? She surveyed the banquet hall, spotting a governor from an upper-level city, a leader of a province-spanning divine net group. She exclaimed in surprise. After a pause, she sighed. Chen Qingxue swallowed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoxi, who was listening silently, brightened up and waved vigorously. Fuxing. Chen Qingxue looked over, seeing Xiaoxi's friend from the public security headquarters approaching. She frowned slightly, wanting to remind Zhang Xiaoxi to be more composed in front of such seniors as Dean Shun, but it was already too late. The young man, dressed in a black long coat, walked over, and Zhang Xiaoxi excitedly began introducing him. Before she could finish, she saw her little cousin nod to Dean Shun. Huh? Both Zhang Xiaoxi and Chen Qingxue looked bewildered. Shen Baobao and Kong Dongyan both looked at Zhang Fuxing, the former smiling. As long as you're all right, that's a good thing. Zhang Fuxing nodded with a grin, glanced at the dumbfounded Zhang Xiaoxi, and asked in confusion. Zhang Xiaoxi came back to her senses. Her gaze at her little cousin was a bit strange. She couldn't help but ask. Zhang Fuxing smiled and cupped his hands toward Shen Baobao. Shen Baobao was surprised. Are you saying? Zhang Fuxing glared at the startled Zhang Xiaoxi, his eyes suddenly focused on something outside the banquet hall. Third junior brother, How is it that such an important event as taking a disciple hasn't even sent an invitation my way? The raspy voice echoed through the banquet hall, causing guests from various cities to turn their heads. An elder dressed in training clothes walked into the hall with his hands behind his back, seemingly not caring about these so-called important figures from all over. He looked at the crowd parting, watching as a slow and steady old man walked out, smiling. Where is the little one to be accepted as a disciple today? Hong Tianbao's face was as calm as ever, squinting at Chen Xiuxing. Chen Xiuxing laughed loudly, displaying a wanton attitude. The banquet was momentarily silent. Hong Tianbao's expression turned somewhat unsightly. This old bastard was really here to cause trouble. But he was puzzled. Among the guests in the hall were no shortage of grandmasters. Was Chen Xiuxing insane to choose this moment to cause trouble? During the silence, Hong Tianbao suddenly asked. He grinned, his gaze chilling. Some guests in the hall showed anger on their faces. Hong Tianbao remained calm as ever, while in the corner, Zhang Fuxing slightly lowered his eyelids. He thought to himself, turning his head to look at the drizzling rain outside the banquet hall, and silently smiled. Far away, figures cloaked in black silently walked in the heavy rain. Chapter 185, 146, Eradication, Ceremony Complete. Chapter 185, Chapter 146, Eradication, Ceremony Complete. Zhang Fuxing was well aware that he wasn't particularly skilled at scheming and intrigue. He preferred to kill his enemies with a single punch. As for the so-called struggle, having seized Liao Xinji's enlightenment, he was indeed not what he used to be, but could he compare with the top martial arts masters in their 30s? That was still far off. So, he chose to eliminate those geniuses. Eliminate those apprentices of the master uncle whom he had never met. The rain fell harder. In the rain curtain, Lu Zheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, staring at the 30 or so figures in black robes before him. These people were shrouded in black robes from head to toe, their faces and figures obscured. The black-robed figures remained silent, encircling silently as the long street became desolate and cold without anyone noticing. A raindrop hit Lu Zheng's eye. He instinctively squinted. In an instant, over 30 chi blood smokes tore the rain curtain apart, and more than 30 massive palm seals descended with a boom. The long street fractured. Someone called the public security headquarters, only to hear a long silence. Unable to connect. Or perhaps, at the public security headquarters, all the operators had left their posts and proceeded to the meeting room, listening quietly to Assistant Lin's meeting instructions. The sound of phones ringing persisted in the distance, and an operator couldn't help but raise a hand. Lin Changle expressionlessly motioned for silence, glancing at his watch. The operators remained silent. The fractured long street. In the midst of the street shattered by 37 martial arts masters simultaneously, a puddle of blood was being washed away by the rain. Not everyone had the ability to fight off many opponents alone. The blood wriggled, and under the illumination of the other shore bone in the hand of the leading black-robed figure, a new grim skeleton stood up. Another black-robed figure handed over a brand-new black robe. The 38 martial arts masters continued their march in the rain, moving faster and faster. Sonic booms echoed across the long street as figures tore through the rain curtain, leaping again and again, ultimately intercepting a middle-aged man. Wang Tianlong. Again, over 30 chi blood smokes soared into the sky, transforming into colossal palm seals that descended with a crash. A blazing white light ripped through, evaporating the chi blood palm seals. Wang Tianlong roared and quickly fled, but the 30 or so figures surrounded and pursued, ensuring there was nowhere to escape. Wang Tianlong was shocked and angry. Among the 30 or so martial arts masters, there were even 2 top masters, especially the one in the lead black robe. Although the opponent exuded a lifeless aura, just based on the over 200 meters of chi blood smoke. He too was an exceptional expert, with 3 shackles simultaneously unlocking the 5 viscera. He roared, pounding through the continuous rain curtain, attempting to draw these black-robed figures into his own divine realm. He too was a pseudo-master, his spiritual will reaching the level of minor perfection. He succeeded. The black-robed figures all appeared in his divine realm. Wang Tianlong licked his lips. He hadn't finished speaking, only to see these black-robed figures stomp their feet in unison. Once, the divine realm shook. Twice, the divine realm began to tear apart. The third time, his own spiritual world was violently shattered. Wang Tianlong suffered a spiritual backlash, coughing up blood profusely, a look of terror crossing his face. Although he had only drawn these people into his divine realm for just a few breaths, he clearly noticed that these people were not human, not the slightest hint of a life signal. 38 black-robed figures charged towards him. Wang Tianlong reached his fingers to his body, touching consecutively, his physique suddenly expanding, pressing his palms together. Embodying Tathagata, the chi blood behind him transformed into a resplendent great sun. The rain curtain evaporated into massive amounts of mist, enveloping the long street. In the mist, blazing white light ripped out, evaporating 10 or so black-robed figures at the 3 viscera and 4 viscera levels in an instant. Wang Tianlong roared. He fought with the remaining black-robed figures, unleashing various true intent powers, utilizing his own supreme techniques. He fought until blood-drenched, finally breaking the last black-robed figure. Yet for some reason, there wasn't a single armed hovercar in the sky, which should have been patrolling all along. Wang Tianlong breathed heavily. After a bloody battle, he was nearly killed. Looking at the scattered bones on the ground, a look of shock appeared on his face. Wang Tianlong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart still racing, knowing that the master's ban clearly stated, unless provoked, the elders must not attack the juniors. Only then could the fairness of the contest be barely ensured. Wang Tianlong stood in the rain, blood continuously flowing down. He turned wearily. Suddenly his body stiffened, and he turned his head sharply. On the ground, the scattered bone fragments were gathering. Even the evaporated bones reappeared at this moment. 38 grim skeletons stood again in the rain. Wang Tianlong cursed blankly. He was overwhelmed by the dense chi blood. He was torn apart. Moments latte. From the bloody mud, a new grim skeleton stood up. 39 grim skeletons silently vanished in the rain. Banquet hall. Zhang Fuxing covered his mouth, coughing lightly twice. As long as the grim skeleton's residual soul isn't shattered, it naturally won't truly perish, but it can't resurrect without limit. It requires the consumption of vital energy. Wang Tianlong is indeed formidable. His face turned slightly pale, as he gazed intently at the confrontation between his master and the granduncle in the hall. The auspicious time for the apprenticeship ceremony was about to pass. Shun Baobao glanced at the young man beside her, pondered for a moment, and was about to step forward when suddenly the tense, icy atmosphere in the banquet hall softened. The guests one after another looked towards the outside of the banquet hall, where an elderly man and a young boy with 3 eyes on his forehead were walking in side by side. Voices rose and fell in the banquet hall as Chun Xiuxing dispelled his overwhelming murderous aura, stepped aside, and displayed a look of uncertain astonishment. Hong Tianbao is acquainted with these two? He was a bit bewildered. Hadn't he just sent Lu Zheng to the waiting area half a month ago to reach a collaboration with Hu Zhongli? Hadn't he offered a qi and blood marvelous medicine that could extend life? This Hu Zhongli had clearly promised to support him in becoming a golden legislator of Chongyang City. While Chun Xiuxing was in shock, Hong Tianbao also approached with a face full of surprise. Hu Zhongli nodded slightly, sized up the plump old man, then suddenly beamed. He expressed some regret as he spoke. The plump old man smiled bitterly. In the corner, Zhang Fuxing was a bit bewildered. Peerless genius? Ultimately, what on earth? Wasn't his master just a grandmaster at his peak? He had this confusion long ago when his master could invite grandmasters and grandmasters from various cities, even being on good terms with Shun Baobao's and Kong Dongyan's masters. Shun Baobao's master must not be an innate, right? As his thoughts wandered, Shun Baobao, standing beside him, seemed to discern his confusion. Zhang Fuxing turned around. Shun Baobao nodded slightly. She sighed. Zhang Fuxing was left dumbfounded. What on earth? Going straight from minor perfection to breaking limit, bypassing perfection? He pondered. In that case, can it be done without the aid of deities? Shin Baobao shrugged. The phases of the spirit realm: entry level, minor achievement, great success, then minor perfection attaining the illusory divine realm, and perfection achieving the true divine realm, where breaking limit signifies the spirit level of the innate realm. She sighed. Zhang Fuxing seemed to understand somewhat. So originally, there's no grandmaster level. Shun Baobao looked approvingly at Zhang Fuxing. She gazed at the plump old man, lightly shaking her head. Zhang Fuxing fell silent, faintly imagining the battles of decades past when his master ultimately failed, stuck at the grandmaster realm. Later, he also suffered the flesh plague and never recovered. He sighed softly, feeling some regret that he received the news too late, already at spiritual perfection in a true divine realm. Otherwise, Zhang Fuxing shook his head. At this moment, Hu Zhongli smiled and said, Chun Xiuxing's expression was a bit unsightly. With Hu Zhongli present, it wasn't appropriate to stir trouble again. Speaking of which, why hasn't Wang Tianlong arrived yet? Hu Zhongli looked around, suddenly curious, and asked. Hong Tianbao saluted and hurriedly waved towards the corner. All eyes turned to rest on a heroic young man. The young man wore a black, traditional long robe, sturdy martial arts shoes, and neatly buttoned attire, appearing to possess the demeanor of a martial arts master or grandmaster. Hu Zhongli intently observed the young man, intrigued. Zhang Fuxing stepped forward, neither overly humble nor arrogant, and saluted Elder Hu. He scrutinized Zhang Fuxing for a while, then nodded approvingly. Many guests in the banquet hall exchanged glances, somewhat surprised. The young man certainly had good fortune. Everyone knew, although the golden legislator of the waiting area had changed seats, Elder Hu probably could return to being a golden legislator at any time, a golden legislator, often a grandmaster, but in status, even slightly higher than an ordinary innate realm. Someone reminded at this point. Hong Tianbao guided Elder Hu and Legislator Zhou to their seats, while he himself sat in the large armchair. The sound of drums and gongs drowned out the continuous rain outside the banquet hall. The second master suddenly appeared from nowhere, giving Qin Xiuxing a meaningful glance, and chanted loudly. Zhang Fuxing presented the tea a second time. Hong Tianbao sipped the tea for the third time, holding it in his hand, and took the apprenticeship note that Zhang Fuxing handed over, speaking loudly. As the words fell, the ceremony concluded. The rain outside the banquet hall lessened slightly. Qin Xiuxing looked outside, yet still waiting for his disciple to arrive. He maintained a stoic face. Chapter 186, 147. You are the great belly Buddha. So who is she? Chapter 186. Chapter 147. You are the great belly Buddha. So who is she? The grand banquet ended swiftly. Hong Tianbao took Zhang Fuxing around, introducing one acquaintance after another, including descendants of old friends, essentially entrusting his own network to his apprentice. After personally seeing off the numerous guests and arranging a visit time with Hu Zhongli under everyone's gaze, Zhang Fuxing then kicked Zhang Xiaoxi, that troublesome kid, out of the hall. Junior brother Zhang, don't forget about me while you're busy visiting Elder Hu, Shun Baobao said before leaving. He naturally responded with a smile, making note of it in his mind. The ancient saint sect of Confucianism. Shun Baobao, indeed, is a good choice, holding a high position within the ancient saint sect and an equally significant status in reality. If Zhang Fuxing aimed to pull Elder Yu into the High Heaven Association, he planned to bring Shun Baobao into something even grander than High Heaven. The four great religions, Both the Buddhist and Taoist religions, whether Ling Mountain, Mandala, or Eastern and Western sects, all have people who have ascended beyond high heaven. Zhang Fuxing wasn't too impressed with the pantheon, but Confucianism was an influence he needed to harness. Watching Shun Baobao leave, he decided to quietly deliver the high heaven order to him tonight, before turning his gaze to the senior elder. Chun Xiuxing didn't linger, seemingly receiving some news, hurriedly departing. Zhang Fuxing watched his departing silhouette silently, smiling. Competitors. Eliminate all competitors, and there would be no competition. He sighed softly, but still, it was a pity he couldn't finish it thoroughly. Zhang Fuxing learned about the whereabouts of Wang Tianlong and Lu Zheng from He Gaozhua, only managing to deal with these two, but as for second senior uncle's unworthy disciple, Jin Xiuyue, tracking him down in the short term is difficult. This time, the timing, location, and circumstances were all favorable. It was his own apprenticeship banquet, and even the Western believers backing Wang Tianlong and the others hadn't reacted in time. Next time, if he wanted to kill Jin Xiuyue, it would be troublesome. Second senior uncle probably wouldn't interfere much, as he was eager to cut ties with this branch. But those Western believers... Zhang Fuxing sighed softly again. He muttered to himself. Zhang Fuxing understood clearly that within the Western sect, there were different factions, and he was on Miss Mingyue's side, with Wang Tianlong and Jin Xiuyue backed by another faction. In the end, if only he remained, then the people from those two factions would have to approach him too. By then, his status would rise significantly, and he could even demand a great deal. For example, a massive amount of star beast meat, or enough natural medicine to completely uncover all the secret mysteries of his internal organs in one go. That's exactly what he's lacking now. As long as he has enough natural medicine, he could use the cultivation time gained through transactions to reach the pinnacle of a martial arts master in one go. Or even a grandmaster. No, a great grandmaster. A great grandmaster. Returning to the back room. In the back room, Hong Tianbao held Zhang Fuxing's hand solemnly. Zhang Fuxing bowed deeply in respect, genuinely heartfelt. The time spent with his master wasn't particularly long, but his master's sincerity toward him was palpable. Truth be told, in this pathological world today, rare isn't enough to describe it. You led me onto the path. Hong Tianbao paused, stroked his long beard in comfort, but his expression suddenly grew solemn. He gestured, summoning Qin Yuk and Lin Dongxi. Zhang Fuxing was somewhat curious. Lin Dongxi wondered. Hong Tianbao nearly lost patience, giving Lin Dongxi a tap on the head. He took a breath, his expression turned solemn, voice deepened. Zhang Fuxing felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, their lineage, after all, is from the evil cult. Even if, according to his master, they had left the cult, there were still inexplicable connections with Ling Mountain's lineage. Hong Tianbao spoke in a low voice. The three senior and junior disciples exchanged looks. The last true god of the Ling Mountain lineage? Zhang Fuxing pondered. Hong Tianbao nodded slightly. He sighed softly. Zhang Fuxing's expression turned extremely solemn. Indeed, to break into the innate realm, the assistance of deities from the different dimension is necessary. Normally, it requires anchoring to a certain scenario and corresponding deities from the different dimension. But it could also naturally be other divine spirits. Chapter 187, 147. You are the Great Belly Buddha. So who is she? Part 2. Chapter 187. Chapter 147. You are the Great Belly Buddha. So who is she? Part 2. Zhang Fuxing couldn't help but ask. The master shook his head. The chubby old man's face revealed a look of reverence. Zhang Fuxing's expression turned serious. An ancient deity? How ancient? He thought again of the dimensional overlap point, and whether the Grandmaster's suspected plan for ascension to God had the support of that venerable god behind it. There must be, since the rise and fall of a sect are determined by the number of deities in a different dimension. Then, that venerable god must want to add more gods. Hong Tianbao exhaled and said softly, I'm taking you to the Grandmaster now to complete the worship. After a pause, he cautioned, Zhang Fuxing, Chen Yuk, and Lin Dongxi exchanged glances. Chen Yuk's expression was somewhat odd. Devout? She instinctively glanced at her junior brother and quietly lowered her head. The true deity of the present world is right before their eyes. Praise the central pole sect leader, emperor of the underworld, and 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate. In the afternoon, the rain stopped. Hong Tianbao arrived at the 9th district with his 3 disciples. Yes, the actual residence of the Grand Master was surprisingly in the 9th district. On the way, the chubby old man casually asked. Zhang Fuxing replied. Hong Tianbao was somewhat surprised, evidently aware of this accommodating position. As they spoke, the 4 of them arrived at a small cabin. Zhang Fuxing looked up at the dissipating clouds. In his perception, that grim skeleton had also arrived at the waiting area. The 3 nodded quickly, watched the chubby old man enter the cabin, and Zhang Fuxing slightly lowered his gaze, letting his mind descend remotely onto the grim skeleton far away. At this moment, in the waiting area, draped in a black robe, the skeleton walked out of the waiting area into the wilderness. It began to gallop. In just a moment, it arrived at a certain black market. The little old man tapped his pipe on the table, curiously inspecting the guest shrouded entirely in a black robe. He felt a slight chill. This person had an aura that was somewhat peculiar, dark, deathly cold. He couldn't sense any vitality, almost like a dead person. The little old man grew more cautious and asked. The person in the black robe looked at the little old man, and from under the hood came a strange and unique sound that seemed like the clashing and grinding of bones. The grating, unique voice of the person in the black robe drilled into the little old man's ears. To Jiangzhou City. After all, it wasn't Zhang Fuxing's own body, and remote control was somewhat cumbersome. The little old man's expression became serious at once. The person in the black robe said coldly. The little old man retrieved an abacus from somewhere, tapping and calculating for some time before deliberating. He thought about the 4 portions of great medicine he had lost, feeling a slight ache in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he held up 5 fingers. The little old man earnestly said, The remaining 4,000 is for the substantial risk I must undertake. Not. The person in the black robe said eerily, stepping forward a step. Just, I. The little old man was stunned, then furiously enraged, thinking, damn it, another freeloader? Do they really think this old man is easy to bully? He rolled up his sleeves, then suddenly a gust of wind came, lifting the black robe slightly and revealing a line, just enough to show off the ghastly pale, sinister skeleton. The little old man was silent for a moment. The person in the black robe tilted his head slightly, asking faintly, What are you? The little old man glanced at his rolled-up sleeve, and with a dry laugh said, A bit hot, a bit hot. His tone shifted, becoming exceedingly enthusiastic. The little old man pounded his chest with a thump, his voice sounding somewhat pitiful. Lately, what on earth is happening? See your damn ghost. My money, my soul. The little old man patted his chest, his smile more mournful than crying. Chongyang City, 9th District. Under Hong Tianbao's guidance, the 3 entered the small house. The room was very simple, with a wooden table, short stools, clear tea, and an incense burner. The 3 simultaneously saluted the elder. Yuan Feidao slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the 3 young people, and nodded slightly. He leisurely stood up. On the wooden table before him sat an incense burner, with curling blue smoke rising from it. Zhang Fuxing looked at this grandmaster he had seen just yesterday. The elder didn't appear imposing. Rather, like the master, he exuded a kind of compassionate aura. But this compassion was very eerie, indescribable, inexplicable. The elder said leisurely. He led the 3 towards the inner chamber, his tone slow and peaceful. The venerable god will open its eyes, it will gaze upon you, and might even descend with an oracle. Yuan Feidao said as such. The 3 senior and junior apprentices answered, their hearts tightening. The god will open its eyes and cast its gaze? Each of them with heavy thoughts. They followed the elder into the dim inner chamber. Yuan Feidao fiddled with a mechanism, and the wall slowly parted, revealing the shrine within. The shrine was not large. Inside, it housed a small Buddha statue, in front of which stood a solemn tablet. Zhang Fuxing's eyes widened. The Buddha statue had its eyes closed tightly, appearing to laugh heartily with an extremely large belly. And on that tablet, if this was the Great Belly Buddha, and if the Great Belly Buddha was still in the different dimension, then who is she? He glanced at Lin Dongxi, whose eyes were wide open. The Buddha statue opened its eyes. P.S. I see all your monthly tickets, and I find them very faithful with me. Chapter 188. 148. Buddha said the gifts are his to bestow, he cannot be observed. Chapter 188. Chapter 148. Buddha said the gifts are his to bestow, he cannot be observed. A Buddha statue coated with gold leaf, made of stone, suddenly opened its eyes at this moment. The shrine was solemn. Zhang Fuxing could feel the gaze of the Buddha statue sweep over him, without pausing for a moment, but just that fleeting glance. A sense of hair-raising eeriness made him have the impulse to immediately go to the Eight Sceneries Palace and sit on the meditation mat. He stopped the impulse. The Great Belly Buddha, Mithriya. If the Great Belly Buddha is still in the different dimension, then who is Lin Dongxi beside him? If Lin Dongxi is truly the Great Belly Buddha incarnate experiencing tribulation, then what is this Buddha statue and the deity behind it? His mind repeatedly pondered. Yuan Feidao's low voice came, and the three senior apprentice brothers and sisters suddenly awakened, kneeling on three soft meditation mats, hands pressed together in prayer. They chanted together. The shrine trembled. The Buddha statue, showing the delightful form of holding its belly, even smiled more joyfully, and in the next second, a solemn sound rose. The three cries of mercy echoed in the dark room, deafening, causing Zhang Fuxing to feel his mind completely clear, as if receiving sudden enlightenment, and all the past confusions seemed to be easily solved at this moment. Things he contemplated many times but couldn't comprehend also fell into place now. It was like a great realization. Even those 5 mansions Tao scriptures that couldn't be memorized or transcribed, its words began to flash briefly in his mind. The Buddha statue suddenly looked at Chun Yuk. Yuan Feidao also timely spoke in a low voice, as if speaking on behalf of the Buddha statue, on behalf of that deity in the different dimension. He gazed at Chun Yuk, his voice like a loud bell. Zhang Fuxing and Lin Dongxi both looked at the second senior sister. The former's heart slightly moved. The second senior sister's body was created by himself. He is the source of his own bloodline, and in a certain sense, the second senior sister was only born less than a month ago. It is normal for the chest cavity to still retain innate fetal purple chi, and lacking in the body. He used his body as a model to create the second senior sister. This body limit can only open the spleen secret. Doesn't that mean it is deficient? Zhang Fuxing's mind kept pondering, somewhat surprised. Did this Buddha statue really see the existence and non-existence within the second senior sister's body? At this time, the ancestor continued to speak. Yuan Feidao sighed softly, speaking solemnly. He pointed distantly towards Chun Yuk. Seemingly nothing happened, but Chun Yuk shivered slightly, as if a withered tree encountered spring. Her eyes and spirit became more lively and clear. The Buddha statue slowly turned its head, its gaze falling on Lin Dongxi. Yuan Feidao also looked towards her, his eyes unfocused, like invoking the spirit, uttering the Brahma sound. Once the words fell, Yuan Feidao bowed in respect towards the Buddha statue. Under the astonished gazes of the three, the Buddha statue's hands reached into the void, into an unknown and obscure place, and then surprisingly raised a brilliant relic. As soon as the relic appeared, the chanting of scriptures and the sound of wooden fish immediately appeared in the dark room. With 81 streams of Brahma light blooming from it, Zhang Fuxing was illuminated by the Brahma light. keenly aware that after eating the fearless lion meat, the Buddha's golden light attached to the skin membrane was increasing dramatically. The golden sheen flowed through the textures of his skin. The great sun Arhat relics quietly floated up, quietly descended onto Lin Dongxi, who subconsciously opened her mouth, and the relic entered her body. A ball of blazing great sun radiance could be seen shining in her mouth. Then the radiance sank in her throat, down to her stomach, finally. Residing in the dantian, the great sun light slowly abetted. Lin Dongxi closed her eyes tight, gradually exuding the flavor of Buddha nature, purity, and so on. Yuan Feidao's gaze fell on Zhang Fuxing. The Buddha statue also slowly turned its head to gaze at Zhang Fuxing. The latter felt a chill in his heart, with an illusion of being seen through completely. A breath, 2 breaths. Yuan Feidao seemed to receive the divine oracle. A surprised expression surfaced on his face. Without waiting for Zhang Fuxing to answer, the old man continued to narrate. He sighed and said, Zhang Fuxing listened quietly, his heart slightly relaxed. The gaze of the Buddha statue could indeed see through himself, but only on the level of the body. The flavor of the other shore is naturally the result of fusing the other shore flower and the dead man's bone being removed. That is clearly when he gave the dead man's bone that had transformed into the other shore bone to the grim skeletons for temporary safekeeping. The Buddha statue, mysterious yet mysterious. But there seems to be a limit, just as Zhang Fuxing was wildly imagining. Yuan Feidao's voice suddenly became stern. Your body has an elusive, ethereal, almost imperceptible divine cause and effect from... Zhang Fuxing was stunned and quickly replied. Yuan Feidao nodded faintly. Chapter 189, 148. The Buddha grants, but he cannot be observed too. Chapter 189. Chapter 148. The Buddha grants, but he cannot be observed too. The Buddha says, thus granting you. Yuan Feidao's voice suddenly became solemn, with a heavy yet ethereal quality. The light in the Buddha statue's eyes grew more brilliant. Zhang Fuxing could distinctly feel that the gaze was penetrating certain aspects of himself, but he sensed something unknowable, that this gaze was entirely blocked, obscured, stopped. It is 8 Scenery's palace. A crack split open on the top of the Buddha statue, extending continuously from the Buddha's crown to the round belly, and then to the lotus pedestal below. Lin Dongxi's eyes widened, while Chun Yuk remained expressionless. The elderly man's face suddenly turned red, as if his blood and energy were turbulent, as if he had been injured. His expression grew unspeakably grave, gazing at Zhang Fuxing with bewilderment and uncertainty. Karma entanglement? Zhang Fuxing clasped his hands together. Yuan Feidao took a breath. The redness on his face had not faded. Even growing a bit more intense, his breathing became erratic. He spoke very slowly. Child, many karmic threads are woven around you. The lamp in the dark chamber flickered, and Hong Tianbao, waiting outside, swallowed hard. He had never seen Yuan Feidao in such a state. So solemn, so astonished. Yuan Feidao took a deep breath and continued. Not only this, but it also seems intertwined with multiple deities. His expression was weighed down by an unfathomable sense of the extraordinary. Zhang Fuxing was dumbfounded. Chen Yuk blinked and lowered his head in reverence. Yuan Feidao furrowed his brow. These are just the minutiae. A look of utter apprehension covered Zhang Fuxing's face, with an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It's referring to the celestial venerate. Surely, myself with myself. Naturally, there's karmic entanglement. Yuan Feidao spoke at last. Perhaps you were seen as a chess piece by that mysterious deity beyond the limits of comprehension. Zhang Fuxing placed his hands together again, offering a respectful gesture. The master ancestor sighed. What the Buddha bestows upon you is an inextinguishable flame. The words fell, and the master ancestor stretched out his hand, making a motion as if to support, while the cracked Buddha statue extended its hand into the void again. Descending was a seemingly ordinary, candle-like flame suspended in midair. The flame drifted over, and Zhang Fuxing reached out to hold it. The redness on Yuan Feidao's face intensified. He said in a low voice. The old man hunched his back and warned. With a wave of his hand, the three suddenly found their vision blur, already appearing outside the house, Hong Tianbao alongside them. The door closed, and the master ancestor's voice echoed from within. The three exchanged glances, and together with Hong Tianbao, bowed in farewell. Inside the dim chamber, Yuan Feidao closed his eyes, the redness on his face roiling over, suddenly opening his mouth with a wow. Brilliant blood, reflecting heavenly radiance, spurted from his mouth, splattering on the cracked Buddha statue. He bent over, gasping for breath in huge gulps, the sweat pouring like rain. On the way, Zhang Fuxing looked at his master and couldn't help asking. Hong Tianbao shook his head, his expression complex. I have never seen your grandmaster act like this, nor have I ever seen that Buddha statue in such a manner. Chun Yuk touched the ancestral acupoint at her brow. Lin Dongxi caressed her dantian, and Zhang Fuxing extended his right hand. A tiny flicker of candlelight appeared out of nowhere. The candlelight seemed nothing out of the ordinary. Hong Tianbao glanced at the sky. You should all go back and rest well. The disciples bowed to their master, watching him depart into the distance. Then, Zhang Fuxing picked up little child with one hand. His mind shifted, the divine realm unfolded, simultaneously bringing Chun Yuk and little child into the divine realm. The two only felt a blur before their eyes. The scenery changed, and when everything became clear again, they were inside a vast hall. Looking up, they saw a meditation mat, an incense burner, a Tao scripture, and a shrine. The shrine held no deity, just a single wooden plaque, inscribed with the words heaven and earth. Chun Yuk instinctively prostrated towards the heaven and earth tablet. Lin Dongxi also bowed his head and bent his waist towards it. Nomi stuck, just bowing and bending. They were not forced to prostrate. Zhang Fuxing looked deeply at Lin Dongxi, walked forward, and first glanced at the Tao scripture. Indeed, there was a new line of words. Just 3 words. Good tactics. Zhang Fuxing kept a calm face. His mind shifted, and a thin veil covered the shrine, making the heaven and earth tablet invisible. Only then did Chun Yuk and Lin Dongxi straighten up. Lin Dongxi carefully looked around. Zhang Fuxing plopped down onto the meditation mat in front of the shrine. Though it was not as grand as the 8 Sceneries Palace, it still held a remarkably high position. In this way, even if the Grand Master left some tactics on the 3 items bestowed by the Buddha, it would not be able to spy on us. He exhaled and looked at Lin Dongxi. Lin Dongxi placed her hands on her hips and glared, murmuring. A confused expression appeared on her face, just like Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, a thought popping into his mind. Divine position? Celestial position? Great belly Buddha, undergoing tribulation in the mundane world. Wouldn't that leave only his celestial position in the different dimension? Zhang Fuxing spread his hand. That unknown flicker of candlelight appeared in his palm, still looking plain and unremarkable, just like an ordinary candle flame. He pondered for a moment. As his words fell, in the bewildered gaze of the 2 women, Zhang Fuxing's figure suddenly vanished from place, leaving only that seemingly plain candlelight. At the same moment, Zhang Fuxing's figure appeared in the 8 Sceneries Palace. First, he sat down on the meditation mat, and his position soared to an indescribable height. He frowned in thought, sensing meticulously. He detected no anomalies, yet with careful insight, he realized the presence of a prying gaze. Unlike Black Eye from before, this gaze couldn't reach the 8 Sceneries Palace, as if it was looking through 10,000 layers of mist, taking a startled glance. That gaze shattered upon the misty barrier. He could not be spied upon. It was the Buddha statue. Zhang Fuxing was even more baffled. The gaze suspected to be of Mithra Buddha, his celestial position, shattered outside 10,000 layers of mist. What did Black Eye rely on back then? And what was the blackness in his eyes anyway? Need to get to the bottom of it. As thoughts swirled and spun, Zhang Fuxing checked himself thoroughly, cautiously ensuring there were no omissions. Only then did he stand up, quickly darting to the rear hall. Then he lay down at the door crack of the gate of the past, peering inside, thoughts swirling. The scene inside, once dark and deep, suddenly took on colorful hues, revealing images from long ago, in the room, in the dark chamber, in front of the shrine. Let me take a good look. The great celestial venerate, buttocks raised, lay peering through the door crack, eyes wide open, in a tone both solemn and dignified. Chapter 190, 149. Good and evil are hard to discern. The disciples arrive. Chapter 190. Chapter 149. Good and evil are hard to discern. The disciples arrive. The high-dimensional perspective unfolds. The shrine is still a shrine, yet it presents itself to Zhang Fuxing in an indescribable form, decomposing and expanding, everything clear and detailed, as clear as the lines on one's palm. At that moment, the Buddha statue opens its eyes. Zhang Fuxing vaguely sees two lines on the Buddha statue that were previously invisible, but now are clearly visible. One leads to Yuan Fei Dao, the other to a mysterious and unknown place. Zhang Fuxing raises an eyebrow. His gaze falls upon his master, whose body details unfold completely before his eyes. His internal organs shine like the bright moon, and the ancestral acupoint between his brows is like a blazing sun. The blood within his body sparkles with heavenly light and treasures, just like what was once observed in Miss Mingyue. The only difference is, in Miss Mingyue's heart lies a ginseng fruit, yet there is nothing unusual in his master's organs. Zhang Fuxing mutters to himself, continuing to observe this moment with clarity. At that moment, the Buddha statue sweeps its gaze over the three, finally landing on Chun Yuk. Under the insightful high-dimensional perspective, Zhang Fuxing sees a golden light, invisible at the time, emanate from the Buddha's eyes, enveloping Chun Yuk. He is startled. Under the golden light, many invisible things within Chun Yuk are actually revealed, just as Yuan Fei Dao had said. Innate, pure, a strand of innate fetal purple qi in the chest, but the body is clearly incomplete among the 5 organs. Only the spleen has 2 locks, hiding 2 great secrets. The rest of the organs are clean, empty, and nothing. Zhang Fuxing mutters to himself, is this golden light some kind of divine technique? A celestial eye technique of the Buddhist family? His thoughts turn, seeing his master point towards the second senior sister, clearly seeing a strand of innate spiritual sense detaching from his master's ancestral acupoint and falling onto Chun Yuk. At the time, it was not noticed, but seeing it now, his master's complexion had obviously paled, and the vitality within had also weakened. The Buddha statue's gaze falls upon Lin Dongxi, the golden light reflecting, and Zhang Fuxing also sees within little child's body the things Yuan Fei Dao depicted. 6 tufts of innate Buddha nature. Then the Buddha statue once again extends its hands into the dark place above. This time, Zhang Fuxing sees clearly. That far and distant darkness within which is Maitreya? No, it's not Maitreya. It's something indescribable, formless and shapeless. But the moment Zhang Fuxing condenses it in the high-dimensional perspective, he naturally comprehends. Zhang Fuxing's eyes are bright, yet his expression is shaken. From the Maitreya celestial position, the Buddha statue stripped out a relic and bestowed it to Lin Dongxi. When the relic was stripped out, the Maitreya celestial position dimmed by 3 degrees. Zhang Fuxing's pupils contract. The master said, "This is an Arhat's relic." Arhat's relic, my foot. This is clearly Maitreya's relic. The Buddha's relic. No, it's not the true Maitreya Buddha's relic. It's the Great Belly Buddha's relic. The difference between the two is quite simple. The former is the true future Buddha. The latter is an usurper of the celestial position. Did Great Belly Buddha give away his relic? No, it's not that. There is only the Maitreya celestial position there. No Great Belly Buddha. Zhang Fuxing murmurs to himself, observing the illusory lines connecting the Maitreya celestial position and Yuan Fei Dao from the Buddha statue, coming up with a bold guess in his heart. Muttering to himself, The Buddha statue's gaze turns towards his past self. Golden light reflects. The Buddha statue abruptly splits. Zhang Fuxing witnesses the entire process clearly, even seeing at the moment the Buddha statue splits from head to toe, the flesh and blood. Beneath his master's skin also splits from head to toe, completely synchronized. Again, the Buddha statue extends both hands into the dark place, reaching for the Maitreya celestial position, from which it strips out a wisp of candle flame. In Zhang Fuxing's perspective, the Maitreya celestial position dims by another 3 degrees. From the initial brilliant light, through 2 peelings, 2 dimmings, now it only shines like moonlight. The candle flame in the high-dimensional perspective is pure, clean, no hidden adulterated tricks, nothing sinister. Yuan Fei Dao. Zhang Fuxing finds it unbelievable, this old man fond of raising goo. Is he really kind-hearted? Strange, too strange. Through the gap in the door, the 3 siblings and Hong Tianbao from that time all appear outside, and the door slams shut. But from his current perspective, stretching for hundreds of meters, he can still see the scene in the dark room. Zhang Fuxing sees old Mr. Yuan cough up a mouthful of brilliant blood, sees the old man leaning against the cracked, blood-stained Buddha statue, gasping for breath, sees him talking to himself at that moment. Yuan Fei Dao wipes the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, stamps his foot, sighs, and says, "What a pity encountered too late." The old man turns around, wiping the blood off the Buddha statue, hunching his body. Zhang Fuxing listens to his soft sighs, his heart stirred. Bodhisattva's 6 trials, Buddha's 9 trials. Could it refer to the 6 tufts of innate Buddha nature within little child? Chapter 191, 149. Good and evil are hard to discern. The disciples arrive. Chapter 191. Chapter 149. Good and evil are hard to discern. The disciples arrive, since that little child is the worldly incarnation of the great belly Buddha. Shouldn't it be 9 clusters? Innate Buddha nature. Could it be? Zhang Fuxing thought of Neodali. Could this guy have consumed 3 clusters? It seems quite possible. I'll check later. He continued to observe while old Yuan was still sighing. And that young man, what kind of existence has he entangled with? Yuan Fei Dao sighed one last time, his perspective completely pulling back, unable to see inside the dark room anymore. Zhang Fuxing left the crack in the door, pacing back and forth before finally sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat. Old Yuan, he rubbed his chin, thinking about that old fellow who actually gave away something, even if it was something related to the Maitreya celestial position. With a thought, Zhang Fuxing summoned forth his master brother from the urn. Neodali bared his teeth and exhaled at him. Zhang Fuxing slapped him and asked. Neodali glared fiercely at Zhang Fuxing, then finally struggled to speak. Zhang Fuxing had a thought, and the contract appeared, sealing the agreement. Trade absolute freedom for 3 clusters of innate Buddha nature. The contract fluttered slightly, but it didn't heat up, showing Neodali's willingness. It also indicated that the opponent indeed had 3 clusters of innate Buddha nature. Otherwise, the agreement wouldn't be possible. Under Neodali's eager gaze, Zhang Fuxing put away the contract, his face expressionless. He was merely testing with the contract to see if Old Bull truly had innate Buddha nature. Neodali's expectant expression froze, followed by a heart-wrenching howl. Then Zhang Fuxing slapped both him and the urn into the darkness. Since the innate Buddha nature exists within Neodali, that settles it. There are too many ways to acquire it. No need to trade with him. The simplest: take a trip to Jiangzhou, kill Neodali, take his flawless soul, and transform it into his subordinate soul. Can't go to Jiangzhou right now. We'll discuss it later. Zhang Fuxing murmured, and with a thought, the wisp of candle flame left in the 5 mansions temple appeared in his palm. The great celestial venerate quietly observed the candle flame and temporarily stowed it away. Though the candle flame was fine, without understanding its purpose, it couldn't be rashly merged with essence, qi, and spirit. Saying so, Zhang Fuxing still furrowed his brow. February 9th, next year. The sea-stabilizing divine needle iron must be secured, and Miss Mingyue is watching. Since that's the case, inevitably, it will involve the other two factions within the Western sect. He thought of what Shun Baobao had said about that ultimate leap, a method to reach the innate realm without being subject to deities. Zhang Fuxing chuckled, talking to himself. With a thought, the great celestial venerate vanished from the Eight Sceneries Palace, and Zhang Fuxing appeared in the grand hall of the Five Mansions Temple. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his brow. She fondled her dantian, giggling to herself. Zhang Fuxing glanced at her and said indifferently. Lin Dongxi suddenly froze. Qin Yuk looked at her with pity. Lin Dongxi jumped in fury, lunging at Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. 5 minutes later, the three returned from the divine realm to their bodies. The overconfident little child squatted down, clutching his head full of welts, eyes brimming with tears. Zhang Fuxing stretched lazily and reminded them. Qin Yuk's expression remained unchanged, and little child, holding his head, said nothing. Zhang Fuxing chuckled helplessly and gave the big belly Buddha a light nudge with his foot. What belongs to you will always be yours. Little child leapt up, but Zhang Fuxing didn't answer and drifted away. No matter why the master bestowed the gift, one thing was clear. The counterpart was already linked to the big belly Buddha, or rather the Methriya Buddha's celestial position. What if the master ascended to godhood? Perhaps he would immediately take that divine position. Oh, little child. Returning home, Mom had already prepared dinner. The family sat quietly around the dining table, having dinner. Zhang Fuxing put down his chopsticks and said softly, I have a senior from my sect working at the investigation bureau. Zhang Wentao was startled. A sect senior? That's difficult, isn't it? Old Zhang choked violently. He watched his son retreating to his room, his expression dazed, struggling for words. Zhou Guifang asked curiously, Garrison? Zhang Wentao's lips trembled, and he smiled bitterly. Zhang Wentao opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Garrison. He was somewhat lost in thought, pondering the kinds of people Fuxing mingled with usually. Old Zhang glanced at the tightly shut door. In the room, Zhang Fuxing opened the divine net, browsing silently. The divine net in Chongyang City was far superior to Jiangzhou, with numerous natural 5-element medicines available for sale. The price for each ranged from 2,700 to 3,500 pseudo-life souls. Zhang Fuxing calculated silently. There were still 11 secrets he hadn't uncovered. Overall, at the very least, he needed about 30 natural medicines. That meant at least 100,000 life souls, and likely more. After all, the farther it went, the more medicine was needed to unearth the secrets. Unless I devour human viscera in great quantities. A chill ran through him. This number was certainly not small, at least unattainable for himself, as the market price for one pseudo-life soul was about 10,000. Too much. Back then, Old Sure spent 300,000 life souls for 3 tails of fearless lion meat. In other words, the price for 1 tail of fearless lion meat was enough to buy the medicine to fully open his viscera. Contract transaction. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his chin, making a decision in his heart. Time to do some opportunistic collection. How to collect? Naturally, using his position as Vice Director Zhang. In such a big city, as Assistant Commissioner of the Public Security Headquarters, taking some protection fees from the wealthy seemed reasonable. Not using one's power would be foolish, wouldn't it? Come to think of it, Grim Skeleton was arriving in Jiangzhou soon. Zhang Fuxing suddenly furrowed his brow, his face turning cold as he swiftly stood up. He pushed open the door. Zhang Fuxing left the house, under the rising moon, silently distancing himself, suddenly glancing to the side, into the shadows. A great believer emerged from the shadows, scrutinizing Zhang Fuxing. Chapter 192-150. Negotiation with the Gods. Chapter 192. Chapter 150. Negotiation with the Gods, great believer. Same rank as steward. is indeed a martial arts master. The great believer looked up and down at the young man in front of him, nodding slightly. You are Zhang Fuxing? Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. The great believer squinted slightly. Zhang Fuxing nodded lightly. The great believer stared at the young man for a while, then opened his mouth faintly. Behind you, it's Envoy Mingyue, right? Under the night, Zhang Fuxing's expression didn't change at all. Just a martial arts master. To kill him, there's no need to unleash the 18-foot true body. He asked, who is it? Another envoy? The innate realm, among the sects, is also referred to as the divine favored, because at this level, one can barely communicate with the deities from a different dimension. The great believer's expression condensed. This young man was calmer than imagined, but understandably so. Thinking of today's apprenticeship feast, the great believer exhaled a murky breath. No longer putting on airs, Zhang Fuxing asked. The great believer frowned. The upper envoy is from a great sect, and the directors are grandmasters. Zhang Fuxing's expression remained unchanged. I see, then go back. The great believer was taken aback for a moment, laughed in anger. His voice gradually weakened. From the surrounding shadows, figures cloaked in black robes appeared one after another. Each figure was surrounded by an extraordinarily thick and substantial aura of blood energy. All martial arts masters. There were even 3 top-tier martial arts masters. The great believer felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Zhang Fuxing said calmly. Pausing, he continued. The corners of the great believer's mouth twitched, locked by over 30 terrifying auras. He dared not move. He was certain that if he made any move, the nearly 40 martial arts masters standing in the shadows would tear him apart instantly. Where did these martial arts masters come from? Why would they help this young man? He didn't know. Zhang Fuxing quietly gazed at the great believer. The great believer licked his lips, speaking dryly. Zhang Fuxing laughed in anger. Are you blinded by hostility? He stared at the great believer. And another thing, I don't like you people wandering around in front of my house. Stay away. The great believer suddenly saw the young man disappear into thin air. He was stunned. Then his scalp suddenly tingled, noticing a figure appearing beside him. The young man reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder. The great believer was about to resist, but seeing those over 30 figures stepping out from the shadows, all staring at him, he was terrified, forcibly halting his actions, watching as the young man gently tore. The entire arm was torn off. The intense pain swept through his entire body. Zhang Fuxing threw the arm to the ground, stepping on it. The snake true intense slightly spewed. The entire arm turned to dust. He said calmly. As the words fell, the great believer watched the young man turn and leave. When the young man walked far away, over 30 black-robed men slowly retreated into the shadows, disappearing. He was drenched in sweat. Arriving at the public security headquarters, entering his own office, Zhang Fuxing took a sip of hot tea prepared by Lin Changle, waved his hand, signaling the young assistant to leave. The door closed. While sensing from afar the movements of the grim skeleton approaching Jiangzhou, he flipped through the materials organized by Lin Changle, his thoughts swirling. These cultists indeed shouldn't be given a good face, lest they think one is weak and easily bullied, thus becoming overbearing. Others might not know, but he was clear about Miss Ming Yu's true identity. With such a great deity present, at least when facing the other Western believers, he could be unrestrained. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his brow, sighed softly, and the intentions of Miss Mingyu towards him were temporarily hard to determine. For now, she seemed to be well-intentioned towards him, but he couldn't pin his own safety on her whims. Zhang Fuxing's eyes flickered. Chapter 193, 150. Negotiation with the Gods, Part 2. Chapter 193. Chapter 150. Negotiation with the Gods, Part 2. While perusing the information of various high-ranking families in Chongyang City, he pondered quietly. Shin Bao Bao might also be considered as entering the high heaven. Outside the window, the twilight gradually faded and the moon rose. Zhang Fuxing's gaze finally lingered on the information about the Chu family. According to the information, this Chu family is truly a commercial giant, owning two large corporations, with businesses spread across 7 major cities and dozens of subordinate cities. It can be said that apart from Golden City, the Chu family has a certain influence and business in every place. But after all, they are just a commercial giant. There is no sufficiently strong presence in the family. Only one elder grandmaster. Zhang Fuxing pondered quietly. This is a good choice. With the identity of assistant commissioner, it would naturally be hard to handle them. But what if the identity of Hong Tianbao's last disciple, Zhang Fuxing, is added? At the master's banquet at noon, Old whose performance was witnessed by many and must have spread among the upper echelons of Chongyang City. Zhang Fuxing's gaze was sharp. Grandmaster. The Grand Realm is truly the realm of the powerful. The eldest senior uncle is a grandmaster, serving as the second in command of the Chongyang Military Department. The second senior uncle is also a grandmaster, stationed in Chongyang, managing the investigation branch, and Shun Baobao, as a grandmaster, is also a dean at Golden University. Speaking of which, if I remember correctly, Elder Yu is also an honorary vice president at Golden University, right? Zhang Fuxing rubbed his chin, somewhat amused. If it weren't for his intervention, Dean Shun would have already eliminated the vice president. It feels odd. He closed the thick documents and called in Lin Changle, who was waiting outside the door. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the time and said calmly. Lin Changle paused for a moment. Zhang Fuxing waved his hand. Lin Changle sneaked a glance at the composed Zhang Fuxing, responded honestly, and then asked. Zhang Fuxing thought for a moment, then said. Lin Changle swallowed and quietly reminded. Zhang Fuxing waved his hand. Lin Changle's eyes widened. This man also has a connection with the Investigation Bureau? Not daring to delay, she nodded, responded quickly, and hurried out. The office door closed again. Zhang Fuxing slowly closed his eyes and sent his thoughts to communicate with the grim skeletons far away. At this moment, the grim skeletons had already reached Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou, a thick blood-red color, covered thousands of miles of land, and what was once a prosperous small city had become a true ruin. Huge blood vessels rose everywhere on the land, leading to the flesh cocoon that hovered in midair. The flesh cocoon suddenly opened its eyes. In an instant, a diminutive skeleton was abruptly drawn in. The deity gazed at the tiny skeleton, slightly perplexed. A dead man? A dead man who walks freely among the living? It sharply noticed that the skeleton carried a spiritual thought, and just as it was about to tear out that strand of spiritual thought, the grim skeleton tremblingly presented a letter. The god of plague had a thought, and the letter floated up, unfolded, revealing its contents. To the plague emperor, I have long suffered under the ancestor of land immortals, wishing to kill him to relieve my hatred. Only 3 short lines, not important. The important thing is the package inside the envelope, a mass of flesh plague. A mass of flesh plague that is intact, certainly not forcibly taken out from a human body. The faces of Jiangzhou City's citizens continually emerged on the fleshly body. The heartbeat of the deity echoed across the vast land for thousands of miles. He gazed faintly at the grim skeleton, suddenly smiled. The empty eye sockets of the grim skeleton also stared at the deity, the bones rubbed, producing a difficult and dry sound. Though I anchor the world at the 5 Mansions temple, the dry voice echoed. The deity slightly lowered his eyelids, suddenly furious. The roar echoed within the celestial vault of Jiangzhou. The shattered earth trembled. From afar, the insurmountable boundary river stirred up furious waves. The god was angry. Even if it was just a wisp of spiritual will here, even if separated by an unfathomable distance, Zhang Fuxing still sensed the might of the god's anger, subjected to massive spiritual oppression. Every cell within his body screamed warnings. Yet he still held on, not entering the 8 Sceneries Palace. Once seated in the 8 Sceneries Palace, once seated on the meditation mat, then the skeleton would become incomparably lofty. He manipulated the grim skeleton, enduring the terrifying divine might, spoke with difficulty. The deity suddenly ceased speaking, coldly gazed at the skeleton, knowing there was nothing he could do about the little fellow, unless he walked out of Jiangzhou's small world. However, someone wouldn't allow him to leave. The deity regained calm, spoke faintly. The grim skeleton was dismissive. Before the deity could erupt in anger, he continued, "What do you really want? The divine position of the ancestor of land immortals? The Five Mansions Temple?" The deity's eyes narrowed. He stared at the small and humble skeleton, stared at the equally small and humble wisp of spiritual wool hidden within. Suddenly, the god laughed. He asked with interest. The grim skeleton chuckled deeply, leisurely spoke. The deity's eyes suddenly widened. Seeing this reaction, Zhang Fuxing instantly understood in his heart. Although the Western sect always claimed to use the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron to guide the true body of the god of plague to descend, however, others wouldn't know, but Zhang Fuxing knew it very well. Miss Mingyue initially intended to slay the god. How could she be calling the true body of the god of plague? Now it seems, indeed, he manipulated the grim skeleton, revealing a cold smile. The deity remained silent, but the sky suddenly changed colors, the vast sky of thousands of miles stained with a deep and rich crimson. The grim skeleton exhaled a breath of yin qi. Continued. The grim skeleton whispered. The deity lifted his eyelids, spoke coldly. The grim skeleton gazed at the proud god of plague, emitted a dry and piercing sinister laugh. The god of plague solemnly spoke. The grim skeleton remained silent. The deity snorted coldly. Rich crimson light descended upon the grim skeleton, a baptism of immense divine material. The grim skeleton was undergoing transformation. Praise, god of plague. The skeleton spoke with chilling coldness. Chapter 194, 151. The plague ghost ascends the Chu family. Chapter 194, Chapter 151. The plague ghost ascends the Chu family, the land of Jiangzhou. The entire sky was covered in a blood-red hue, these colors swirling and vibrating, forming a massive whirlpool spanning thousands of kilometers in the sky. Beneath the whirlpool were the deities and the grim skeletons. The grim skeletons were at the bottom end of the whirlpool's path, their ghastly white bones slowly crawling with crimson blood, even the hollow eyes turning a deep red. A wisp of Zhang Fuxing's spiritual will was embedded within the skeleton. Maneuvering and controlling the structure, he could clearly feel that his own spiritual will was also stained with crimson blood. The voice of the deities reverberated across the land. The tumultuous Jiangzhou heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. The winds ceased, the clouds extinguished. Even the rumbling of the whirlpool that hid the sky was subdued at this moment. Only the solemn voice of the divine spirit remained. A faint smile appeared on the deity's face. Within the Jiangzhou bubble, Jiangzhou's small heaven and earth, there seemed to be a crack of thunder. Play ghost? The thought flashed through Zhang Fuxing's mind. The grim skeleton undergoing a fierce metamorphosis. Yet there was no flesh and blood growing. But within the empty skeleton structure, a somber hue emerged, and within the hollow eyes, that touch of crimson coagulated into a mass of scarlet flame. The flame danced and trembled. This grim skeleton became the plague ghost. The divine voice rolled like thunderous tide. A pale red blood mist surrounded the plague ghost, and he moved upward, ascending to crash into the very top of the celestial vault, and then slowly embed into it. The last echoes of the god of plague dissipated. The plague ghost completely immersed into the top of the celestial vault and emerged again from beneath the earth, returning to the endless desert outside the waiting area. Zhang Fuxing carefully perceived the plague ghost's form. The blood mist around him gathered with his thoughts into a blood robe, shrouding his form. He let out a hoarse, dry yet sharp sigh. Zhang Fuxing sneered. The plague ghost form controlled the power of diseases. To some extent, this avatar was bestowed a certain position by the god of plague, but this god who usurped the celestial position was very dishonest, leaving himself a fatal flaw. The stronger the plague ghost becomes, the easier it is for a self-consciousness to be born within. At that time, would this body still belong to him? No, it would belong to the god of plague, becoming the divine attendant, walking under the god of the other. Even if he found a way to curb the birth of self-consciousness, the god of plague could still reclaim the plague, ghost position, and abilities at any time. It was equivalent to if he used this plague ghost form, he would be working for free for the god of plague. But the problem is, even if the plague ghost were to truly birth a touch of spiritual light, even just a bit, it would, in a certain sense, belong to the realm of the flawless soul. In other words, it could be traded. The divine granted position, abilities, and even the powerful strength obtained through this position and ability could be reclaimed in a single thought. But what he purchased would no longer belong to the deities. And naturally, there would be no talk of reclaiming. Manipulating the plague ghost towards the waiting area, Zhang Fuxing did not retract the wisp of spiritual wool tainted with crimson within, but instead let his main consciousness slowly return to his true body. Assistant's office. He opened his eyes, licking his dry lips, naturally understanding the various abilities of the plague ghost. Spread disease, draw upon disease. The more disease possessed, the stronger he becomes. The only restriction was that each time he drew upon a disease, he needed to conduct a ritual to the god of plague, requiring that deity's nod of approval. Zhang Fuxing looked out the window, talking to himself. The contract suppressed at the acupoint of his brow gently swayed, emitting an extraordinary light. Zhang Fuxing sat reclined on the sofa, quietly waiting for time to pass, with a plague ghost form entering the Western sect, legitimate and justified. Even if the plague ghost form had weak cultivation, it was still a deputy ghost and punishment ghost personally appointed by the gods. The clock pointed to 9:30. The door of the office was knocked. Zhang Fuxing slowly stood up. The Chu family, a commercial tycoon. According to the intel, it was also one of the wealthy families supporting and investing in Lu Yuan, and had intricate connections with the legislator Li of Chongyang City, whose current position was shaky. The first district, the manor by the riverside, was brightly lit. Old Mr. Chu quietly flipped through a large stack of documents, intelligence, and adjusted his glasses. The spacious living room was silent. Only the sound of him turning pages could be heard. Big Brother Chu leaned slightly. For instance, old Mr. Chu did not move his head, slightly raised his eyelids, rolling his eyes to gaze at his eldest son, and remained silent. Big Brother Chu promptly lowered his head. A long while passed. Old Mr. Chu snorted. He adjusted his glasses and said indifferently, "Do you really think our family of merchants can interfere in a legislator's election?" Big Brother Chu lowered his head, his lips trembled, and he said somewhat defiantly. Even though the building's soundproofing was excellent, he instinctively lowered his voice and spoke earnestly. Lu Yuan has a 70% chance of losing to He Gaozhua, but according to my people's assessment, there's over a 40% chance that old Mr. Chu suddenly stood up, walked over, and extended his hand. He gave his eldest son a slap. Big Brother Chu neither dodged nor resisted, silently took it, and then looked up, staring into the old man's eyes, and continued, "Say no more. Last time when our Chu family was attacked by competitors, did you see Lu Yuan or Li Hongyu interfere?" It was the old man slapped hard again, clearly truly angry. Lowering his voice to scold, Big Brother Chu's face showed a bright red handprint, nodding in acknowledgement. Not only did old Mr. Chu was trembling with anger, extending his hand, shakily pointing at his eldest son, then pointing to his other children. Big Brother Chu placed both hands on his father's shoulders, gently pressing him to sit back on the sofa. He said in a low tone, Big Brother Chu was obviously getting heated too, his face red and neck taut. "What's wrong with what I did? If it weren't for me, the Chu family would have long collapsed. Seeking profit is inherent for merchants. What principles should we uphold? What persistence is needed?" Old Mr. Chu was shaking with anger. Even though he was pressed into the sofa by his eldest son, he still slapped his sons swiftly and fiercely, one after another. The slap sound echoed in the spacious living room, and the other children remained silent. Big Brother Chu's eyes were getting increasingly red from the beating. He thrust his right hand deep into his father's chest. The old man's movements suddenly froze, staring blankly down at the blood constantly gushing from his chest, looking at the hand of the son he raised all his life, piercing his own heart. A wave of dizziness surged through his head. Big Brother Chu gasped heavily, staring at the old man. Being old, you should learn to let go. The old man made a heh sound from his mouth, his aged hands veins popping, clutching his son's ear tightly, just like many years ago when he disciplined his son, clutching tightly, clutching tightly. The middle-aged man's ear turned bright red from being pulled. The strength gradually weakened. Big Brother Chu spoke in a low tone. The old man's hand slipped down feebly, staring hard at his son, not with anger, but only with a trace of desolation and sigh in his eyes. His breathing gradually weakened. Big Brother Chu slowly withdrew his hand from the old man's chest, taking the handkerchief handed over by the maid, wiping the blood from his palm, then turning around, looking at his brothers and sisters. The siblings bowed their heads and answered yes. A servant hurriedly approached, not daring to look at the old man whose eyes were closed in death on the sofa. Lowering her head, she said, Big Brother Chu threw the handkerchief on the ground. The youngest sister moved forward to gently pick it up. He frowned and said, Sounds somewhat familiar. Big Brother Chu pondered, Zhang Fuxing. He actually knew this person. Hong Tianbao's apprentice, Elder Chen's junior nephew. It's known that Elder Chen and Hong Tianbao have deep-seated hatred. If memory serves correctly, this Zhang Fuxing is also under Lu Yuan's command. Big Brother Chu thought for a moment, suddenly looking at his father's corpse thoughtfully. If he could set up Zhang Fuxing, he would indeed offend many people, offend that Hong Tianbao. But Elder Chen would be very pleased. He looked at his father's corpse and sighed. After a pause, Big Brother Chu turned his eyes sideways towards the servant. Leave this place as is, keep it unchanged, then let's go to the reception room. After giving out instructions, Big Brother Chu pondered for a moment and then respectfully made a phone call. On the other end of the line, Chun Xiuxing focused on the box holding two indistinct masses of flesh, his disciples' bodies. He immersed his hand into the mush of blood and flesh, sorrowfully extracting the evil goo he planted in his disciples. Two sets of great materials just gone like that. Chun Xiuxing felt a lump in his throat. For a long while, he said, coldly, Go ahead and do it. I'll cover for you. Chapter 195, 152. If the Golden Crow is a star beast, then the Super Dog Tycoon. Chapter 195, Chapter 152. If the Golden Crow is a star beast, then the Super Dog Tycoon. Moonlit night, somewhere in Chongyang City. After listening to the tributor's account, the old woman sitting upright opened her eyes and gently tapped her cane on the ground. She spoke indifferently. The tributor wiped his sweat and bowed, saying, Director, should we do as he says? Beside him, a middle-aged man sipping wine opened his eyes and smiled. Granny Jean, don't be impatient. Granny Jean exhaled and nodded slightly towards the tipsy middle-aged man. Why not just get rid of him? Before finishing the sentence, another director at the Grandmaster level refuted. Granny Jean, that is not correct. The young man is indeed the best choice now. Granny Jean raised her eyebrows, saying nothing, just looked at the drowsy upper envoy. The upper envoy belched and said faintly, By the way, do you know about the recent news? Granny Jean, thoughtful, said, Of course, I've heard. It's very mysterious. The upper envoy nodded slightly, put down the wine bottle, and looked at a delicate girl. All eyes turned to the girl. Chun Wanyu regained her senses and humbly bowed her head. The upper envoy responded lightly, You don't need to undervalue yourself. You've received the blessing of the god of plague in Jiangzhou. After a pause, he continued, Speaking of which, this Zhang Fuxing also seems to be from Jiangzhou. It's a pity Jiangzhou now has become a land of divine descent, and we can't check specific information. Chen Huanyu's expression remained unchanged. Granny Jean and others looked surprised. Really know him? The upper envoy showed some interest. Really? So, tell us, what kind of person is he? Chen Huanyu was silent for a moment. The upper envoy took another sip of wine, looked at the moonlight outside the window, and his expression calmed. He suddenly said, "Organize his information file." The crowd was stunned at first, then realized it, and Granny Jean puzzled. The upper envoy smiled. As he spoke, he stood by the windowsill and concluded, "Let's proceed this way. Let's see if this kid is willing to cooperate." Granny Jean stroked her cane. "Let the investigation bureau deal with him." The upper envoy nodded with a smile. Chu family estate. Zhang Fuxing and Lin Changel, guided by the servant, walked into the main building of the estate and sat down in the outer drawing room, casually looking around. The old Chu family is indeed luxurious. He even saw on the wall above the fireplace a huge lion's head exuding a dignified, treasure-like aura. The lion's head gave Zhang Fuxing a very familiar feeling. Fearless lion. This is the head of a fearless lion. Just a piece of meat from a fearless lion costs 100,000 pseudo-souls. How much would a whole head made into a specimen cost? Zhang Fuxing sighed, ignoring the servant bringing tea, and walked to the fireplace to carefully examine the dignified lion's head. The lion's eyes had no spirit, yet, upon closer inspection, you could see a trace of Buddha's golden light in the silent eyes. What a waste indeed. Zhang Fuxing remained silent, initially planning to demand 100,000 life souls from the Chu family and leave. He suddenly changed his mind. The Chu family seems to be richer and more luxurious than he imagined. A warm voice came. Zhang Fuxing turned to look. It was a very calm middle-aged man, cultured and refined, but his cheeks were somewhat flushed, and there was a hint of the smell of blood on him. Just killed someone. Lin Changel stood up a bit nervously. "Vice Director Zhang, let me introduce you. This is the Chu family's young head, Chu Jiping, Mr. Chu. This is the Assistant Commissioner of our Public Security Headquarters, Zhang Fuxing." Mr. Zhang Fuxing looked at Chu Jiping with interest and asked, "Where's old Mr.?" The old man is quite elderly and is resting in the back hall. "If anything, I will discuss with Mr. Chu." Jiping smiled. Zhang Fuxing touched his chin. The back hall. The Chu family estate is naturally built to the highest standards, with walls filled with high-grade special materials. According to the Public Security Headquarters data, it can significantly block the spiritual thoughts at the Grandmaster level. Zhang Fuxing naturally did not recklessly use divine thought to probe around here. He turned around, continuing to examine the fearless lion head. The Chu family, although just a business tycoon, only having a Grandmaster-level tributor at best, but the Chu family's tentacles have almost crawled over the entire Golden Province. In other words, as long as Miss Mingwe isn't in Jin City's provincial government, wherever she is in a city's interior, with the Chu family's influence, it wouldn't be hard to discern her specific location. After discerning it, Zhang Fuxing would then have the capability to quietly send the High Heaven Order to Miss Mingwe. It is necessary to bring Miss Mingwe into the High Heaven. The benefits are great, though the drawbacks are just as immense. Miss Mingwe likely knows more than oneself, and it would be difficult to suppress her. But it's not impossible. As his thoughts twisted and turned, Chu Jiping's voice echoed. Mr. Zhang Fuxing responded calmly, turning to sit on the sofa, speaking with interest. Mr. Chu Jiping praised, also taking a seat, sizing up the young man, smiling. He spoke eloquently. He paused, counting on his fingers. Zhang Fuxing was slightly taken aback. 4-tusked white elephant. His first thought was the 6-tusked white elephant. As for the 3-legged sunbird, what immediately came to mind was the golden crow. This is the first time he's heard the name of a level 4 star beast. Wait, these are star beasts. He became intrigued. Mr. Chu Jiping nodded slightly. He spoke with enthusiasm, smiling. The middle-aged man changed his tone, also in amazement. As for those rare level 5-star beasts, they're truly remarkable. Zhang Fuxing's eyes were bright. He asked tentatively. Chu Jiping looked at the young man, responding calmly. In the truest sense, as large as a star, they are scattered in the depths of the star sea. Zhang Fuxing listened intently, a look of amazement on his face. This trip was not in vain. Even just this piece of information has been a huge profit. Level 5-star beasts, clearly mythical beings. Golden crow, six-tusked white elephant. The only issue is, in mythology, weren't there only a few golden crows? Why, according to Chu Jiping, does it seem like there are dozens in the depths of the star sea? Zhang Fuxing rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yes, with all the gods and Buddhas vanished, these mythical beings naturally aren't the originals. Then, there's the contract. The contract absorbs a certain substance from the star beast's flesh, speeding up cooling. Previously, he didn't understand why, but now thinking about it, if star beasts are indeed mythical beings. He licked his lips, his eyes were bright. Chu Jiping was momentarily dazed. There shouldn't be, right? Zhang Fuxing clicked his tongue. Chu Jiping sized him up, suddenly asked, "Speaking of which, at such a late hour, I wonder why Mr. Zhang Fuxing snapped back to reality, smiling slyly at Chu Jiping. He thought for a moment, then continued. Hearing the young man's words, Chu Jiping's face showed a look of surprise, with a bit of excitement. He was just fretting about finding a reason. And here it is. The young assistant commissioner comes knocking to seek support, and failing that, kills the old man in anger. Now, this matter needs to be assured. Chu Jiping's face broke into a bright smile. Financial support? He clapped his hands. A servant came up and handed over a silver card. Zhang Fuxing took it, curiously looking it over. He heard Chu Jiping speak with a smile. Zhang Fuxing's eyes widened. Chu Jiping continued. He clapped his hands 3 times, and a servant came carrying a tray. On the tray were 3 golden cards this time. Each of these 3 storage cards has 1,000,000 pseudo-souls, Chu Jiping said lightly. Lin Changel coughed violently. Zhang Fuxing was also a bit stupefied. No. How much? 3 cards, 3,000,000 pseudo-souls. 3,000,000. Chu Jiping squinted, feeling the pinch. 3,000,000 souls, even for the Chu family, who has a hand in almost every city in the Golden Province, is not a trivial sum. However, he glanced at Tributor Zhou, who had quietly walked in, his gaze returning to the bewildered young man, his smile growing broader. Could it be that Vice Director Zhang feels it's insufficient? Chu Jiping clapped his hands, speaking meaningfully. Someone take Mr. Chapter 196, 153. Today I attain the Great Sect. Chapter 196. Chapter 153. Today I attain the Great Sect, 3,000,000 souls. Zhang Fuxing found it hard to calculate. 3,000 life souls for 1 piece of great medicine. 3,000,000 souls could buy 1,000 pieces of natural medicine. This was definitely a huge amount. Otherwise, those martial artists wouldn't need to consume artificial great medicine to uncover great secrets. If natural ones were available, who would eat the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys of a true man? 3,000,000 life souls. More than enough to elevate oneself to the Grandmaster level, and with plenty to spare. No, to be precise, it's the Great Grandmaster level. Zhang Fuxing had never felt that the Great Grandmaster level was so close to him. Mr. Chu Jiping's puzzled voice rang out. Zhang Fuxing let out a turbid breath, raised his eyelids, glanced at Chu Jiping, and suddenly frowned. The mental state close to the innate level, the position of 1,000-year refining spirit, all made Zhang Fuxing's spiritual sense extremely powerful. This dog is plotting against me. Zhang Fuxing turned his head and glanced at an old man who had unknowingly entered the room, his spiritual sense slightly trembling. The old man gave him a very dangerous feeling, Grandmaster. A real Grandmaster, probably the tributor of the Chu family. Interesting. There's something strange. Zhang Fuxing's mind raced. If he fully unleash himself now, he could possess the Dharma aspect, but to face a real Grandmaster? It would probably be quite tough. In the Grandmaster realm, the physical cultivation reaches the melting furnace level with the unity of essence, chi, and spirit under the Dharma aspect. Even if the mystery is inferior to his, even if the quality is inferior, but in terms of quantity, it's completely overwhelming. His mind raced. Zhang Fuxing smiled. As Mr. He stood up and said casually. Chu Jiping's smile stiffened. He twitched his mouth. Mr. Zhang Fuxing waved his hand grandly, saying casually, he said seriously, to truly visit old Mr. Zhang Fuxing laughed coldly in his heart. Your malice is about to overflow. There's a bloody smell on you. He has reason to suspect this dog is setting a trap for him. But why? Isn't the Chu family standing with Lu Yuan? Chu Jiping's face turned a bit ugly, but quickly returned to normal, looking through the window at the sky outside the estate. There, armed hovercars were floating one after another. He smiled courteously. Right, I was inconsiderate, since that's the case, Mr. Zhang. Please come again tomorrow. I will inform the old man. Someone, see Mr. A few servants came over, bowed their heads respectfully, gestured to please, and escorted Zhang Fuxing and Lin Changel out. Watching their figures depart, Tributor Zhou spoke in a low voice. Clearly, this old man was Chu Jiping's confidant, already aware of what happened. Chu Jiping's expression turned cold. Who said he didn't fall into the trap? He sneered. This is almost equal to the entire Chu family's public revenue for several months. You say who would believe that my Chu family would just hand it over to a... Tributor Zhou pondered. Chu Jiping snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. After half an hour, have someone remind her that it's late. She should go home. Tributor Zhou showed a pondering expression. Chu Jiping said coldly. He paused and took the wine glass handed over by a servant, taking a sip and exhaling a faint breath of wine. Tributor Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Chu Jiping smiled. Tributor Zhou rubbed his chin. Chu Jiping was almost choked by the wine. His eyes widened. Are you joking? Even if he did spend lavishly and bought a lot of things, could he have used them all up? Tributor Zhou laughed. Deal with this disciple of Hong Tianbao. Elder Chun will completely stand on the Chu family side. The old man has always prevented the Chu family from getting too involved with powerful martial artists and the military department. Why? Chapter 197, 153. Today I attained the great sect. Chapter 197. Chapter 153. Today I attained the great sect. Chu Jiping put down his wine glass and smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control, all planned out. Under the escort of his security, he walked out of the manor, heading toward Director Lu's home. Zhang Fuxing twisted the last security guard's neck. He looked at Chu Jiping, who was collapsing on the ground, and rubbed his chin. Chu Jiping, who just left Lu Yuan's house, trembled his lips. Hearing this, he almost jumped up. No, are you crazy? Don't know what's being plotted. Then it's just speculation. Just speculation, and you came to kill me? Zhang Fuxing studied Chu Jiping's eyes, roughly guessing what the other was thinking. He scratched his head. Well, I don't like using my brain, so dealing with malicious people like you, there's no mistake in killing. Chu Jiping stared fixedly at this young man, knowing he absolutely must not speak. As long as he held out till morning, as long as Tributor Zhou found something wrong. A hand pierced into his chest. Zhang Fuxing shrugged. He crushed Chu Jiping's heart, withdrew his hand, and took out a handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiping his blood-stained palm. Chu Jiping made a ha-ha sound from his mouth, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. Did he just kill me like this? Am I Gonadi? His vision darkened. No, this guy is a lunatic. Chu Jiping's last thought crossed his mind as he slumped to the ground, completely silent. Zhang Fuxing casually tossed aside the handkerchief. He didn't care what this guy plotted against him. In the face of absolute power, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. A glance at the divine net showed that the 50 orders of natural medicine he placed had already arrived. A full 150,000 life souls. Not too much, it seems. 95 million life souls on the card. Zhang Fuxing licked his lips, an excited smile appearing on his face. This Chu Jiping was a good man, obviously having intense malice toward him, yet gave him so much money. Zhang Fuxing looked up at the celestial vault, talking to himself. The Western sect the sex attracted by the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron, the investigation bureau's shadow, and the strangeness from Master Ancestor's side, though unable to solve it easily. But after tonight, everything will be vastly different. Zhang Fuxing murmured this name, yet his mind contemplated others. For example, the deputy director of the investigation bureau, Lin Yuxing. For example, the inscrutable Miss Mingyu. And also the covetous ancestor of land immortals, and the god of plague who was mutually using him. A pervasive sense of crisis loomed over Zhang Fuxing's head. Ever since he embarked on this path, he never felt safe. Zhang Fuxing exhaled a turbid breath. He walked past a hotel, his divine thoughts stealthily penetrating through every crevice. Stopping in front of a completely sealed door that couldn't be penetrated, the immortal thoughts coalesced into a letter in high heaven order, then refined illusion into truth, the letter landing at the door. Spiritual will invisibly rippled, knocking a sound that could only be captured by spiritual thoughts, then quietly retracted. A moment later, the door slowly opened, Shun Baobao cautiously glancing around, squatting down to pick up the letter. Her heart tightened. The letter exuded an ethereal immortal Tao rhyme. She tried to tear it, unable to tear it. At the letter's wax seal in the center, the two characters, High Heaven, were imprinted. Shun Baobao's expression grew even more solemn, even terrified. She recalled that terrifying old man she faced that day. That terrifying old man who asked the heavens and proclaimed himself celestial venerate beyond High Heaven. Closing the door, leaning against the wall, she took a deep breath. Shun Baobao cautiously unsealed the wax, gently shaking it. A token and a letter fell out. On the token's one side, the two characters, High Heaven, the reverse engraved with intricate designs. Flora, fauna, mountains, rivers, and temples, churches, schools. The entire wooden token appeared with a solemn and majestic sense, permeating an extremely profound immortal Tao rhyme. Shun Baobao breathed rapidly, looking again at the letter paper. Above High Heaven, granting you a name, in 18 days, audience with celestial venerate. Shun Baobao received this just 3 short lines. Audience. The current headmaster of Golden University felt his scalp go numb. Quietly returning home, the efficiency of the divine net was indeed high. Within 3 hours, it delivered the great medicines he ordered. Zhang Fuxing sat cross-legged, densely packed small wooden boxes laid out before him. He took a deep breath. After conducting large-scale transactions within Chongyang City last time, there were still many leftovers, including 120 years of lifespan, 160 years of cultivation time, and 50 years of spiritual cultivation. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself. He exhaled a turbid breath. 160 years of cultivation time, combined with these great medicines, were entirely sufficient for him to break the limit of a martial arts master, break through to grandmaster, then achieve great sect right at the spot. Who knows what commotion will arise? Can't do at home. Rolling up one small wooden box after another, taking advantage of the night, Zhang Fuxing quietly slipped out of the city of Chongyang, then unleashed his speed, dashing away. The facts prove that the Chongyang bubble, or the Chongyang small world, was indeed significantly larger than Jiangzhou small world. He dashed 10,000 miles away, yet still in a wilderness with no sight of the insurmountable boundary river. Zhang Fuxing settled down, eyes blazing. Eating fearless lion meat brought him Buddha's golden light diffused within his dermis, with a trend of forging a golden body. And if it's level 4-star beast meat? What if it's the 4-tusked white elephant or the mixed-blood 3-legged sunbird meat? How could a mixed-blood golden crow not be a golden crow? Zhang Fuxing opened one wooden box after another. 160 years of cultivation submerged into himself, one great medicine after another, swallowed into his belly. The moonlight intensified, with no shadow in the desolate mountain. The great secret of the liver, all opened, body like a flawless glazed glass, glowing with a glaze, eyes brimming with divine brilliance. The great secret of the heart, threefold shackles, all broken. The whole body heated up, chi blood surged, and fierce white light circulated between his teeth. The great secret of the lungs. The great secret of the kidneys. Shackles shattered one by one, and great secrets were unearthed one by one, with 5 major viscera, all awakening at this moment. The chi blood smoke behind him soared to 500 meters high. Contract! Zhang Fuxing's resonant voice echoed in the desolate mountain ridge, the originally deep mountains illuminated by the fierce chi blood into brilliant scarlet. Behind appeared a snow-capped mountain, overhead the faint sun, body like a great furnace. Chapter 198, 154, The Power to Shake Mountains and Identity Inspection. Chapter 198, Chapter 154, The Power to Shake Mountains and Identity Inspection. The red glow illuminating the dark mountains grows ever more brilliant. Zhang Fuxing sits quietly at the heart of the layered ranges, as a unique hum emanates from his 5 viscera, breaking one chain after another, 15 levels of great secrets fully unearthed. Yet he remains utterly still. The realm of the Grandmaster lies in spirit. Once achieving the illusory divine realm and spiritual minor perfection, it serves as the pass to step onto the Grandmaster stage. But it's merely a pass. The weight of a Grandmaster is more about the body as a furnace. In the 14th year, I have fully opened my 5 viscera, standing at the true pinnacle of the martial arts master's level, obstructed only by the word furnace. I quietly recite the great sun illuminates 72 snow mountain scripture. Zhang Fuxing's skin emits steam, revealing 72 overlapping snow mountains behind him, while a phantom great sun emerges above his head. The reddish glow of the blood-like chi among the mountains suddenly dims, for at this moment it seems as bright as daytime. Zhang Fuxing studied the melting furnace realm. With his assistant commissioner privileges, finding details of this realm is not difficult. The melting furnace realm entails the body as a furnace, with a human body containing 360 acupoints, each acupoint capable of being ignited, flourishing with a fire-like vitality. Igniting 100 acupoints equates to forming 1 furnace fire. Zhang Fuxing ponders, this is why one must achieve spiritual minor perfection before stepping into the melting furnace realm and Grandmaster realm. Thoughts glide through his mind. In the 15th year, I used spiritual will to capture the chi mechanism of Chongyang, heaven and earth. Drawing it in my body, I successfully ignited the first acupoint. In the 16th year, the second acupoint. With every breath that passes, a hum resounds within Zhang Fuxing as each acupoint ignites, amplifying his aura tenfold. 1 acupoint, tenfold amplification. The first 100 acupoints were successfully ignited. As long as the physical body furnace burns, the physical body is undying, capable of blood rebirth. The 72 snow mountains expand. A searing aura flows between his skin. With a buzz behind his head, a phantom furnace flickers. This is the essence fire, the physical body furnace, the vitality furnace. In the 115th year, with the chi mechanism of Chongyang, heaven and earth igniting 1 furnace, I must journey to other minor heavens and earths, but temporarily unable to, I began tempering these 100 acupoints. In the 130th year, my 100 acupoints expanded from drops of starlight to the radiance of the moon. I am boiling over. In the 150th year, I continued tempering the already ignited 100 acupoints. This 1 furnace also nourishes, tempering my body. After 160 years of painstaking cultivation, it ends here. He doesn't know when, but as a person who has achieved an 18-foot true body, he opens his eyes among the mountains. Grandmaster? No. Great Grandmaster. The great Grandmaster who ignited the first furnace. Physical strength has surpassed 4,200,000 gene, with the ignition of 100 acupoints, with the birth of the first furnace fire. Thus, adding another 2 million gene of strength, surpassing 6,200,000 gene of strength. Yet, Zhang Fuxing slowly stands up. The acupoints blaze, that furnace of the physical body like a great sun, also blazes intensely. 1 acupoint elevates strength by tenfold. 100 acupoints elevates strength by 100-fold. That is 6 million gene of strength, 30,000 tons of power. A low whisper, but in the mountains it sweeps a mighty wind by just standing there without even retracting his aura and power. The ground beneath his feet already starts to crack. In terms of pure strength, he far surpasses other grandmasters or great grandmasters who have ignited 1 furnace fire. Zhang Fuxing quickly calculates. A typical grandmaster with a physical body furnace might be within the range of only 30 million gene of strength, yet his liberated true body nearly double. Zhang Fuxing marvels, of the 360 acupoints, 100 acupoints pertaining to the physical body can ignite 1 physical body furnace. 1 acupoint, 10,000 gene of force, elevates strength by tenfold. 1 furnace adds another million gene of force, with myriad wondrous applications. Zhang Fuxing marvels greatly. The gap between Grandmaster and martial arts master is outrageously large. If Grandmaster is like this, then what of the innate realm? His expression somber for a few moments. Cultivation becomes more distinct with each advancing realm. Like the descending god of plague. Though merely a false body, it isn't on par with true deities estimated to be stronger than a 6th realm Tao celestial being, yet less than the weakest deity, yet still capable of tearing apart thousands of miles of land with 1 thought. Zhang Fuxing closes his eyes and opens them again. A spiritual image, 200 meters tall, rises behind him. The furnace fire erupted, reflected behind the spiritual image. The immense, majestic 9, netherworld, sin-extinguishing, celestial venerate spiritual image suddenly condenses more solidly beneath the furnace light from a once phantom, translucent state. The 72 snow mountains tremble. The phantom great sun shudders. The 200 meters of almost substantial spiritual image lightly punches out. A green-black mountain is shaken, cracking, pierced through. The spiritual image vanishes, abbreviates the 18-foot true body, reverting to human size. Thoughts shift, concealing the furnace fire at the brow acupoint. As long as the flesh furnace fire does not extinguish, one can possess the divine technique of blood rebirth. Still lacking 3 furnace fires, needing to go to 3 different cities. Zhang Fuxing smiled. His body had already reached the Grandmaster level, and with the addition of the true divine realm, he was a great Grandmaster. The difference between a great Grandmaster and a Grandmaster, in terms of strength and capability, is not much. The main difference lies in spiritual will. Every move of a great Grandmaster is like the leap of a nimble celestial horse, the antlers of a gazelle, and these are just secondary. The real difference lies in the Dharma aspect. Zhang Fuxing turned his head back, gazing at the layers of mountains engulfed again by the night, with white snow accumulating at their bases, while the mountaintops had turned black and cracked. Thus baked by the great sun, he stood quietly in the moonlight, suddenly recalling the wisp of candle flame given by his Grandmaster, that wisp from the celestial position of Maitreya Buddha. His Grandmaster said, if in the future he were to merge that wisp of candle flame into the fire of essence, chi, and spirit, it would lead to an incredible great fortune. Looking at it now, isn't it the 3 lamps of furnace fire? No, there's still a 4th one, the heaven and earth furnace fire. Zhang Fuxing glanced in the direction of Chongyang City, slightly bending his knees. In a normal state, his strength remained at 30 million gene, 15,000 tons, equivalent to a Grandmaster with a normally ignited flesh furnace fire. And if he were to unleash his true form, his strength would double. Exerting force, the ground beneath him did not crack, but suddenly sank. Indeed, over a kilometer of rock layers of the earth fell heavily, accompanied by the instant Zhang Fuxing broke the sound barrier, before the sunken earth shattered and exploded into the air. The ground tore open and rose into the sky. 10 times the speed of sound, 20 times the speed of sound, 30 times the speed of sound. Speed kept soaring. 3 seconds elapsed. In one breath, he was already 60 kilometers away. Fast. Even faster. 100 breaths later, Chongyang was in sight. Zhang Fuxing halted his steps, slowing down, concealing his figure, and returned within the boundaries of Chongyang City. At this moment, the roaring sound from his swift travel, gigantic gusts raised, fragmented layers of rock, the torn-apart forests and lakes, had just reached the outskirts of Chongyang City. Like a small-scale sandstorm. Someone frowned, waving a hand in the air. The sandstorm was intercepted dozens of miles away by this gesture. Zhang Fuxing quietly observed the scene, nodding slightly. This was the Dharma aspect. The Grand Master who acted had used a portion of the Dharma aspect. Zhang Fuxing grinned, full of spirit. The Grand Master realm, melting furnace realm, aren't like martial arts masters needing the assistance of great medicine. It's just a furnace fire requiring a walk through a city, staying there for many years. But he was different. He could achieve 100 years of cultivation in a breath. Tomorrow, I need to learn techniques from the Grandmaster. After learning, I will visit other cities. Zhang Fuxing thought clearly. Presently, in any subordinate city, he would be an absolute ruler, unless encountering someone like Old Shur who concealed his strength. There's naturally no need to go to other higher cities to ignite a furnace fire. There's no difference anyway. He exhaled a fiery, turbid breath and quietly returned home. That's settled. However, there's one more thing to do before leaving. Zhang Fuxing lay on the bed, relaxing his body and mind, and fell into a peaceful sleep. Hadn't slept for a long time. The next day, early morning, Zhang Fuxing had breakfast, leaving the house at the same time with his parents. The old couple still insisted on going to work, not wanting to stay idle at home. One went to the casino, the other to the school. Zhang Fuxing wasn't worried. Each had a top-level grim skeleton from a Grandmaster level following them. He rushed to the public security headquarters, just in time for the high-level morning meeting. The morning meeting was for the 3 deputy directors and 6 assistant commissioners to discuss affairs. But when Zhang Fuxing entered the meeting room, he found that old Liu was not present. Only he Gaozhua and another deputy director responsible for security were seated. Zhang Fuxing sat down without any hesitation, and he Gaozhua gave him a look. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows. Is there a situation? At that thought, Deputy Director Wang, who was in charge of security, looked at him. Deputy Director Wang coughed, gently tapping the conference table. Deputy Director Wang pondered for a moment and said. Zhang Fuxing frowned. Identity review? Which bastard reported me? Chapter 199, 155. I have 3 matters. Who approves, who opposes? Chapter 199. Chapter 155. I have 3 matters. Who approves, who opposes? The Investigation Bureau is sending someone to conduct a review. Undoubtedly, someone has reported the matter of him rewriting his identity. He had emerged from Jiangzhou. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brow slightly. It was a troublesome matter, but just a minor trouble. After all, the reviewer would arrive in 3 days, and 3 days? He calmly looked out the window. 3 days is already enough to accomplish many things, such as becoming the Director General. It's just a matter of needing an opportunity. Knock, knock, knock. Deputy Director Wang tapped on the conference table once again. He was unaware of Vice Director Zhang's true background, merely assuming him to be a regular assistant commissioner. Deputy Director Wang asked, frowning, Vice Director Zhang, don't you have anything to explain? A clear voice echoed in the meeting room, and the eyes of the other assistant commissioners also focused on this young man. The young man chuckled, leaned back slightly, and in a relaxed, comfortable manner reclined on his chair, saying calmly. Deputy Director Wang frowned, displeased with the young man's attitude. He exhaled a turbid breath, saying solemnly. Zhang Fuxing was a bit stunned, looking at Deputy Director Wang in surprise. This person wants to help him? The latter guessed Zhang Fuxing's confusion and said with irritation. Zhang Fuxing chuckled, pondered for a moment, then said, Actually, there's nothing much. Before he could finish, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open, and various assistant commissioners stood up, greeting in unison. The newcomer was Liu Yuan. Like the other 2 deputy directors, Zhang Fuxing didn't stand up, but turned his head with interest to observe old Lu was accompanied by the Grandmaster enshrined by the Chu family. Old Mr. Lu Yuan had a sullen face and gestured. An elder Grandmaster Zhou stepped into the meeting room, with the Gaozhua and Deputy Director Wang also greeting quickly. After all, this was a Grandmaster. However, Elder Grandmaster paid no heed. As soon as he entered, his gaze was locked on Zhang Fuxing, and he spoke coldly. The people in the meeting room looked at each other in confusion. What is this situation? Zhang Fuxing was also a bit surprised. Did they discover that he killed Chu Jiping? Oh, well, if it's discovered, it's discovered. He laughed slightly, speaking with a playful tone, yet sincerely stating. The room fell silent. Zhang Fuxing scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. He even got goosebumps himself. After coughing a couple of times, Zhang Fuxing waved his hand. Elder Grandmaster's lips quivered with a sullen face, and an intense aura surged through the room, causing the others, including the deputy directors and assistant commissioners, to catch their breath, even slowing the flow of blood. Lu Yuan stared at Zhang Fuxing, feeling troubled at this point. He could only sacrifice a pawn to save the king. He took a deep breath with a stern expression. Earlier this morning, I went to visit old Mr. Chu of the Chu family. Old Mr. The meeting room rustled slightly. Zhang Fuxing was a bit surprised, then quickly understood the context, chuckling and shaking his head. The opportunity, hasn't it just presented itself? Deputy Director Wang knocked on the table. Old Lu, the attack and death of old Mr. He looked at the still calm young man, along with Gaozhua casting a peculiar glance. Lu Yuan said solemnly, last night, only Vice Director Zhang visited old Mr. Chu. Deputy Director Wang and the other assistants' eyes widened. How much? 3 million? All gazes locked onto Zhang Fuxing, who shrugged his shoulders. The room fell silent. In what seemed like an instant, everyone mentally recreated the events of last night. Was this extortion? Extortion is one thing, but 3 million, even taking 3 million life souls into account, and still killing old Mr. Chu, even Gaozhua didn't understand what Zhang Fuxing was thinking. Lu Yuan's eyelids were twitching wildly, staring at Zhang Fuxing, this scoundrel. He sighed lightly. Elder Grandmaster's face was cold as ice, nearly gnashing his teeth. Zhang Fuxing raised his hand, candidly adding, but I didn't kill old Mr. Once again the room plunged into silence. This guy just admitted it like that? Lu Yuan completely gave up, shaking his head, sighing. Before he could finish, under everyone's eyes, Zhang Fuxing stood up, walked to the conference room door, closed it gently, and locked it. He turned around, faced the people in the meeting room, and spoke calmly. Chapter 200-155. I have 3 matters. Who approves, who opposes? Part 2. Chapter 200. Chapter 155. I have 3 matters. Who approves, who opposes? Part 2. The elder Grandmaster's lips twitched. Without rushing to act, he wanted to see what this guy was up to. He had a bad premonition in his heart. This guy was just too calm. He was confident and assured. The elder Grandmaster no longer wanted to meddle in this matter. After all, he wasn't part of the Chu family. The most critical thing was that Big Brother Chu was already dead. Only the other side could connect with that Chun Xiuxing. Lu Yuan had already furrowed his brows and questioned coldly. Zhang Fuxing didn't answer. Instead, he spoke to himself. I have reviewed our headquarters' administrative regulations. After a pause, he continued. He leaned against the door, slightly raised his eyelids, with a calm demeanor, and raised one finger. His calm words resonated within the conference room. Even Gaozhua, who knew a bit of the inside story, was dumbfounded at this moment. Everyone looked at this frail young man, as if he were a fool. Zhang Fuxing glanced around. The conference room fell silent. Everyone sensed something was amiss, yet no one dared to speak. The elder Grandmaster took a step back. Deputy Director Wang furrowed his brow, nodded towards an assistant commissioner, who gritted his teeth and knocked heavily on the table. His head exploded with a loud bang. At some point, Zhang Fuxing appeared beside that assistant and looked at the slumped corpse. A scorching furnace hovered behind his head. Under the watchful eyes of all, He walked calmly behind Deputy Director Wang, wiping the blood on his hands and the other's clothes, over and over. Zhang Fuxing pressed down on Deputy Director Wang's shoulders. The blazing furnace behind him slowly flickered and burned, as dazzling as the sun. Body furnace fire, the symbol of a grandmaster. The elder grandmaster's eyelids twitched wildly, and a drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. Such an intense body furnace fire. The clear voice echoed within the conference room. Deputy Director Wang, whose shoulders were being held, was drenched in sweat, his whole body bristling with fear as his scalp tingled. This time, no one spoke. Even old Lu was stunned in place. Zhang Fuxing hesitated for a moment. The conference room was deathly silent, and that illusory furnace flame rose slightly. Zhang Fuxing frowned. His tone rose a little. Deputy Director Wang, whose shoulders were being held, was drenched in sweat, raised a trembling hand. Then it was he, Gao Zhua, followed by one assistant commissioner after another, and finally Lu Yuan, whose entire body screamed and warned as he was stared at with a smile by Zhang Fuxing. Everyone raised their hands. Zhang Fuxing clapped with a smile, walked up, and removed Lu Yuan's epaulette. He grasped Lu Yuan's head and gently rotated it, making old Lu face him directly, to look him in the eye. Old Lu's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. Zhang Fuxing shook his head disinterestedly and said blandly, "Here's the deal. You go find the governor. Have him approve the administrative order to remove the acting designation from my title." Lu Yuan nodded shakily, his whole being in a daze. Grandmaster? How could he be a grandmaster? Lu Yuan swallowed hard, his mind muddled, still feeling as if he was in a dream. Why? If you were a grandmaster, why didn't you say so from the beginning? Trembling, a sigh echoed in his heart. This is painful. Zhang Fuxing finally looked at the elder grandmaster, excitedly licking his lips. Old Mr. The elder grandmaster decisively spoke, stepping forward, tightly gripping Zhang Fuxing's hand, and shook it vigorously. You avenged old Mr. Chu, killed that unfilial son. Zhang Fuxing blinked, a sudden change in demeanor. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he stared at the elder grandmaster. The elder grandmaster forced a dry laugh. Zhang Fuxing shook off his hand, feeling a bit of disappointment. He even wanted to practice on a grandmaster. Never mind then. Zhang Fuxing glanced at his watch and said calmly. In the conference room, everyone swallowed, instantly understanding his intentions. He intended to, in this situation, swallow the entire Chu family. The elder grandmaster lowered his head. Living to this age, achieving grandmaster status, he was not foolish. He understood deeply that there were differences between grandmasters. While he had climbed to grandmaster through years and perseverance, the man before him, the same principle held. He was not part of the Chu family. It would be foolish to clash with such a young grandmaster because of the Chu family. Moreover, a massive entity stood behind the other party. Thinking of this, the elder grandmaster's smile became more amiable, even carrying a touch of flattery. At this moment, the illusory fire behind Zhang Fuxing receded into his body. An assistant commissioner already approached with a level 2 inspector's epaulette. Zhang Fuxing took it casually and put on. Zhang Fuxing said calmly, "In 3 days is when the headquarter auditors will arrive." Zhang Fuxing opened the conference room door and said calmly. He turned back, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and lightly said, with those words. In the large conference room, every deputy director and assistant commissioner started to act outside the conference room. Lin Changle, who was passing by, looked at this scene at the command-giving Vice Director Zhang in awe. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.